and welcome along and welcome to the finals for Tournament 3 of the Farming Simulator's 4th season. I am joined here today with Mr. Kerminator Live. Kermit, we have some really interesting matchups today.
Good morning, Alex. It's always good to hear you say hello and welcome along. That's how we know it's time to get to business, and we've got some good matchups, like you said, for sure. We're going to have Cortiva against Fermir's Flamboyance. That'll be our first one of the day, followed by My Insanity versus Diatka. That one is, I think, my match to look out for, despite the previous matchup I just mentioned. And then, of course, Trelleborg will be going up against a newcomer to the Sunday event, Team Charlie, and then we'll have the North American team from the United States Sim Game Alliance taking on Lindner. They were able to get here because their opponents yesterday in the play-ins forfeit. So by default, they've made it here to play Lindner today. And so no matter what, Alex, no matter what happens in the quarterfinals, we're going to have 3 new teams, and Cortiva, Team Charlie, and Sim Game Alliance join the Circuit Points leaderboard for the Season 4 standings. So lots to play for today.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be really interesting to see those teams enter, and of course, Cortiva coming in as well. First, though, we're going to have a quick look at the FSL, what the FSL is all about. So, I was expecting that a bit quicker than it happened. Yes, we've got new teams coming in today, teams we haven't seen on the boards yet, and now we're going to go and have a look at what the FSL is all about.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
And there we go. There is an FSL overview courtesy of Kermit. Nice, and to the point, and very informative. That
That was
is,
fun to
Kermit.
do. That was a lot of fun to do. So glad to be a part of the FSL since, shortly before I joined Giants full time. I joined you in Silver News early in season 3, and yeah, it's been over a year now of FSL. It's been a lot of fun. So I was happy to take part and re-record that video for season 4. So yeah, we saw some crazy matches yesterday, but as we mentioned before, we're going to see the leaderboard here in just a moment, and no matter what happens today, we're going to have 3 new teams showing up on the Circuit Point leaderboard. Of course, Trelleborg at the top, winning both of the tournaments so far, and they're on 180 circuit points. Vermeer's Flamboyance has 1 runner-up finish and another semifinal appearance. So they're second with 120. You're seeing it on your screen now. And Bednar and Vultra tied for third with 100. We're not going to see either of those teams here today, though, Alex. So there's definitely going to be a chance for a lot of movement on this leaderboard, and 3 new teams joining as well.
Definitely, and it looks like Vermeer's is going to pull out a nice little lead, because the next closest team to them at the moment is Lintner. The most Lintner can score today, I don't think, gets them up to that 150 points. I think it's correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 90 points is the top you can score. So they could
Yes.
possibly equal with Vermeer's if Vermeer's go out at the first round and Lintner win today, then they could possibly come equal second. But otherwise, yeah, it looks like Trelleborg and Vermeer's are up there, and that isn't going to change much this weekend. However, it is the bottom half of the table that is going to have a big change today. We got 3 teams that so far haven't come in and won anything. I haven't made these finals. And here is today's bracket. We've got Cortiva versus Vermeer's Flamboyance up first. Cortiva looking to prove stuff. We've got My Insanity followed by Dirk Ernfield, then Trelleborg versus Team Charlie, and finally Sim Game Alliance versus Lintner. So yeah, 3 teams with no points so far coming into these finals today, who are looking to get themselves as high up this board as they can. And there is certainly everywhere from 5th place down is open to them.
Yeah.
There's plenty of room there for them to make a big impact today.
Yeah, and it's important. I want to mention that you just saw the bracket, and running it down again, what you saw on your screen, that is going to be the order of the appearances of all of the quarterfinals on the broadcast today. So from top to bottom, we'll start with Cortiva and Vermeer's Flamboyance here in just a moment, and then we'll have My Insanity versus Diaka, Trelleborg versus Team Charlie, and Sim Game Alliance versus Lindner. So if you're here and you're coming out to support one of your favorite teams, of course, we want you to stick around for the whole thing, but just kind of be aware of like where your team's going to be showing up today, because of course it's best of 3. So each matchup can take around 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how it all goes. So we're going to get started here in just a second. So buckle in and get ready for some awesome FSL action. And this is an interesting one for me, Alex. Cortiva against Vermeer's Flamboyance, because we've got Cortiva, who were kind of that perennial runner-up to Trelleborg a lot last season, and now Vermeer's is kind of making their name on the scene with a similar type of role, being second place in the leaderboard, and now here they are squaring off against each other, and we get to see Cortiva for the first time on a Sunday event in quite some time.
It is amazing to me that we're 3 tournaments into season 4, and this is Cortiva's first appearance in the finals. Would just be a year ago, or at the beginning of last season, that would be unthinkable for Cortiva to not have any
Right.
points on the board at this point. And Fermiers are just an amazing team. I mean, they have held their own and made it all the way to a final. And just come out of nowhere. So I'm really excited to see what they bring today, and to see whether Cortiva can get past them. In previous years, it would have been the other way around. Can Fermius get past Cortiva? But now it's very much the question is, can Cortiva make it past Fermius in order to make it into
Right.
the semifinals?
We've got a similar selection for Team Perks and the exact same, as a matter of fact, for Team Perk. The Harvester and Baylor reserve. So if you're newer to the FSL, that team perk that they both chose is Bottleneck. That'll raise the 2 innermost drawbridges on your opponent's side. So most of the time, you'll see teams in Season 4 going over the safer route, as I dubbed it in the intro video that you watched at the beginning of the broadcast, or Bridge of Death, Bridge of Doom, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely already claimed some victims this weekend, and we'll see if it claims some more. But look at this again, exact same setup for equipment and player perks as well. So under pressure allows you to it lowers the straw intake needed to press a bale. Runner perk, you run really fast on foot, great for switching machines across the map or picking up a drop or super drop. And then Archimedes plus plus allows you to unload grain faster. And Alex, here we go, first match, tournament number 3 of season 4, Cortiva versus Fermiers. I don't know who it's going to be, but I know we're going to have some fun. Let's do this thing. Let's have this first mad dash to the pods and see if we're going to have any fights for equipment. Look, both players with the runner perk going for the jump here.
Brilliant.
And Cortiva get to it.
To Cortiva. Brilliant.
Oh, I love seeing that.
Absolutely love that. And the case Baylor has gone to Fermiers. So the John Deere Baylor looks like it's going to be picked up by Cortiva. Fermiers are into the wheat. They are cutting. They just need to get a baler behind that combine, and they seem to be a little bit ahead of Cortiva in going for that first bale. Yes. And given any moment now that he's going to break away and head to that first barn, how much is he going to get for this first bale is the question. Where are Cortiva? Cortiva are heading for the barn now as well. They might be a little bit ahead, actually. They've gone for the shorter route. In fact, yes, they have. How much is the first bale for Cortiva going to be worth here? They've got 135. So that's a good start for Cortiva. Coming in now, Fermiers Flamboyance with their bale. I think they're going to take this a little bit slower by the looks of things. Is this going to be more than a bale's difference, though?
It's not coming out. Well, that's really slow.
That's a...
Oof.
Ooh.
Okay. Almost 20 points in it.
Yeah. It's still... The amazing thing is that's still less than a bale.
Yeah, so not too bad. Just go and press one more bale and get it delivered now through the top.
Exactly, and it could just mean that they win by a single point, which would be absolutely hilarious because it really would down to first bale then.
Yeah, of course we saw yesterday that first bale sometimes is not all it's cracked up to be, because we saw My Insanity with like a 50-point difference because they missed the mark on delivering and didn't have a front loader, and it was in an unsalvageable position that you couldn't just push it in. And then they ended up winning anyways. So, but more often than not, first bale is pretty important when it gets down to the wire in these really close-fought contests on a Sunday of the FSL events. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's one of those things that having a fairly even first bale score means that you have less of a hill to climb, really. We have seen it many times where, you know, teams win by hundreds of points and the first bale never comes into it. But if you're having a close match with someone, so much better if you've got that close first bale score rather than having to score multiple more bales than your opponents.
Having a look at Lamy and Rablix for Cortiva here, getting that grain into the Horse Titan grain cart. And both teams will be ready to deliver their grain pretty soon as we look at Fermiers now as well, doing the same. We've got speed limit and bridges lowered as our 12th minute drops. Those are pretty self-explanatory on what they do. Looks like Rablix might be going for speed limit. That'll slow their opponents down by 20% for 90 seconds.
And it looks at this point like Fermiers might be starting to get their bales running while, Rablix is now dropping grain. Now, this I'm not sure is the greatest idea. They have no bales sitting there, and they are going to have an advantage while for a moment.
You have to weigh up, are you ready to deliver bales? But you also have to get this grain cart empty so you can get back and fill it up again, don't you? If you want to. So Vermeers look like they're going to answer right back. And Alex, we have our of the weekend, probably our first time I've seen the question this weekend. What is this tournament from Bayek on Twitch? Well, welcome to the Farming Simulator League, and we hope to hear from you in about 4 hours about how much you're loving it, because that's what happens a lot. But yeah, this is Farming Simulator's official esport. It is still running on Farming Simulator 19 for Season 4, but it's been around for several years now. And to put it plainly, you harvest your grain, you deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, you press bales and deliver the bales to score the points, and there's a whole lot more to it that can go on during a match. Definitely go check out the websites and such if you want more information, or just stick around with us, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, because our awesome community are always in chat willing to help people out too if we can't get to everyone on the broadcast.
And Rablix now pressing bales. We've got 2 bales. Wow, we've got 2 bales for Cortiva. We've got 10 bales for Vermeers. That is quite a lead at the moment. And that shows just how much quicker Vermeers were out there pressing bales. However, there is a distinct lack of grain for them. They are 10,000 litres of grain shy of what Cortiva has. So they're going to have that harvest out there just that little bit longer than Cortiva will in order to even things up. Otherwise, they could end up with a really big deficit in their multiplier.
Yeah, I think they might be okay since they have 2 ideals. I think there for a while, it's not the case now, but Cortiva were running 2 combines, whereas Vermeers was pressing a lot of bales, as you were saying. The bale count now has evened out, and the grain is getting there too. It's on its way to being evened out, as Lucas is going to go ahead and put some bales onto the belt, and it looks like L. Rhodes is going to do the same for Vermeers. So we're going to have our first points outside of the first bale scored here, and that one's going to fall off for Cortiva. That one's going to fall off. So out of 60 potential points, only 20 has gone in for Cortiva, and Vermeers, meanwhile, going to put 40 on the board, and L. Rhodes will leave the other 3 bales for later.
That is an interesting little difference in tactics between the 2 teams. I'm not sure it gives either team an advantage, but it's the whole thing of Vermeers having one of their combine drivers go and tip the grain while another driver starts the baling, whereas Cortiva have had their initial baler driver go and deliver the grain while they still have 2 combines out there. It seems like it doesn't make much difference either way, because as you said, the bales have evened up. The grain has evened up. I mean, there's 30,000 litres of grain sitting there for Vermeers. The question now is, can Cortiva score points while they have this 2.7 to 1.3 advantage in the multiplier?
And L. Rhodes is going for Crazy Tool. Cortiva did as well, but they're not going to... Both teams aren't going to maximize the usage of it. I think Cortiva might come out a little bit ahead on the pickup of Crazy Tool here, because L. Rhodes is the one running the baler, He had to go out of his way and grab it. It does not last long, but it is nice when you have it for sure. As you can see how quick the bales come out. And now, as you said, it looks like Cortiva are not going to be able to score any of those bales with the multiplier in their favor. And we're going to have things evened up at 2 apiece here again on the multiplier. So if you're new to the FSL, the multiplier affects how many points you score per bale. I'll get it out eventually. I still need coffee. Through the top belt into the barn. If you put a bale into the bottom of the barn after the first bale, where it's all about speed, you just get 10 points unless a super drop is going to change that for you, which can happen as well. But usually 10 points into the bottom, 10 points multiplied by your current multiplier for bales into the top.
It does look to me like Cortiva tried to take advantage of that multiplier. They definitely had bales on the belt, and they had bales just go in as the multiplier evened up. So I think they were trying to take advantage of that. So I am critical of teams for not doing that. But it seems in this case, Cortiva did at least have a go at trying to score some extra points.
Carl Lossell, good to see you in chat again. And yes, hello to your wife, Sam, in New Zealand, who loves watching the Farming Simulator League. And it's good to have you both with us here on this Sunday. This is just our first match of many on the quarterfinals to final journey. We've got 7 matchups to take place, best of 3, of course, in all of them. So things are just getting underway, and lots more awesome action coming your way throughout the rest of the morning. Ooh, a little bit of problem on the bridge there for Vermeers, Alex, and every little second counts when it gets down to the wire in the Farming Simulator League.
And speaking of that, I was noticing that there's an awful lot of detritus around the bottom of Cortiva's barn. They've got several bales now that have fallen off their conveyor and are just sitting around that bottom entrance to the barn. That is not going to be great for them stacking. It means they've got to go out of the way to get them. And I'm not sure that that's going to help them a lot, Kermit. I think that's going to be quite a bit of a hindrance later on.
Yeah, you could be right. You got to be careful because it seems funny. Like you look now and you're like, okay, just over 4 minutes on the board. That's plenty of time. But this is the time of the match where stacking becomes even more crucial. And you want to make sure you're getting every single bale put into the top of the barn and maximizing your points. We're 5 seconds away from the super drop, and Tita is going to be super close to it by just some stroke of luck.
Oh, it's the further one.
Oh, but it was the further one. You're right. That's just a potential drop spot. So Cortiva actually get to it. It was bale withering, which has destroyed a bale for Vermeers. So that was definitely something that Cortiva needed to grab so their opponents couldn't get it.
And Cortiva still dropping bales off the side. Lucas not quite managing to get them straight enough to get in. They now have 5 bales. Yeah, 5 bales scattered around the bottom there.
You're right, Carl. It would be 8 p.m. for you in New Zealand. So, yeah, you can watch it through the evening. For me, it's like, I don't even know what time it is now. It's 2:30 almost in the morning. How's the future? How are things in the future, Carl? Can you tell the rest of us?
Dear. Are you moving to an earlier or a later time zone?
I'll gain an hour on you guys. And for the next tournament, I'll be in Illinois, nearby where the Giants U.S. office is located in the Chicago area. And yeah, I'll gain an hour on you all. So it'll be 3 a.m. start times for tournaments for me instead of 2. So yeah, not a massive improvement, but hey, every bit counts.
I also don't know if that's better or worse. At least right. At 2 a.m. you can stay up till then. At 3 a.m. it's kind of, oh, do I go to bed a bit first?
Well, I do always get some sleep because if I didn't get any sleep, you and Copter would have to do the last 4 matches. All right, I'm gone, guys. See ya.
Oh, dear.
But yeah, you know what? When I love the FSL and like doing the commentary for it is some of the most fun I've ever had doing commentary in my career. So Actually, it is the most fun because I get to watch a game that I love, Farming Simulator, in an esports setting, but also you get to interact live with chat. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun. So it's really not. I may complain on air about how early it is, but deep down, I'm willing to do it because I love it so much. All right, we got a
I
minute
remember
40.
I remember the days when we were doing it sort of live on stage, and I would have my phone on the stage with me just so that I could see the chat from the streams, and just sort of making sure it was there so that I could respond to chat. Because that is one of the great things about it, is being able to respond to you guys out there while this is happening.
Yeah.
It's just brilliant.
We got just over a minute to go, and this one's pretty close. Cortiva in the lead at the moment, 725 to 676, and Cortiva has the bale count to win, but they don't have the bales at the barn yet to win. I don't know what Vermeers is up to, but it's closing a bit the gap now. 10 bales to 7, but who has the most directly at the barn with 50 seconds to go and is going to get them in? Too close to call. It looks like Vermeers has maybe a couple more, but is it enough to get them back in it?
They have been steadily catching, but it may not be enough. With only 30 seconds to go, they've only got 4 bales here left to score. More coming in. Oh, Cortiva have a bale that is definitely going to fall off there.
Ooh, there it goes. They look like they might be okay, though.
Wow. Over 100 points in it. Cortiva trying to score that multiplier and not managing to make it. That is all of their bales in. And there is not enough there for Vermeer's Flamboyance to take this.
Okay. Wow. That was, you know what? Yesterday we were watching matches and we were like kind of seeing who was going to win with several minutes to go a lot of the time. There were a few close ones, of course, as there always is. But that one, I didn't really even know who was going to pull ahead until the very end. But look at the bale count difference for Cortiva in the end. I mean, 7 extra bales. Where did those come from? And that's, that was great. Like we were talking about them dropping bales off, but they must have been consistently stacking them for quite some time there. So
yeah,
good job by Cortiva in that round. And man, it feels like we're back in old times here in the FSL with Cortiva having a great performance on a Sunday event and could potentially be moving on to the semifinal if they get a win in the next round.
I was going to say, I'm looking at the way the brackets are arranged, and yes, if they win all their matches, we could see a classic Cortiva Trelleborg final today. But that's discounting the gameplay of a lot of teams, in all fairness. Yeah, but it's Cortiva seem to be coming back on form. I mean, that was a bale for bale delivery. We didn't have anything special in any of the multipliers. We didn't really have anything happen with any of the drops. So that was a straight on game between the two. I think Vermeers are going to have to disrupt Cortiva more in this second game in order to beat them. It's they're yeah, there's you can't play straight up against Cortiva, I don't think, not like that, and they will always seem to be on the back foot the whole way through that game. So some changes, some more disruption. I think I'd like to see from Vermeers here if they're going to take this second game.
Yeah, that's a good point. We like the disruption, don't we? I just want to point out to those of you watching at home, maybe you're not aware, but you're seeing the German casters on screen. Myself and Alex are comfy in our homes with a lot of land and ocean separating us. But we're here doing the English broadcast for you all. We'll also have Cast by Copter joining us throughout the day as well, the other member of our English broadcast team. And here we go. Let's see what's going to happen. Will we get that disruption you've wished for, Alex, or will it be more of the same?
I will say, separated by ocean for only one more week. 'cause we are
Yeah.
both in Amsterdam next weekend for TwitchCon, and then both in Mannheim for FarmCon the weekend after that.
Yeah, and then I come back and move back across the United States 6 days later. It's going to be a crazy month for me, but I'm looking forward to it, of course. And awesome, it's going to be awesome to meet you and all the other people from the Farm Sim community that are going to be making it out to both of those events and getting to see some places that I've never been to before in Germany as well is going to be cool, as well as meeting all of my colleagues I've been working with for over a year that I've not yet met in person. So yeah, it's going to be a fun time. Looking forward to it. But before that, I'm looking forward to this second of the best of three here. Vermeers has to get a win to force the third matchup, or is Cortiva moving on into the semifinal?
No surprises really in what's been banned, except that it's been banned in a slightly different order, with both teams banning a telehandler each and a large tractor each. I'm very surprised we don't see that John Deere 6M banned more often.
Yeah,
If you're
but
if you're
both
looking,
teams want to use it, don't they, as well?
yeah, if you're looking to disrupt your opponents, then don't take the machine that everybody else takes.
Right.
And maybe learn to do it with something else and then ban the machine everybody else uses. I think.
I feel like stacking is so much more important now than it used to be with transport company removed. And
Yeah.
there's only so many bans that you can't get rid of it all, can you? But it does surprise me that teams don't force the lender to be used more. But that also could
Yeah.
be because they don't want to use it, right? I mean, the telehandlers almost always get banned, but they're like the best stackers in the game, arguably, because of their reach and how quick they are as well. But on the other side of that, they can't do some of the things that the John Deere can as far as being a tractor. So you got to
Yeah.
take the good with the bad and such. But most people, when they have the John Deere, aren't really using it to pull much. We saw yesterday where a team just hooked it up to the Horse Titan so that they could open the cover. But with that weight on the back, it kind of plays to your disadvantage if you're going to try to hook up something to it. We're
Yeah,
seeing the
you
battles at
kind
the
of have
starting zones here. Oh, sorry, Alex.
you kind of have to drop that rear weight off the back of it before hooking it up to anything. Otherwise, yeah, you get that weird double connection set up.
So we have a first-time viewer, Baldo, asking on Twitch, how come they ban equipment? This is my first time watching. That's just, I mean, it starts with the ban phase. It's a good way to disrupt your opponent. So if you think your opponent prefers a piece of equipment, you can ban it. They won't be able to use it, but your team won't be able to use it either. So it's just definitely another layer to that strategy as Rablix tops off last round's performance and pulls out with a 142 on the first bale. So Vermeer's could be even further behind after the first bale here.
That is our second highest first bale this weekend. We had a 143 yesterday. So
On broadcast,
yeah, that's
apparently Vermeer's, I think it was yesterday, got 148 2 times. But where's that today, L Rhodes?
Yeah.
when
How
all
do
the
you
world
get a
is watching.
148 and then a 119 and a 117?
Yeah.
Where is that? Wow.
It must be the difference in opponents. If you're able to beat an unknowing opponent to a baler close to that near side area, the part of the small field nearest to the barn, that's how you score 140 plus. You got to be quick about it. So if you're coming up against an opponent like Cortiva that knows a little bit more of what they're doing, it's going to be harder to win those battles.
That's 25. That's more than a single bale. That's an immediate back foot that Fermiers are on here.
And we've got
what they really need to do is press bales like mad.
We've got another awesome comment, this time on YouTube. Johnny Ainsworth found you guys by accident early in Season 3, thinking, what the heck is this? I'm still hooked now and look forward to these fixtures each month. We love hearing that, Johnny, and we hear that quite a bit. And we're glad that you've stuck with us and are here today. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. This is just the first matchup of 7 that we'll have today on the broadcast. So if Cortiva win here, they'll move on to the semifinal, and we'll have My Insanity versus Diaka Ehrenfeld coming up as the second quarterfinal of the day.
We're in the early stages here. The first drop has come again. Bridges lowered and speed limit. Seem to happen a lot at the 12-minute mark, those two. And both teams going for speed limit, slowing each other down as they both come in to drop their first set of grain. Rablix has made it first, with Fermiers coming in just behind. So this is going to end up in both teams evening up and both being left with the 2 times multiplier again.
There is a giveaway again today for the Capote Pack DLC for Farming Simulator 22. Make sure you go enter via the Gleam link. You don't have to be present to win. You'll be contacted via email if you win. We hope you stick around, but of course, if you have to leave, you got to go to work or whatever it is on this Sunday, don't worry if you enter. You don't have to be here to win. And we talked about it yesterday. I'm loving the Kubota pack, and I know you've been loving it too, Alex. Pretty awesome stuff in there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I've pretty much used every piece of equipment in it so far, and yeah, it's a great little pack. I especially love the front loader. The front loader is probably the most stable little front loader in the game, and can carry all sorts of things. So yeah, really recommend it.
Yeah, I'm loving it, and man, I'm crossing my fingers. Of course, like the FSL, we don't know what'll happen next season, but we're always looking to the future, and it'd be cool to see more brands like Kubota and others if they could make their way into the Farming Simulator League. It's always good to see some more variety coming into the league and changing things up, like we've seen some of the rule changes and such with Season 4. So you never know what could happen in the future. But yeah, lots more to come from us too for Farming Simulator 22 this year, between paid DLCs and free content as well, still coming down the pipeline. Lots of really cool stuff. Of course, we just announced that Volvo will be joining the game as a brand. We've not said much on that yet, but yeah, still awesome brands coming into Farming Simulator, and it's really awesome to see it continue to grow and thrive.
I was going to say, last night's stream, there was an awful lot of speculation about what Volvo coming into the game might include, whether that was just the very nice, very large wheel loader that we saw in the video, or whether we might see some trucks, or even a classic Volvo BM tractor would be really nice. But yeah, time will tell exactly what is going to come from Volvo.
I have to say that, like, one of my favorite parts of the job, of course, like, I was a fan of Farming Simulator before I got hired by Giants to be community coordinator. But now I'm on the inside, and so I hear about things that are coming, and then my favorite thing is to then see, like, I know what's coming, and to see, like, the community just start to speculate. I mean, we are doing our jobs right when we can get you guys talking about and speculating on what's to happen. We did that teaser for the Kubota pack, of course, with like the riddles and all of that. People figured that out pretty quickly, but it was still fun to see people speculate on that. And now, like, we've announced Volvo, but we've not said anything much beyond that. So people are running wild with it, of course, and hoping for certain things. And it's awesome to see that. And we know we've achieved what we've set out for when we do see that.
I think the great thing about the Volvo announcement is that nobody knows whether it means a Volvo DLC or Volvo as part of a DLC, or whether Volvo will be in the next one or in the big sort of platinum edition that's coming out later in the year. And the speculation is all over the place at the moment. And
Well, for
yeah,
content creators like you, you're welcome.
oh. It's so much fun. Oh,
You could get 4 videos and streams out of
oh
just
God,
those things you were talking
just
about.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll
I
never
think I talked
tell.
about it for nearly an hour last night. Just yeah, just harvesting away my little TX36 and no TX32 and just enjoying talking about what the possibilities for Volvo were was great fun.
Let's switch to current times, and we've missed. Both teams have picked up Bale multiplier, but Cortiva are taking advantage of it at the moment, and Fermiers is trying to get in. So Fermiers has a 1.7 Bale multiplier to Cortiva's 1.5, but Cortiva does have the head start on the stacking of the bales onto the belt. So I think they're getting around 30 points per bale at the moment, Cortiva. They've already scored a few. And meanwhile, Fermiers, though, are going to deliver some grain, and this would increase the points they're getting even further. It just lowered it to 27 points per bale for Cortiva as well. When you deliver grain, you increase your multiplier and decrease your opponents, and that's 43 points now per bale for Fermiers. They really need to
And
maximize this opportunity.
I was going to say, crucially, Fermiers are scoring points with bales while they have this massive advantage. This they need. They absolutely need this based on the points deficit they have at the moment, and they are taking full advantage of it. They should get at least 1 or 2 more bales in with this multiplier. Yeah, is that last one
Wow.
going to make it in? 6
I don't
seconds.
think
Yes.
so. I don't even think either of those two
No,
at
no, but
least on
those
the belt aren't
two at the
making.
top. That was
Yep.
another.
That was a good moment. They
86
needed that.
points.
They definitely needed that. They still trail in the bail count and the points, though. So, as good of a moment as that was, it's not going to be enough. They still need some stuff to go their way with just over 5 minutes to go here.
But in all fairness, though, they have an extra. An extra 10 points for every bale they deliver at the moment. That means every 2 bales, no, every 1.5 bales, Cortiva have to put in an extra bale. That's a huge advantage that Fermiers have at the moment. That score difference, if Fermiers can keep getting the bales in, if they can keep getting the bales in, it's there. They'll that gap will disappear very quickly, bale for bale at this point.
99 points in it at the moment.
And Fermiers have 125 points coming in.
It's going to be an interesting end to this one. Fermiers has to win to force the third. Yeah, even more bales coming in now for Fermiers. And, that grain multiplier, we haven't seen this much this season so far, Alex. Teams are usually canceling each other out, and we're staying right at 2 times apiece. But this could be a huge moment, given this difference. And meanwhile, Fermiers has also picked up Lord Baylor, and they're only trailing now by 24 points. In fact, they're in the lead now by 1. And what a moment. And they may, 18 bales to 5. They are scoring so much more per bale. But Cortiva have to get every single one of these in.
How many bales did they have go in with that Lord Baylor? Because that was 25 points of bale that scored.
Yeah, it must have just been 1 with the 2.5 multiplier.
Look at that. They are now... The thing is, every bale that goes in for Fermiers now is just scoring so many points than Cortiva's are. Cortiva are massively behind with that bale multiplier. And this is where it's going to start hurting. Now that Fermiers have evened up these scores, it's going to be so difficult for Cortiva to keep up. 2 minutes, 50
keeps
seconds.
going back and forth. It's 1 point lead now for Fermiers again. This is going to be interesting, and Fermiers has evened the bale count out a bit now. So there's really not enough bales extra for Cortiva there, even if they get them all in. And they've got to get them all in, too. Doesn't help to just have bales. You have to get them into the top of the barn, especially when you're trailing. Cortiva are in the lead at the moment, but Loiku is bringing 3 more bales in. Here comes his teammate with 3
This,
on the front, presumably. Here comes Tita. Yep, 3
this is the
more.
thing. Fermiers only have to just put one bale in the top to even this back up. And it's just Cortiva just have to create so many more bales to keep up, and I just don't see how they can do it. They seem to be doing it somehow. I mean, they're now up to 15 bales to 10, which is what they need in order to win this. But I don't know how Cortiva are doing it. How they are creating just so many more bales at the moment.
Ooh, easy there, Lami.
Oh,
Oh dear. I mean, so Cortiva keep going into the lead, and then Fermiers comes back because of the multiplier advantage. Their belt is significantly slower, so Tita needs to make sure that he's getting these on quickly and none are dropping off. Because as time starts to run out, we've got a minute 15 to go. The longer you wait to start putting bales onto that belt, going that speed, you may not get them all in. This is still too close to call. Bales are there for Fermiers to win it, but can they get them in? That second one looks a bit sketchy at the moment.
I don't quite understand how Cortiva are in the lead. I mean this is a massive multiplier against them, and they are just scoring points hand over
I think
fist.
they're just delivering a lot of bales again, like they did last time. I'd be interested to see how the bale count is going to stack up. It's a 4-point lead for Cortiva. 30 seconds to go. Too close to call. Lucas is putting 2 on for Cortiva. Look how much faster their bales go into the belt. If it comes down to the wire, that could be the difference right there. 4 are likely to go in here for Fermiers. So that's going to be 100 points if they stay on.
This is
10
so
seconds
close.
to go.
Why is this
4
close?
points in it. Cortiva having to put them into the bottom now. That's going to be enough for Fermiers to win.
That's it.
921, 931. Wow.
There's that difference on that multiplier. In the dying seconds, 2 bales just throwing it massively ahead for Fermiers. How was it that close until the last few seconds?
Look, 10 extra bales for Cortiva. Wow.
That's how they held it that close to the end.
Without Lord Baylor, it's even closer for Cortiva. But yeah, they both had bale multiplier. But I feel like Fermiers were ready to deliver grain then as well, where Cortiva had already delivered theirs. So in that moment, Cortiva probably got more bales in with the bale multiplier, but Fermiers got more points scored with it. So a good reaction by them. I would say that was a little bit of disruption, getting the multiplier in their favor.
Yeah.
And that won them the game and forced the third of the best of 3 here in our first quarterfinal of the day.
I would agree absolutely. That 2.5 to 1.5 multiplier, huge piece of disruption from Fermiers of Cortiva there. And yeah, just imagine if Cortiva, if that hadn't happened, how many points Cortiva would have won by without that discrepancy in the multiplier. So yeah, brilliant play there from Fermiers. Brilliant play from Cortiva, holding them to it till the dying seconds, making sure that every single bale Fermiers delivered had to count in order for them to win. Cracking game. Absolutely cracking.
I think how are Fermiers gonna play this third one out though, because they've just shown like back-to-back games they've gotten significantly less bales. It was 7 in the first game and they lost. It was 10 in that game, but they made up the difference with the multiplier in their favor. But if it ends up at 2 times a piece and they're getting outperformed on bale count put into the top by Cortiva, it's not going to end up well for Fermiers. So I'm interested to see how this third one will play out as it goes along, because there's all to play for, of course, but both teams have put in a good performance so far, and it's hard to predict how this third one's going to go. I love seeing the Twitch chat catch up with us and start to go crazy when we're in a match like that and things are close. It's great.
I think if Vermeers play their third game in the same way as they played the second, try and maximize that disruption, try and maximize their grain multiplier, get Cortiva on the back foot, they can win it. I think you're right. If they go head to head, bale for bale, Vermeers will lose this final match. It's just Cortiva are so good at pressing bales and getting them out there. And in fact, that is their own form of disruption. Getting far more bales than their opponents is exactly how they do it. So Fermius needs to get themselves an advantage, need to put Cortiva on the back foot. And if they do that, they will win this for the third match.
I think we have a small delay here. We're waiting for a third player for a team to join, but that just gives Alex and I more time to hang out and talk to you all.
Indeed.
So we've got a lot more action to come. If this matchup is any indication of how the rest of the day is going to go, I'm not going to need any more coffee because this has been a great contest so far. We'll have My Insanity versus Diaka Aenfeld coming up next. And then we'll have Trelleborg versus Team Charlie later on. And the final quarterfinal of the day will be Sim Game Alliance against Lindner. Here we go. Both teams are ready, and a spot in the semifinal in the online tournament number 3 of season 4 is at stake here. Not just that, but circuit points at play as well. And for Cortiva, they're going to get onto the leaderboard no matter what they do, Alex. But if they could get into a semifinal or beyond today, that would give them a huge jump up into the standings.
Absolutely would. It would, it would throw them nicely up. They would get Cortiva winning here would get themselves up into 6th place. Oh no, actually would be 7th place because Diaka is currently on 50, so they are gonna at least have 80 points after today. But it would pull them away from the rest of the field.
So we've had some calls for the Giants caster team or the FSL caster team to play in the FSL. So first and foremost, let me put it this way. As a Giants employee, I am disqualified. So hate to burst your bubble, but that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. The audio is not out of sync. You're seeing the German guys on screen, and you're hearing the English casters. By the way, if you're new to watching the FSL, thanks for joining us. But yeah,
I am just going to say I'm going to say just to point out, all the English casters will definitely be at FarmCon.
Oh God.
I don't know if all the German casters are, but all the English casters are definitely going to be at FarmCon.
No, it's not to say that. Yeah, we could totally do something in like an unsanctioned exhibition, and probably should do that one day. But I don't know if we'll have time at FarmCon to pull it off because I've got so much else to do. But yeah, it is going to be exciting to be there with each other and hanging out. Okay, it looks like we're pretty much similar here for Cortiva and Fermier's Flamboyance. So it's going to come down to maybe some disruption or individual skill making the difference. Maybe these early battles for equipment from the starting pods. We don't have the battle on foot this time. Tita is going unopposed for the New Holland. Oh no, there is someone there. They were like right on top of each other. And in fact, Tita's been beaten by Lucas for Cortiva to that New Holland.
And Lamy going for their reserved harvester. Again, Fermiers are fairly slow off the mark with getting that baler and getting towards that first bale. Rablix is all over it. This is going to be a really good score from him. Our Fermier's got
Kiwi Rob. in chat says Kermit is chicken. Are you trying to turn me into Marty McFly here from Back to the Future? Because nobody calls me
God.
chicken.
A one
141. Not bad.
141. That's very good. Although Fermiers aren't too far behind.
Ooh, that's not the best
But that's an
angle,
overshot.
though. No. L.
Oh,
Rhodes. Oh, what
what is?
happened? Oh,
How
man.
is this a team that has scored 148 multiple times? No, he's too far forward as well. Oh my lord.
Man. There's Copter in chat joining us. He's going to be coming in for the commentary here later on.
He is.
Third member of our English casting team. It's been awesome to have Copter joining us for season 3. He's got experience all around the esports world, and we're happy to have him part of the Farming Simulator League family now.
And Rablik's now emptying out Lucas's combine, getting that overloader filled up so that they can score as many points as they can around. Well, it's normally around the 8-minute mark, isn't it? Oh no, actually around the 12-minute mark they start dumping stuff, depending on what drops happen.
Man, Vermeers is going to have that multiplier in their advantage again. I'm not even sure. We were talking so much about like Volvo and such. I don't even know how they were able to keep and hold that 2.5 to 1.5 multiplier, but it paid off for them. And look at that. They're dumping some grain onto the ground. So already a couple of mistakes here, and the winner moves on match, the third of the best of 3. That's not what you want to see if you're Vermeers or Vermeers Flamboyance fans. We've got Crazy Tool and Bridges raised as the 12th minute drops, but they are at the barn, and we see Cortiva on your screen now, not really close to it.
And neither team is bailing either. So Crazy Tool is useless to them at the moment, and Bridges raised. Similarly, nobody's trying to deliver any bales or anything. It's not worth going out of their way to get it. It's both drops are meaningless at the moment.
Both teams delivering their grain, going to increase their multipliers, and they're going to even each other out, I would assume, here. Similar amounts of grain at the moment. And we're going to end up at 2 times for each team when it's all said and done here. 2 combines currently being run on the larger field by Vermeers. It's surprising to see a team go that far down into the larger field because you're getting further and further away from the barn, but it is a nice straight line in their defense.
Interestingly, Vermeers have 2,000 more liters more grain than Cortiva do at the moment. I don't quite know how they've achieved that, especially considering their harvesters seem to start slightly after. This might be why it looks like Lucas's combine is full.
Ooh,
and
dump some on the
Cortiva
ground
dropping
there.
grain.
Oof, I thought they were going to drop some more there. He gets it shut off just in time. I think he was just about out anyways. L. Rhodes now going to go pick up more from his teammate Loiku. And dumping it again. Oh, man, just turning it on too soon and more. And Lucas was dumping some there as well. What are these guys doing? Oh, man, this is uncharacteristic. Maybe the pressure of it all is getting to both teams here.
And Rablik's actually underneath the spout as grain gets dropped this time.
Man, I mean, so last season we got accustomed to seeing grain dropped on purpose, but with Transport Company out of the mix and no real potential for high combo scores, dumping grain is not something you expect to see or want to see from a player's perspective in Season 4. So both teams guilty of it here in this third of the best of 3. And here is Vermeer's now delivering some more grain. This is about the
Vermeer's,
moment that they did it last game and then were able to get Bale Multiplier, but this time Cortiva are ready to respond.
but Vermeer's do have about 8,000 liters more grain than Cortiva do. The amount of grain they're getting is increasing over Cortiva. They are heading for another 2.5 times multiplier if they deliver all their grain. And look, Cortiva have almost delivered all their grain, and there's 21,000 still left.
So maybe that is why, like
Vermeers.
I was questioning why they were harvesting towards the silo and away from the barn during those long stretches. But Cortiva are kind of getting down in that territory as well. But if you're closer to the silo and you can go ahead and empty some more out, it is a good strategy. It worked for them last time. And good morning to you, or evening, whatever. It would be evening for you, Argsy. Good to see you, buddy. Good early morning for me. I'm 1 minute away from 3 a.m. In fact, it just ticked over as I said that. So very early morning for me, but good to see you, Argsy, and happy you're here with us.
Speed limit and bridges lowered. There is no advantage for the drop at 8 minutes.
That's a good point that Odwalla Gaming, aka Spencer, made in chat. They might be dumping it so they don't hit max capacity. I'm not sure if that was the case every time there, but you could very well be right on one or two of those that we saw, because you want to keep going. You don't want to stop if you can avoid it.
I think it was more that they were mistiming exactly when the trailer was under them. So they hadn't quite got the timing right. Certainly, when we saw the trailer turning round and Cortiva dropping some on the field, then that was them mistiming when that trailer was actually under the auger. And Cortiva now dropping extra grain, trying to even things up. There is still 20,000 liters more grain for Fermiers out there at the moment.
Wow. Yeah, right now the multiplier is against them, but Cortiva have not scored any bales as of yet. So they're going to score a couple. 23 points apiece for these.
Fermiers needs to even this up. I think Fermiers are trying to take advantage of having the bridges lowered. And here we go. They're dropping grain. And no, that second bale didn't make it in time. And the third is already at a disadvantage.
Wow, good bit of play by Fermiers again. And with 6 minutes to go, it's not quite as high as it was last time. It's 2.4 to 1.6 this time around. But that still is a significant gap in points that each team is going to score for their bales with 5 minutes and 49 seconds left. The bale count is even. Cortiva this time does have 9,000 liters of grain, but are they going to take the time to deliver it? Be interesting to see.
I'm not sure that's enough to even things up.
I don't think it is either. Every little bit would help, though, but you also would have to waste time to go over and do it.
And Fermiers are now just scoring points with this advantage already. They need to make sure they match the number of bales that Cortiva are pressing at this time. If they don't do that, I think this is going to be a much closer match, possibly even with Fermiers losing it if they don't do that. And Cortiva are trying to go out there and get this extra grain in. This is going to cost them. It means they've got a player out there who is either not stacking or not pressing bales. Either of those things, while Fermiers is out there doing both of them, is going to hurt them. Yeah, this is at 4 minutes. Cortiva trying to get grain in to even things out. And every moment he's doing this is costing them.
We're 15 seconds away from the super drop. Bottom boost for either team could be interesting here, especially if it's Vermeer's, given how slow their belt is and they have the multiplier advantage.
And
Loiku is
Loliku
going out in search of the drop. There it is. Now it's bail points.
points.
And looks
Who's
like
going to make
Lucas
it?
is going to get to it
31.
on foot with
Lucas
runner perk.
has made it.
So that's good for Cortiva. They needed that. Is it enough,
Oh,
though? I'm not so sure.
right, now we're going to see what difference this 9,000 litres makes. It isn't enough. It's 2.2 to 1.8. And Cortiva have spent a lot of time trying to get that grain in. It has not made enough of a difference. And
Yeah.
well, Vermeers have just been out there pressing bales and getting them in.
It's only 2 extra points per bale they just got, but they just wasted a lot of time not pressing them. And if you just press one more, it's 20 points compared to 2 extra per. That's going to take 10 bales to make up the same amount. So I don't know if maybe they just were worried after how the second of the best of 3 played out when the multiplier was against them, and so they wanted to even things out a bit because it was closer than we expected because they've been out bailing Vermeers, but will they out bail them by that amount this time given that they wasted so much time delivering that extra bit of grain?
The trouble is, last game, Cortiva at this point were several hundred points ahead of Vermeers. This time...
Right. Oh no, and Lamy is stuck on the advertisement board.
But this time they are well behind with every single bale scoring 4 less points than their opponents. Because of course, while they're scoring 2 less per compared to the standard multiplier, Vermeers are scoring 2 more per standard multiplier. So yeah, it's a 4-point disadvantage. Admittedly, they've reduced it from an 8-point disadvantage, so they've halved it, but it's still a massive uphill struggle here for Cortiva to press enough bales to even things up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them for sure. Minute 40 to go. Those two are going to close the gap a bit, but Vermeers is ready to score some more as well. This is going to be 44 points if they stay on for Tita and Vermeer's Flamboyance.
And more bales coming in for Vermeers all the time. This has been a
Frog,
wonderfully...
The giveaway, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Jenny, in chat, answering faster than you'll hear me in the delay on voice. My awesome colleague, Jenny Giants, who I'll get to meet for the first time next weekend. She'll be at TwitchCon with us, representing the events team, alongside Klaus as well, who you've seen on the German broadcast. He's one of the guys in the studio, our event manager at Giant Software. 45 seconds to go. Cortiva are just not going to be able to get it done. And I'm, you know, when they came out in that first game, Alex, I thought, oh, Cortiva are back. They're moving on to the semifinal. They are going to get onto the leaderboard with circuit points, but they are not going to be moving on to the semifinal despite that great performance in the first game. And they've had some impressive bail counts as well, 44 in one game so far. But when you're scoring less points per bale, it just isn't enough.
And Vermeers have just played a wonderfully disruptive in these last 2 games, and
all those bales
out.
left out too.
Wow.
I want to see the bale count. I think it's going to be smaller.
Counts are.
Yeah, it's going to be smaller, but I'm impressed by the fact that Vermeers was able in this one, especially. This time they outperformed them by 3. So yeah, that extra time spent by Cortiva meant a lot of less bales press. So I wonder, like, they left 5 out on the field, and they probably could have pressed another 5 or more in the time they spent to get over there. So, like, you know, that would have been 10 bales at 18 points apiece. That would have been enough if you get them all in to win. So you're seeing that disruption come into play there. I think they threw Cortiva off their game a bit, Alex, and it helped Vermeers move on.
They really did. They Cortiva, I think, got very hung up on the fact that they lost that second game because of the multiplier and spent way too long trying to rectify it in the second game. Had they just kept pressing Bales and kept delivering them in the same way as they had in the previous two, I think they would possibly have won that last game. But then that's the whole forced error stuff. That's when disruption and forced errors and things like that come in, and yeah, played an absolute blinder. Did Fermiers in that last game? Absolutely
I love seeing
brilliant.
their players have come into chat and are hyping everyone up as well right after they've won there. We'll be back in a bit. Hello, welcome back, everyone. Online tournament number 3, season 4 of the Farming Simulator League, and I, Kerminator here, am now joined by Cast by Copter. And Copter, how you doing? First of all, good to have you back.
Yeah, nice to be here as always. Definitely feeling great. I mean, the last series was great. I was watching it, and I also opened my chat as well. I didn't have it yesterday, but now I can also see the chat at the same time as I'm operating with a little bit limited equipment this week. But yeah, I mean, I'm just feeling great, and I'm so excited to see the next game as well because My Insanity and DJK, which we saw playing yesterday, that's definitely an interesting lineup because of the DJK's performance yesterday.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this matchup. In fact, coming into today, in our little Discord chat that the three casters have, I was just kind of talking and about the schedule and what it was going to look like, and I was saying that my Insanity and Diatka Ehrenfeld are my like two, the matchup to look out for. But after seeing Cortiva and Vermeers play each other, like that one was a really intriguing matchup as well. So now my Insanity and Diatka have a lot to live up to. We're going to have the replays here in just a moment, but I was just impressed by the fact that, especially through the first two rounds, Cortiva were just pressing and scoring a significant amount more of bales. It won them the first of the best of three. But then Vermeers were able to do that bit of disruption against their opponents, Cortiva, and get themselves the grain multiplier advantage. And they were scoring extra points for every bale for the last 6 minutes or so of a round. That was huge. And so we talk about disruption all the time, Copter, but Vermeers just proved that it definitely is a good strategy to employ.
Yeah, I think in general we have seen this weekend a lot of like very disruptive gameplays. To be honest, I mean yesterday as well. I think there was definitely more disruptive gameplay coming than let's say the previous tournament. But now we're gonna be seeing the highlights.
Yeah, there were some good ones too. A lot of fights for these harvesters on the near side. The balers as well. This is all about the first bale points. I was really surprised as well. So Vermeers, I believe it was yesterday, L Rhodes talking about how they got two 148s in first bales. And we didn't see that on the broadcast, unfortunately. But then coming into this, they were getting significantly lower scores than that, and also losing out to Cortiva every single round on the first bale. But it ended up not costing them. We see Lucas catching some air there and a little bit more as well. Lots of cool action already. Plenty more to come. A log jam on the bridge here.
A lot of action on the bridges. I think yesterday when we spoke with Alex about the bridge and the FarmCon event, I really would like to see you driving those bridges for real, because I think every time I see this stone bridge, it just reminds me of you, and especially this new intro which you made for this season, like the safer route, and exactly how you pronounce and say it. It's just unique.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had calls for that. I love, part of my job as a community coordinator for Giant Software is getting abuse is maybe not the right word, because it's from a friendly nature and a kind-hearted nature, but the community does love to give me a hard time, and all the time wants to put me and Lars and Chalky and up against challenges. So keep giving us the ideas and keep trying to convince us, because it'll probably happen one day. We'll see. I don't know about getting an actual stone bridge in person, if this is possible, but it's still funny nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting to see. There has been I think now on the first two tournaments, I think we saw a lot of action happening on the Stone Bridge. I think now this weekend it hasn't been such a dangerous place as it has been before. I think we have seen more like issues happening on the other bridges when they are like getting raised or something like that. So, but definitely it's an element, and it's a nice touch, to be honest.
It's still claiming some victims, but not quite as in as severe as way so far this weekend. I think maybe it's interesting because teams weren't using Bottleneck a lot last season. Cortiva did for a while, but you didn't see it used a lot. So teams were more used to having to go across the drawbridges, which are the quicker way to go. But of course, they're always raising and lowering. As we see Lamy get stuck here, that honestly, I think, is more dangerous than the stone bridge itself, is if the stone bridge throws you into that advertising board and you get stuck on it. Lamy was able to avoid like complete disaster there. But yeah, you're right. I think teams are learning to handle it better now, Copter, after having to spend, the last couple of months driving over it a lot more than they used to.
I guess it's a temptation, because with the drawbridges, you have to like wait for the right timing when it's like down, and that you have to go through exactly at the right time. But with the stone bridge, because it's always the same, so then people of course try to like optimize getting faster. They're focusing on different things when they are approaching the bridge, and that's why we see things happening, because they are taking like more risks on the normal passage, I would say.
Yep, we're going to have My Insanity against Diatka Ehrenfeld coming up next, and I'm really excited for this one. I don't really know what to expect from this matchup. We're talking about the 6th place team versus My Insanity, who are in a 4-way tie currently for 7th place. So for My Insanity, at stake here is if they win, they could close that gap. And in fact, I think they would jump Diaka Anfeld into that 6th place spot or higher. So definitely a lot at stake for these two teams who are already on the leaderboard this season. Diaka has one semifinal appearance that got them 50 circuit points, whereas My Insanity has made it to a quarterfinal and gone out at that stage. So a chance here for both of them really to kind of climb up that table a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed by the performance from DJK yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they won the series. I think they won both games with over 1,000 points, so they played very well. If somebody would have asked me from before the tournament that who would win this one, I would definitely have said My Insanity, because I think that lately they have been performing better than DJK. But the performance yesterday from DJK, that is just something that if they can repeat the same success, then they will definitely be favorites on my books. I know that I shouldn't have favorites, but I'm just so excited to see how well DJK was playing yesterday and kind of like amazing us with the points they collected.
Yeah, they had a strong showing for sure. They've been a really good team to watch so far this season, and there's been them and Fermir's Flamboyance are teams that we saw really make strides coming into this season. They've been really impressive. So going up against My Insanity is going to be a good test for them to really see where they're at. And the same way, the other way around too, it's going to be a good test for My Insanity. See if they can beat Diaka and move up this table. We're getting used to, last season it was Transport Company all the time, and now this season it's quickly becoming Bottleneck all the time. We're not seeing Unstoppable really used at all anymore. Same combine, same baler selected for each team. And so far, some variety in the equipment, but it'll probably be pretty similar all said and done when we get through all 3 players here too.
Yeah, I was thinking yesterday, we had a lot of discussions about these, perks and the bans and, about the changes on the gameplay. And then we had this discussion about being able to ban a perk. And then kind of like we had a small discussion about it, like how it would affect and so on, and would it be fair and so on. Then the other thing, which I actually came up yesterday, like after the broadcast, I was just wondering, like, maybe, Kermit, maybe we should give you a task to plan a new perk completely.
Okay. Do you have an idea for this perk?
No,
Or you
I
just want me to
don't.
come
I
up with-
don't. But that's what I said, that we need your expertise on that one. But anyways, we do have the first match starting. Just a couple seconds, and the tractor's going to be away from the gates. And let's see what kind of an early battles we do have, and then we'll see if my math with the first bell is going to be working today as well. But the people seems to be heading on different places, and we don't see. There's a small challenge here. No, they're going to be heading for different directions. So we don't see anything huge going on right now, as people will just get to the utilities and they will start, of course, pressing the bales or trying to get the bales done and then delivering them. So, yeah, I mean, the direction is always the same. People know exactly they have to go towards the field on that direction, that they can, very fast get on the bridges. And definitely Jan is here on the going to the right direction, and he should be already getting away. So this is actually looking to be a pretty good first bale. It's not going to be like a record-breaking one, but it should be decent points if he just gets the swing done.
Yep, and here comes Jeppy as well for Diatka. So I think these two players will be pretty close. My Insanity slightly ahead by a few seconds, but will they get it in at the first attempt? And indeed they do. 136, not bad, not the best we've seen this weekend, but still a pretty solid score. Jeppy with the drive-by flick gets it to only a 6-point disadvantage, so not bad by Diatka as well. And so pretty close, and not too much of a significant disadvantage. We saw My Insanity yesterday winning games when they were 50 points behind in the first bail. So a lot better first bail execution for them. A great start.
Yeah, I mean, My Insanity, they made a couple pretty good comebacks. If I remember correctly, they had almost like a 200-point gap, actually, which they made the comeback later on. But let's see if that's going to be the case today. Of course, now they don't have to go for the comeback because they're still leading on the points. But it's so early, and once again the grinding phase starts. We should be having the first drops in about 1 minute, and there we can see Hannes and Jan just making sure that they will get the grain. Both teams are collecting it. DJK, they have managed to press one more bale as well, but that's not going to be a huge difference here. So excited to see how the grain game actually will go.
I love, so you've already planted a seed in the head of Feldon, one of our biggest fans in the Farming Simulator League. I love this about the fans of our game and our esport. He's come up with the perk, new perk, Unsafe Masonry. The stone bridge for the opposing team will randomly collapse and rebuild periodically during the match. I don't know how that would be achieved, but that sounds like absolute chaos, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, or it doesn't have to be like rebuilt completely, but imagine if the stone bridge would be like, old bridges, they have their issues. Maybe they don't collapse completely, but sometimes they might be missing a stone here or there. So it's, the surface wouldn't be like completely, static. And then there would be like some small bumps on random places that we can see the tractors like flying over.
Right.
Okay, this is getting way ahead, but it's always nice to think about these things. And of course, exactly at this point of the game when, now we have the drops, we have the bale drop, and we have herbicide. And but because there's definitely some minutes of time to talk about things like this. So I always want to try to come up with something new.
It's always good to be thinking about these types of things, and in fact, like I'm always talking about. I do a thing for like the Farming Simulator community. It's a stream I do almost every Tuesday. It doesn't always work out every single week, but here on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube on the Farming Simulator channels as well, called the Community Spotlight. And at the end of those, I always ask it's like a guest every time from the community. It's about the guest, not necessarily about us. But the last question I always ask every guest is, if you could dream big without any like restrictions in place about what you want to see in Farming Simulator, what would you like to see? So it's good to have those things for the Farming Simulator League too. And of course, we know that like dreams aren't always going to be able to be achieved, or not always going to be realistic, but it's always good to be thinking about things and trying to find a way to innovate and move forward, right?
Yeah, I mean, it gives ideas. It doesn't have to be exactly like that, but sometimes some people come with the ideas, and then something similar or something on that direction, maybe combined with some other, let's say, goals that have been set for the season or whatever. Just it's always good to have ideas, and then you can of course try to develop those ideas to something that actually works on the game. But yeah, that's. But we'll see what's going to happen in the future. I think we have been having a lot of ideas and a lot of feedback about the ideas as well. I just love the community as well. Like, immediately when we come up with something, we get the feedback on the chat, and that's just amazing, to be honest. And it's always very nice that because we don't have like a huge delay here, we can just do it, because it's not the same in all the broadcasts. Sometimes there's a delay, and kind of like the interaction with the chat is not so much possible. So that is one thing that I definitely love here, is the interaction with the people. Yeah, we are less than 10 minutes, so no points have been gained. I think there was some grain was put to the silos, but the multiplier is the same, 2.0 for the both teams, so no huge changes or no changes at all actually on that front. And yeah, it's 1.5 minutes when we should be, well, we will see the drops, and then we'll see how the grain is going to be used. Both teams, they have about the same amount, so interesting to see what's going to happen when the drops are coming in.
I think, yeah, and I'm wondering, like, are teams going to start to pay attention to what Vermeers did in that first game? Now, it's not to say, or the first matchup, it's not to say that that's always going to work, but having that extra little bit of grain might help set your team apart from your opponents, because we've seen a lot in Season 4, teams staying at 2-2, and then it just comes down to who is going to stack the most bales onto the conveyor and get them scored at 20 points apiece. If you're going up against an opponent, especially that you think you're going to lose out on the stacking and bale pressing to, you're going to have a lower bale count, then getting that extra bit of grain delivered for the multiplier could be crucial for you. As we see Hannes leaving the grain cart at the silo, I'm thinking that he's doing that because he's hoping for a grain multiplier drop or bale multiplier drop at the 8th minute, or 20 seconds away from that.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. But the grain amount is about the same. There's a small difference, about 1,000, but that's not going to be a huge amount. So the drops are coming in 10 seconds, and the players they are definitely ready and in positions to see what's going to be coming down. And this is the moment when the difference are built, speed limits and bridges lowered. So not maybe what the teams were expecting.
Yeah, not the greatest, but bridges lowered with bottleneck in play could be helpful if you're looking to start bringing some bales in and trying to score them. So that's what Diaka picked up.
Hmm. And there we have the grain, as there was no multipliers for it or silo close to anything like that. So they will just start dumping the grain both sides, and that's gonna leave the multiplier at 2.0 on both sides. Fall is gonna come with 3 bales, probably wants to get something on the belt. Same applies for PB400 as well. So they're gonna be getting some points home. We can see DJK already getting 190, and there's gonna be a couple more points there, 60 points. So they should be having at least 2,500 after those bales have gone all the way till the end of the belt. And I guess my Insanity is going to be doing the same at the same time. The bale count is, by the way, exactly the same as well. So these teams, they are very similar strategies currently in play, as they are. I mean, in all the meters, everything looks exactly the same.
I would just like to point out that we have players from Fermier's Flamboyance in the Twitch chat cheering on my Insanity. So I like to see that. You know, the Farming Simulator League is an esport, and of course it's competitive. Teams want to win. They want to do the best they can. But seeing them support each other is pretty common as well. And so cheers to you guys for hyping it up for my Insanity in chat. I think we've seen some Diaka Ehrenfeld fans in chat as well. So all the teams getting their fans into chat today and getting represented, it's cool to see. As Falwi is going to score a few bales here for Diaka Ehrenfeld, who are at a 330 to 196 lead now with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think DJK, they have taken a small lead here. They have been putting some more bales on the belt, but at the same time, I think that they managed to make something like 40 or 60 points more. I don't know how that happened, to be honest. Maybe they pressed some more bales, and when I was having a look on the bale counter, it was the same, but they already put them inside or something. Because now it seems that the DJK, they have a slight advantage currently. They have more points, 100 points more, but the bale count is the same. So definitely DJK, they are doing the work. We're just putting them on the belt, hasn't been doing any mistakes. Let's see which bridge he's going to take. He's going to go from the drawbridges, and he's going to be right on time. No issues there. And we can see that the other player is going to take the safer route instead. So he's not going to be happy with that bridge. And there's a lot of bales right next to the belt as well. So, I mean, when you look at everything now, what's happening with the DJK, it looks good. I don't know why he put that one bale to the lower floor, though.
Yeah, was he worried about a combo there from my Insanity, maybe? I wasn't paying attention to what their combo streak was, but that had to be what he was doing, I would imagine. Because they've just had 3 more go in, so they very well could have been close to getting a Bale-tastic, and he just went ahead and put one into the bottom. It is a 16-point lead, now actually a 4-point lead the other way. It's going back and forth. We're 40 seconds or so away from the super drop. That could really flip this one, depending on what it is.
Yeah, it's got to be a combo thing, because they had 250 points and now suddenly they have 400. So they must be putting a lot of bales on the belt. So definitely you are right about that one, that they were definitely counterfeiting a combo. My Insanity, Jan, just moving. I think there was like 7 bales, maybe right next to the belt. I think DJK, they had a lot of bales as well. I think they even had more bales next to the belt. Ooh, that's close. But he's going to go all the way from the side. He's going to be noticing his mistake. And this is exactly what I meant. That because the bridge is static all the time. So people are trying to find the advantages from, cutting just a little bit.
Right. Yeah, that was way smoother than I thought it was going to be when he was approaching the bridge there. Jan getting some airtime going across the drawbridge as it was lowering. Here comes PB in with 3 on the front of the John Deere for my Insanity. Falwe stacking up more bales onto the belt. A lot of bales sitting here at the red team's barn. 496 to 420, 3.5 to go.
Yeah, this is going to be close. I mean, we saw when you count all these bales with Folvi is currently handling here, they definitely have the points available. They have actually more bales than my Insanity. They're actually leading by 7. That's going to be a problem. It's not going to go inside for sure. So it's going to be just dropping down. It shouldn't cause any major issues with the other bale coming right after. So it's just going to fall down, and they will get the 20 points from the second one. But I mean, my Insanity, they're also doing a great work. Meanwhile, they have been catching, definitely have taken the lead. So we'll see. We'll see. There's going to be more bales coming in. So these are not the final ones. There's going to be a second batch that's going to arrive. As soon as the player's going to be coming from the field. So and that counts. So those 20 bales which DJK has, do they have the time to put all of those in? And I think that's going to be one of those crucial moments, because if they can get all those bales in, then it's going to be very close.
Yeah, they have enough bales if they score them all into the top, and My Insanity scores all of theirs into the top. I believe, if my math isn't failing me, which it has before, they would win it just by enough. It would just be enough. But with 2 minutes to go, is that enough time to get 15 bales put into the top of the barn? And now 16. They're continuing to press bales. As a matter of fact, they need to start getting them in now and scored.
Yeah. Well, we can see all the 3 players from My Insanity right next to the belt. They have 10 bales remaining. We'll see. This is going to be definitely interesting, because DJK, they do have more bales, but they have like less workforce around the belt. So I guess they should be coming here to help at some stage. And there we go. JP is going to leave some. Folvi is going to put it on the belt. That's going to be just 1. Hannes from My Insanity is still going for the fields. They realize that they're still going to need some more bales, and they have time to get some done. Not that many, but definitely they can get some done. And 1.5 minutes remaining, so it's going to be cutting very close. It can be all the way up to these bales, which the My Insanity players are now kind of like doing the last delivery next to the belt. And I mean, DJK Fall, which continue to work. There's going to be 40 points on the belt. That's going to be an additional 60 points. And after these bales, that's going to go inside the second one. So they will be getting very close. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, I think that that one's falling off. Folwi needs to get every one of these in with a minute to go. I think they have the bales sitting at the barn to get this win, but he's got to get them on. And picking up this extra one here, he's got to be careful. That one on the top of the stack of 2 looks a bit precarious. This is too close to call with 40 seconds to go. My Insanity are bringing bales in. I think those are going to go. And that is going to make things really interesting.
Yeah, and there's only 3 bales for My Insanity anymore remaining. So
that one's falling off, though. Oh, he's caught it.
There we go.
He caught it. He might be able to recover it. He needs Folwi to get out of the way, and he needs to somehow get this on the belt with 20 seconds to go.
The bales going to be
My
needed,
Insanity
definitely.
is still scoring off screen meanwhile. And so it's 9:56 to 9:40.
It could be
Folwi is going to put this one into the bottom.
Yeah,
his teammate is in his way, though.
My Insanity is also getting some bales in.
It's not going to be enough. Oh, it's falling off.
It's not going to go inside. It was so close.
It wouldn't have been enough anyways, I don't think. But My Insanity gets the win in the first one, Copter. Wow. I mean, we've had some crazy matches already today. It's been great. Yeah, 36-point win for My Insanity. 1 extra bale delivered, but 2 extra into the top of the barn. So that's the difference right there. That's 40 points, and they won by 36.
Well, it was definitely a close series. I mean, My Insanity, they kind of like silently did the work as well. And the gap is very small. So definitely, I think this is the best game from My Insanity this weekend. So yesterday when we saw them, of course, we didn't see all of their matches, but the match which we saw, they didn't play on the same level. And now I guess they're getting back to their usual level, because they have been pretty good on the previous tournament. So this is interesting, because of course we still have 2 matches remaining on this series, and I mean, when it comes this close, you never know what's going to happen.
Well, I feel like with My Insanity too, like yesterday, they were really struggling with the first bale, and if they had struggled in a similar fashion in that first matchup against Diatka Ehrenfeld, like, we're talking about a different outcome of that match. They were a few points ahead on the first bale, and then won it by 36 in the end. So definitely a lot cleaner performance by My Insanity here when it matters the most. They've made it to Sunday, All that really matters is making it to the Sunday event, and you're going to get yourself some circuit points no matter what you do. But if you want to advance and go further, you definitely have to clean up your errors and mistakes, because any kind of those, once you get into the later rounds, is often going to cost you.
That is very true. I'm just seeing all this discussion about the pancakes on the chat, and I'm just getting so hungry at the moment. It almost feels bad, but yeah, maybe I'll try to get my supply of pancakes at some point as well. But yeah, definitely making me hungry.
Luckily, I had some on Friday for breakfast, but and Yas is always talking about pancakes, whether it's a stream for Farming Simulator or in the official Farming Simulator Discord server. So Yas is always making me crave pancakes.
Maybe we'll need to get the supplies, and I can make some Finnish pancakes at FarmCon, because the pancake actually means a completely different thing in Finland. We have like 2 versions of it, so we'll see if that's going to happen at some point. But yeah, definitely could be a thing.
I'm interested now what a Finnish pancake is. Of course, like I know when Yas says pancakes, he means what I would call a crepe. So pancakes are also like different for Americans as well, aren't they? So it's different depending on where you are. But I always like to try out different different food from different countries and cultures and such. So I'm intrigued now.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 2 different versions. The pancake. Actually, we call pannukakku in Finnish, which is a direct translation basically from that. So that is something that we do in the oven, actually, and then we have this like something that is close to the American pancakes that we do actually on the pan, but it's usually
Gotcha.
it's not so thick. It's a way like thinner version of it, and bigger otherwise. It's like a full size pan. It's like a 20 centimeters in diameter, or yeah.
I promise we're going to get back to FSL here soon, but the one you make in the oven, does it come out pretty thick? Like, are you using a pretty thick pan?
Yeah, there's like 2. Yeah, you can use different kind of pans. Usually, the smaller the pancake, the thickier the pan is.
Gotcha. So, because we have something in some states, especially like where there was a lot of Dutch immigration to the U.S., there's something in America that is like a oven baked pancake, and we call it a Dutch baby.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if this is similar to the
It
one
can
you're
be,
talking about. But
definitely.
anyways, let's go back to the
Yeah,
Farming Simulator
I'll link
League
you the
now.
recipes later. You can see from the pictures then. But anyways, we do have the ban phase going on, and now we got to be going all the way to the captain's pick phase. We haven't seen any surprises. We had the easy stack yesterday, picked ones, but it's not going to be the case, I think, this time. So it was just that one team was using. It was BPE who was actually using it yesterday, if I remember correctly. But otherwise, I think we have been seeing mostly the same perks, and the bans and everything has been pretty much the same.
Yep, we're starting to see teams picking a lot of the same things, right? Teams are starting to figure out like what the meta really is now. It'll be interesting to see whether there'll be any small changes. There's almost always like a mid-season or so patch, so it's not going to be anything major, but it'd be interesting to see what would happen there, because yeah, it's definitely becoming pretty obvious now in the pick and ban phase what's going to be chosen. Virtual Farmer mentioned it earlier, Copter, that he'd like to see teams start banning this John Deere 6120M with the manure fork on the front, because you can stack 3 bales at a time onto the front of that tractor.
Yeah, I think he mentioned that yesterday as well, because there was a ban yesterday on one of the match lineups for it, and I think he mentioned it. Oh, there we got some early action problems. Okay, it's gonna be full. We're just running away, so he's gonna leave the tractor right there. But it means that my insanity will be getting that harvester, the New Holland one from the platform, and it's gonna go for the ideal. And I mean, somehow to my eye, this looks actually a pretty fast start. So we could actually, I think we might have a very good first bale coming in, depending, of course, how they want to do the rest of the stuff. But the PB is going to go here harvesting. We can see that he's very close to the bridges, and Jan is just going to follow with the baler. And I mean, I don't know how many seconds it's going to take, but it's going to be about 10 seconds or something when he gets that bail. So he should be disengaging just right now. Yep, there we go. He's going to leave. So, he should be actually getting it less than 60 seconds. So that could be 140 something, definitely.
Yeah, and last time Jeppy was able to follow up not too far behind Dion for my insanity, but I think it might be slightly further behind this time. Let's see how they execute when they get to the barn. The first bail's been scored off the broadcast for my insanity. It's 139. And Jeppy, I think, is still just now coming across the safer route. There it is, a little bit bumpy, but gets across. And it's going to go I thought he was going to go the long way for a moment. Here we go now. Starting to unload the bail. Going to try the flick. Gets it in. 118, so a lot bigger gap this time. And that does not bode well considering how the first of the best of three played out.
Yeah, that is the one bail difference, as we have discussed multiple times. And John was getting a very nice first bail. It wasn't 140, like I said, but there we have the replay. And it was lower. That's why it wasn't 140. So it came a little bit late out, and he wasn't able to swing it. So if he would have been able to swing it, 141 or something maybe would have been possible. But definitely a nice start anyways. Doesn't matter really. They are in the lead, and it's more than one bail. It's 21 points, the gap. So my insanity, it seems that they are definitely wanting to settle this series in 2 matches.
Definitely. It's a good start for them so far. Diaka needs to find a way to disrupt what my insanity are doing. It's 21-point difference. So as you said, that's one bail at 2 times multiplier. It's 1 point more than one bail into the top of the barn. So you got to make that up out on the field now.
That is true.
Plenty of time to do it, which is good news.
Yeah, I think they had a pretty good logistics. I mean, DJK, they didn't get that 1,000-point game, but it wasn't so far away, and we know that they are capable of it. We saw it yesterday happening twice, if I remember. I think the second game was almost 1,200, actually. So there was a lot of points coming for them. So we'll just have to wait and see how that's going to go. But once again, now we get the drops here, and the whole setup starts to build from here.
Yeah, they had 1,023 points and then 1,170 and beat Bill and Bull event in 2 straight games yesterday in round 2 to get to this point today to play My Insanity. We've got Bail Drop and Silo closed. Silo closed could be an interesting one at this point as we see My Insanity delivering grain, but that drop at the barn for the 12th minute drop is probably the least desirable position because teams aren't often close by. Having said that, PB is there. He's going to go for bail drop, and you see the bail spawn right next to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no bail, so kind of like the silo close if they would go for it. Yeah, and now we have the multiplier coming from My Insanity, so they get some points from that one bail if they're gonna be fast. Now with the multiplier, but the silo close, I mean, yeah, you can definitely use it and you can disrupt the gameplay, but because there's no bail, so the multiplier, there's still plenty of time to change that. So kind of like having the silo close now to kind of block the other team from adjusting the multiplier, it's just going to have so much effect at this stage. So maybe the bail drop is going to be making more sense in that way. And of course, they already were delivering the grain, so kind of like it was a good choice for them.
Yeah, well, and they already had one bail press too, more importantly, because if you don't have any pressed, bail drop is pointless. Bail drop, it moves one of your already pressed bales or more, depending on the weight of it, to the barn area, like we saw it appear there. So for Diaka, it was definitely pointless to spend time to go over there really for either of those. They were too far away. There's too much harvesting and pressing of bales and such should be done at this point of the game. Wasn't the best spawn point for sure. Still no points beyond the first bale scored, Copter, but this is the point in the game where approaching the 8th minute drops now, teams are going to start pressing more bales and are going to get prepared to start bringing some in.
Yeah, also grain is going to be collected, so if there's going to be some kind of, another disruptive, let's say silo close, for example, PB is going to be having a small clash there, but luckily this equipment is like very sturdy. We don't see any dents coming into them, so they will stay in the pretty mint condition, to be honest. But I mean, things happen, and because of course the harvesters, they are pretty wide when they have all this all the blades out in a working condition. So it's sometimes especially if you drive another harvester, it's quite tricky. Have you ever driven, Kurt, with a real harvester?
I've been in one, but they were smart enough to not let me drive it.
Okay, because I have driven a harvester. My not this friend where I'm this weekend, but my other friend, actually the godmother of my son, she owns another farm, and they have a harvester there in the barn, and she inherited that from her family, and it was like many years ago at summer. We went there, we spent the weekend, and then she was, oh, I need to do some work actually, and then she just took the harvester out of the barn, and I was like, oh my god, you actually have one of these. And then I was like, please can I try that, not on the field, but without the blades and everything. And it was an amazing piece of equipment, to be honest.
That's great. What kind of what brand was it? Do you remember?
I don't. I'm pretty sure that it was a Walter one, but yeah, I'm not completely sure.
Gotcha.
It's been a long time, but next time I go there, I'll take some pictures.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to know. It's always fun to see where. So was this a friend in Finland?
Yeah, definitely. I can just watch up her and ask. That's fine as well. But I'll get you that answer at some point.
Call her up live on the broadcast. No, I'm just kidding. I have an important question.
Yeah, by the way,
it is always interesting to see what equipment is used where. Farming is something that most people can relate to with either directly or indirectly. He's trying to get to the drops again, which have dropped here. He does have the runner perk, so he's picked bridges lowered. So 7.5 minutes to go. Both teams are at a 2x multiplier. Diaka into the lead now because they're delivering some bales, and they're going to go for bridges lowered as well.
But yeah, the drops came in. DJK has been putting some bales inside, by the way. They have taken the lead. But looking at the bales, there's 20 bales from My Insanity, so they are having the patience just to wait to start delivering them next to the belt and then start stacking it inside. So, and we haven't seen any kind of that DJK on the last game. They tried to get a combo, kind of like sneak that in, while My Insanity was doing something else. We haven't seen that happening, but it is still definitely possible. But some gap built by DJK, but that's nothing major. It's basically 3 bales. Okay, 4 bales if you take that 1 point as well into account.
Bridges lowered is paying off for My Insanity here as they're able to go across the middle bridge for a rare journey across it with bottleneck in play. That's usually not the case. And the good thing about bridges lowered is it doesn't just lower them and then they go back up, but they stay lowered throughout the entire time. So Diaka as well taking full advantage and bringing 3 bales in through the middle now. A lot quicker journey to the barn without having to go all the way around.
Yeah, there we go. Folby operating the belt there, stacking them there nicely. I mean, he hasn't been doing much of a mistake. We saw a couple bales dropping on both sides on the last game, so I think that was pretty even. So kind of like when it comes to the individual skill, how you operate your equipment, I think Folby has been doing just a stellar job. And meanwhile, we can see PB as well getting almost, he's going to drop that one. It's going to go almost under, but he's going to realize the situation. And nice recovery, to be honest. I mean, he just shows how well he can operate it. Folby just having 2 of them now, so he's going to be trying to hunt that third, and there we go. So this is the one which you wanted to have banned, right?
Yeah, well, Virtual Farmer said it earlier, and it is a good point. It's becoming quickly. I mean, it always has been a preferred stacker. And of course, teams always ban the telehandlers, but every team is more than willing and more than happy to use the John Deere 6120M to stack. I mean, especially in Season 4 when stacking has become even more important. You've got to have, one good stacker, but it's hard. You only have 2 bans, right? And if you're going to if your strategy is to ban equipment that stacks, more often than not, the strategy is you either pick both telehandlers. Folby has ended up in the drink. I think Bridges lowered expired on him at just the wrong time or something. Not sure how he ended up there. But yeah, you either ban both of the telehandlers or you ban the John Deere, but you hardly ever see the Lindner band as well. Of course, the Lindner has the same sort of front attachment. It can pick up 3 bales at a time, but it is a lot less stable. You have to be really careful driving the little Lindner with 3 bales on the front, especially across the stone bridge. So yeah, it goes back to disruption. We say it all the time, but yeah, you're only limited to a certain amount of bans, so you can't ban everything.
Meanwhile, on the game, DJK actually has been catching up on the bale, so now they have a pretty even situation. We have the 4-minute drop, that's going to be the bottom boost, and we can see definitely My Insanity going for it. I think they had a lot of bales actually right next to the belt, so they can just stuff them in on the first floor for now. We'll see how many points they have. There we go. It's going to be about 10 bales or 8 or something, which they
This
have.
could be a
and they have
combo
30
if he
seconds.
gets them all 3 in.
Yeah.
Oh, it was reset just at the right time by Diatka. That was really close to combo points. Yeah, I love bottom boost. It gives you the same amount of points for bales put into the bottom while it's active as you would get into the top. Yeah. But it looks like Jan is only really going to score those 3 or 4, and he's going to not waste any more time and going to go back out and press more, which is probably the right call.
Yeah, I think they know that the multiplier is the same. Nobody has any grain anymore left, so the ratio is not going to change anymore, and they still have time to put those on the belt as well, so they will not kind of like waste the time to start getting them right there, because they know that they have something else that they have to get to be doing, which is pressing the bales, and then on the later game they can start stacking them. But yeah, again, once again, when we look at the scoreline here, it's actually a pretty even situation. It's just 9 points apart. They have the same amount of bales, so this is gonna come all the way down to the wire. There's a slight advantage on My Insanity, if I'm not completely mistaken, but maybe 1 bale difference basically when it comes to those points which they gain from the first bale. So it's a very even situation, and just dropping 1 bale from the belt, for example, stacking it raw, that can solve the game.
That's interesting. I love the insight we get from players in chat. Odwalla Gaming again coming through clutch. He says that intentionally going into the water, hopping in the water, is a newer strategy with bottleneck being used against you. So yeah, that very well may have been Falwy driving into the moat intentionally so that he could drive out the other way and get back to grab some more bales quicker. Jan getting denied by the drawbridge going up there, is able to adjust in time, going across the stone bridge now. And My Insanity are looking decent here. I don't think Diatka have the bales to win this one unless there is an error here. They do seem to have a lot of theirs at the barn, which is good news. So with a minute to go, it could come down to who can get them all in now.
Yeah, DJK, they are definitely having more bales here next to the belt. So I think My Insanity, even though they have the bales, they're gonna be busy with getting them inside. We can see Jan still going outside, getting some more bales. We can see PB just stacking them. Like I said, no room for mistakes here. It's going to be so even, the situation, and there's going to be a couple more coming in. And PB is doing a stellar job with the bales, 4V as well. So they are trying everything they can, definitely. And that's 3 bales in the front. That's going to be good.
This is close.
He's settling down pretty nicely, to be honest.
49-point lead for My Insanity, 30 seconds to go. Now a 69-point lead for My Insanity. And man, back and forth, but it does look like My Insanity might be moving on. It's closer again, but Jeppy has 2 on the front here. Is there enough time to get them both in? And will it be enough?
They only have one bale besides those 2, and now we can see My Insanity getting this inside, so they don't have the bales. It's going to be a My Insanity. I think that they're going to win this one, because there's just no way. There we go. It's going to be My Insanity getting the second game of the series as well, and they will just win it 2-0.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't really say that Diatka put too many foots wrong there. They just came up against a My Insanity team that brought their A+ game today after having some errors yesterday. they got it all out of their system at the right time, I guess, Copter. But 43 bales to 42, and in fact, My Insanity had 2 less into the top, but that's because they had bottom boosts and scored a few that way at maximum points. So, I mean, man, Diaka could have easily moved on with that performance. With 1 or 2 mistakes by My Insanity, but great performance by My Insanity as well. And it's going to be interesting to see the highlights because I feel like both teams played a really solid matchup there, Copter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty close series. I mean, there wasn't like a huge gap. We didn't see any huge mistakes. Yeah, I mean, especially the second game. I mean, basically they won it with the first bale difference. Okay, they got some bales in the end more as well, but it was just all the time so well lined up, so that nobody was like making huge gaps here and there. And I mean, 30 seconds on the clock, and we didn't have a clear idea who's gonna win it. We had a hunch, but it wasn't certain. But in the end, My Insanity, they can like prove that the hunch was right. But definitely, every time when I see a series that is like when the teams are inside couple points, I'm happy. But we're going to be heading for a break, and we do have the third game starting just in about 5 minutes.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars.
And welcome back. It's going to be time for the third match of today as well. And as Kermit's going to be taking a small break, we have lovely Alex. Welcome back.
Hello there, Copter. How you doing?
It's all fine. It's always nice to talk with you. I had a small chat with Kermit already, and now we are back with the action with you as well. It's a lovely Finnish summer day here. It's gonna be plus about 26 degrees, and it's just shining. So everything is fine. My holiday started from work as well, so I'm just enjoying the weekend.
Fantastic. We have a beautiful sunny day, similarly here in Norfolk. And yeah, I think we're going to have temperatures getting up to a similar sort of level. So a lovely, sunny, beautiful day for some FSL. And we've had some pretty awesome matches so far. I was watching with great interest the last match between My Insanity and Dirk Enfield that you and Kermit were casting so beautifully. And My Insanity completely on top of their game today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nothing fancy, you know. There wasn't like a huge combos or any special tricks, but they were just, doing the work as they should, and that definitely gave the result. We didn't see that much of a disruptive gameplay either, so that's why we had so close situation because there was like no huge changes happening. Both teams were able to operate with their normal strategies, which were actually pretty similar as well.
I think it will be interesting seeing My Insanity face off against Fermia's Flamboyance later, because My Insanity aren't playing a disruptive game and Fermia's definitely are. And to see exactly what happens when a game that is a team that is on top of its game like My Insanity comes up against a game who are playing so disruptively like Fermia's are. So it's pretty awesome. First though, we're going to have a quick replay of the last match between My Insanity and Dirk, and I will let Copter take us through it.
Well, there we have. I mean, there was nothing that special happening, like I said, on the game. So people were just doing the job. We can see, of course, in the first we have small issues. Folvey, great catch from that bale, which was almost dropping from the belt. So he just had a very good reaction times, and he managed to catch that from the as he was falling. Of course, he was very nearby as well. We had these both teams actually in the first game. They had a lot of bales here right next to the belt. This I don't think we actually saw on the broadcast. So Jan just gonna be just jumping from the bridge, but nothing that major. Didn't have that tail because he was, of course, flying to the other direction. There was no more bales on the baler inside of that. This is the one bale which didn't go inside, which we saw there. I think that was almost only one of those very few ones which were like not going inside on the upper floor of the barn.
It's really interesting hearing you and Kermit talking about the teams should maybe ban the John Deere, as I was suggesting sort of earlier in the day, and looking at just the stability and the speed with which teams are placing bales on the front on the conveyor with that John Deere. I think it would be, if a team could learn how to use that little Lintner really well, it would be massively disruptive to ban that John Deere.
Yeah, true. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be, maybe we should make some kind of like a brainstorming session, think about it, maybe come up with the, let's say 3 to 5 different ideas, and then have the community to vote or something. I don't know, but that is definitely a discussion further. We can kind of like fine tune that idea at some stage. But I mean, currently the perks and the bans and everything, they're pretty well in balance. We don't see like even when we talk about like a disruptive gameplay, it's still like it's not like OP. It's not too strong as we have seen. This is the Folvey going down to get faster away from there with the bottleneck, which was the chat also mentioning that it's kind of like new strategy for it, that they can actually get on the other side of the field faster when they just drop from there. And that actually seemed to work pretty nicely. It was pretty fast when you just land on your feet without any issues. This is the end of the second game, and we just saw that the My Insanity were just getting all the bales inside, not doing much of a mistakes, and DJK, they were just not able to catch up anymore. But what do you think about the next lineup? That's huge. What do you say about this game, Alex?
Trelleborg versus Team Charlie. Trelleborg have to be the favourites going into this. They have dominated everything for Season 4 so far. And in fact, everything in the previous seasons too. Team Charlie, though, a little bit of a wild card. First time into the finals. They are going to get on the leaderboard no matter what happens today. They must be a little bit nervous coming up against a team like Trelleborg. But being unexpected and unable to predict what a team is going to do tends to be Trelleborg's downfall. It will be interesting to see if Team Charlie managed to beat them in the first game, how Trelleborg will adapt into the second game. And I look forward to this. This is going to be really, really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. You said that Trelleborg has been dominating, and in fact, they haven't lost a single game so far this season. So they're definitely dominating because they have 0 losses under their belt. So let's see how the Team Charlie is going to be handling this one. Definitely, I would say not the easiest enemy when you come first time to the final. So they know that they must be up on their game. The band faces, captain pick faces, and of course the player pick faces are coming in as we speak. And I'm just wondering if there would be anything that Team Charlie would be doing differently, because most of the opponents of Trelleborg, they have been always kind of like going with the defaults of this season. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. And we know that Trelleborg, almost every time they come up with new tricks as well. They show something which we haven't seen before. And I'm just wondering, will they do that today as well?
I'm very confused as to why Trelleborg have banned a tractor that nobody has used today yet. It seems really, really odd to be banning things people don't use. It would be much more meaningful to ban maybe the Massey Ferguson, because neither of those front loader tractors are tractors people have used at all. They're lower on the power level. The Massey Ferguson 7726 is the tractor of choice. If you're going to disrupt other teams, ban that Massey and force them to use something that has a little bit less power with a front loader on it.
Well, maybe there's some kind of hidden strategy behind that, which we just don't know yet. Or otherwise, I mean, we spoke yesterday actually with you, Alex, that sometimes the teams, because the bans, they are like, they can still counterfeit those. They can still, execute their strategies. They are not so effective currently. So maybe they just think that they will just ban something, which is not going to matter in the end. So they will just, pick up something. That could be the reason as well.
Well, it would make more sense to me. Rather than banning 2 tractors that they aren't going to use, why not ban anything at all and keep the extra 4 points and spend those somewhere else? You could get a better harvester or a better baler, or ban a baler or something to disrupt the other team. If it's a baler that you're not planning to use, just something, a better way of spending those 4 points, really.
Well, the last picks are coming in. I guess it's got to be Archimedes, right? Yes, there we go. Archimedes definitely for the both teams. And Massey Ferguson, of course, for Team Charlie, let's see. And Valtra, actually, for Trelleborg. So that is... I'm not going to say that it's rare, but we don't see that actually being picked that often these days. It's usually something else. But anyways, the picks are done, and we should be having the rush for the first bale, and of course for the platform starting in about 15 seconds or so.
Trelleborg have picked no team perk
at all.
You've never seen this before. Why would you choose no team perk at all and then ban 2 tractors that are never get used by anybody?
Okay, so maybe they want to give some kind of an advantage for Team Charlie. But anyways, the rush is for the platform's gonna go. Martin's gonna go for that baler. And we shall see what kind of timeline. And the lineups, by the way, so we have Beatmaster, Martin, and Wooler playing for Trelleborg. So that is the lineup, because we have seen some small variations on that lineup sometimes. So that is the current lineup which we see. And now we can see actually on this very nice X-ray picture how the team's going to be kind of like on the different sides collecting those first bales. And Trelleborg, it's not a big thing, but they are a little bit closer, and we can see that they're already disengaging behind the harvester. So this is looking good, actually. We can see Martin following up, so he's going to be about, I would say, what is this, like 80 meters behind or something like that. And it's not going to be 150 140. It's going to be just below that slightly. So 130, I don't know, 7 or something. I don't know what's going to be the case here. 35. Okay, so 2 points away. But anyway, Trelleborg will get the first bail. And Martin, he hasn't yet got the bail out of it. So he's going to be reversing it and stuck it in from there. So 100 and what is like 20 something, 23. Okay, so it's a gap. It's 12 points. It's not one bail. But I mean, it's not... Okay, it's not about the points, but it's also about the mindset in general. Like when you get the early lead, it kind of like, sets that you're the one which the other is going to be benchmarking you and not the other way around.
There's much confusion in the chat at the moment with what Trelleborg are doing, and I'm just going through stuff. So I had to go back and check how many points Trelleborg had left at the end. It cannot have been a mistake that they didn't pick a team perk because they had no points left. So they obviously kept those points to select these 2 big tractors. But as I was saying, the easiest way for them to have saved points there would have been for them to not ban any equipment, because what they banned was pointless anyway. Save those 4 points. And then still being able to pick up anything from unstoppable to bottleneck to herbicide, as opposed to now where they don't have a team perk. They've banned equipment that nobody was going to use, but and then have spent the extra points that they saved by not getting a team perk on getting a bigger tractor that they wanted. It's an odd strategy.
Yeah, it is. It is, like I said, they are showing sometimes things which we haven't seen before, and they are definitely doing it this time as well. Maybe they're just so self-confident that they think that they can win this without a team perk, and they just, want to, I don't know, maybe they need the extra challenge or something like that. I in a way, I could understand it. There was somebody mentioning about disrespect and stuff like that on the chat. Yeah. I don't think that's the case. No way. I mean, the community and the teams and the players, they are just so nice. So it's very hard for me to think that would be the case.
I do worry, as Billy Alpaca has just said, do they really need a team perk to win? Oh God, that would be just... I think Team Charlie, no disrespect to Team Charlie, this is the first time they've made it through to the finals. I've not seen much of their gameplay. I do know if they went and did that against Fermiers or Lindner or any other top team, they would lose, because it would just be too much of an advantage not having that team perk, or too much of a disadvantage not having that team perk. So I'm very confused. This does seem to be some very uncharacteristic missteps coming in from Trelleborg here.
Yeah, well, the silos are closed on the both sides, so we saw the drops coming in, and both Trelleborg and Team Charlie, they picked the silos closed. So we'll see. Both teams, they have a lot of grain. Actually, Team Charlie having even more. So we'll see what's going to happen with that later. Probably around the maybe they will just leave the grain right next to the silo and come back with it, or next to it around the 8-minute mark. We'll see what's going to happen. It's hard to tell. Wooler's going to be also moving right next to the silos. There's going to be still some seconds left on the timer. It's about 25 seconds. So yeah, he will just have to park it right there, and then we'll see maybe some unloading happening a little bit later. Maybe he's going to set up something. Yeah, he's going to just reverse that a little bit to kind of like get the boat unloading at the same time. And yeah, they're going to be definitely set up for that grain show later on. I was wondering about the perks. Sorry, Alex, I just got to quickly say, I was wondering about the perks, and if there would be like a pancake perk. I don't know how, but I don't know what it would do, but the pancake perk would be definitely something. Maybe I have like a small lunch break or something.
Gives you a bit of extra energy to go a little faster or unload a little quicker or something like that.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we can see the timers are set and the grain is going to be unloaded. I
still can't get over the fact that their picks and their setup seems to have been a misstep, but seems to be on purpose misstep, which is just very, very odd. I mean, not banning those tractors and grabbing herbicide would have been more effective than what they're doing now.
Well, we can see that the ratio, the multiplier is changing. So 2.5 for Team Charlie currently, but also Trelleborg, they are still actually collecting a little bit more grain. But we remember that they did set up those 2 harvesters there right into the position, or the harvester and the additional wagon for it. And they should be, I mean, now they have a 3rd one as well. This is Team Charlie, by the way. So definitely a lot of grain is going to be used on this game. So we'll see how this will work in the end. And we're also closing on the 8-minute mark. So if there would be now another silo close coming in, and if Team Charlie could actually pick that up, that would be huge for them. But we'll have to wait for a couple seconds.
The 2 to watch out for here are going to be a silo closed and grain multiplier, neither of which have turned up. Crazy tool would be quite useful. I'm not sure either team is actually out there baling at the moment. Are we getting extra bales? But certainly, grain is now being dropped by Team Charlie. They need to be scoring points at this point because, as we can see, Trelleborg is immediately coming in to match it and return that multiplier to the same point.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams are unloading it. And if there would have been that silo close, that of course would have changed the whole situation. But we'll see where the multiplier is going to settle down. The bales, meanwhile, we haven't been talking about the bales because we have been focusing on the grain. So Trelleborg, or the Borg, as some people on the chat call it, they have 15 and Team Charlie 11. So slight advantage for Trelleborg. Maybe, I mean, Borg, of course, the arch enemy of Borg was Captain Jean-Luc Picard on the past, so maybe a Team Charlie can take that role and just engage.
I'm seeing Team Charlie actually trying to score points. Everything's evened up, and yeah, there's not any extra grain there for Trelleborg. So it is a straight up competition now. Team Charlie are now going to find it easier to get bales back to their barn because they don't have bottleneck against them. So Team Charlie have easy access to get bales in and out. They can get their balers back faster, and this is going to be, in the closing stages now, a massive advantage to Trelleborg just by picking a team perk when Trelleborg didn't. Team Charlie have disrupted Trelleborg, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they can turn that into extra bales and extra points overall.
Yeah, boy, the bales are getting inside. I was wondering, because the Team Charlie, they have a player called Charlie, and I'm not completely sure how well my Roman numbers are actually working, but I guess that's like 74, Charlie 74, LXXIV. So that's definitely our Roman numbers.
Yes.
Just completely outside of it. But looking at the points, so Trelleborg, they have a slight advantage on the points, so they are leading by 110 points as we still have 3.5 minutes remaining, and the bale count is about the same. And I mean, at least what I'm expecting and what I have seen on the past, Trelleborg, they usually don't have much issues with the stacking. So usually every bale they make and press, they are also able to get those inside to the belt. So in a way, this looks that they kind of like have the upper hand definitely currently. But yeah, we still have the super drop coming in a 1 minute, and who knows what kind of a tricks Team Charlie actually has on their sleeves.
I think Feldin in the chat has a really good idea for the unexpected pancake delivery perk or drop, but I think it should either reset a vehicle or reset a player to the spawn point, and then they have to get out from wherever they are on the field and make it back to either grab the vehicle or get themselves back out on the field. I think absolutely brilliant.
I kind of would like to have that there will be also some kind of like a pancake drop for the casters, so we could also eat at the same time. So okay, you get the pancake perk, Alex. So then I have to eat some pancakes while casting, and then you get more airtime. Oh, this is getting out of hands, but it's not
It
getting out
always
of hands
does.
for Team Charlie, as they will drop one bale, but that's not going to be a huge mistake. And the Charlie, I mean, he has been operating here for a while. We have the super drop coming in, and that's going to be bale withering.
And Trelleborg are heading straight out there for it. Team Charlie do not seem to be taking full advantage of the fact that they don't have bottleneck against them. They are trailing in points. They're trailing in bales. Trelleborg are just doing a masterclass of how you play, even when you are under a disadvantage like this.
Yeah, I think they are definitely up for the challenge. They have the bales and the logistics is working out. I mean, Team Charlie, they had Charlie putting them on the belt. I mean, he didn't do any major mistakes. So definitely the stacking is not a thing there. They are getting them inside, but yeah, they just need to get some more bales here. I think that the count, the low, well, it's not really low. It's about the same, but they need more than Trelleborg. So that is definitely a problem because they don't have like the advantage on the bales, and that also means that they cannot kind of like it's very hard to catch 200 points if you don't have the bales. I would say that it's impossible in the end. So I don't know how they can actually come up from this. Do you have any ideas, Alex, about it?
I don't. They are just being outplayed by Trelleborg at the moment, despite the fact that Trelleborg only have access to a single bridge, and the land bridge, the safer route, as Kermit likes to say. They are still stomping all over Team Charlie. They have been consistently ahead in number of bales and in points. And I just don't see how Team Charlie can come back from this, unfortunately. I do think if Team Charlie lose this match with this much for them at this point, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to win a second match and get through to semi-finals today.
Yeah, it looks good for Trelleborg, definitely. Maybe they need to practice with the stone bridge, so they will just, use that one. But I mean, they haven't made any mistakes, and definitely, I guess the guys have had plenty of time to practice the driving. But yeah, the gap is 150 or something points, and now we can also see the bale count advantage or difference going for Trelleborg, so they do have more bales as well. So yeah, it's going to be very hard for Team Charlie. There needs to be like a huge mistake on Trelleborg's side, and we don't see those happening that often. Those two bales, I think they will still... No, they will actually both fall down. It's not the huge mistake we were looking for, but it's definitely something. It's going to cost them some time. So this might mean that Team Charlie might be catching up on some points, of course, depending from how they will get the bales on the belt on the second time.
I do think that the strategy that Trelleborg have of two large, high-powered tractors is possibly just producing more bales for them at the moment, and allowing them to keep up with Team Charlie, and I think this is probably the reason for not choosing a perk. I would still contest not choosing a perk rather than choosing two tractors that nobody uses is the wrong way to go, and Trelleborg could actually do even better if they were to actually pick a perk instead. But it's working out for them at the moment. They're able to use those two tractors to get round and make the points quickly, and it's showing in the difference in points overall here. They are just scoring so well against Team Charlie, and Team Charlie aren't able, even with bridges down, to get the points in.
Yeah,
and there we go.
Almost 1,000 points, and they didn't even pick the team perk like you said. So that's definitely a good performance. But I mean, Team Charlie, yes, they didn't win this one, but they still managed to get almost 770 points. So I mean, as a first showing on the grand finals of the weekend or the final day of the weekend, it's I mean, it's not bad. It's a good performance, and when you played against team like Trelleborg, I think Team Charlie did well.
I don't see how Team Charlie can win this second match. It's when you lose by 300 points to a team who hasn't taken a team perk and has left you every bridge open as a result. So you can get Bales back and out and do everything so much quicker. That is hard to beat without disrupting them.
Yeah, true. What I really want to see on the next game is that what Trelleborg's gonna pick and ban, to be honest, because those picks and bans were strange as we mentioned earlier, and the chat also noticed that. So I want to see, are they gonna do the same, or will they go back to the default?
I will say, somebody has corrected me in the chat. Thank you, Odewala Gaming. You are right. It doesn't cost anything to ban the tractors. I was reading the points pick column, which is 4 points. It's not. No, it's you are right. It doesn't cost anything to ban tractors. So yes, they would not have saved any points by not banning the tractors. It made no difference that. So yeah, them not picking a team perk is purely down to wanting that extra point to get to get the more powerful tractors.
Yeah.
As a result, fair enough. I've that is weird. Yeah. It seems to make a bigger difference to grab 2 large tractors than it does to actually pick up a perk.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it's not going to be long until we see the picks and the bans of the next match, because it's going to be starting in about 20-15 seconds. So we should be fine to proceed all the way to the next game. And just like Alex said, that maybe Trelleborg's going to win this 2-0. That is, of course, what the people are going to be expecting as well. But of course, I mean, I always love the underdog. So Team Charlie, definitely, it's not the easiest match for them. It's a quite tricky opponent when you are going to go first time on the finals and straight ahead of the kind of like the currently leading team on the series. But we don't have to wait any longer, because the ban phase is going to be coming in, and it's going to be Team Charlie who's going to start that phase. So I want to hear your reactions, Alex, on this.
It's this is going to be interesting. Now that we know that it's not a strategy to, just leave stuff unbanned. I think Trelleborg are just banning stuff for the hell of it. I would still ban something that disrupts the other team. I know Trelleborg can play absolutely amazingly, but it just makes sense to ban something the other team uses. So, like the care wheel tractors, if they're not using the care wheeled case, they should ban the care wheeled case, and they haven't.
Stay at a Profi. That's gonna be banned. I don't think we have seen that on the bans for a long, long time.
But the trouble is, it doesn't get banned because it doesn't get used.
Yeah.
that's the trouble. Most teams tend to ban stuff that gets used, and we can see it here. Team Charlie have banned the Fent. That is a good piece of disruption, because that tractor is the highest horsepower in the game. It's 517 horsepower. It is also one of the fastest tractors in the game at 70 kilometers per hour, and it was used really, really well by Trelleborg in the last game. So I'm enthused to see Team Charlie doing a little bit of disruption there. I fully expect Trelleborg to go for the telehandler now and grab that along with 2 high-powered tractors. I think we're going to see the Deutz come out for Trelleborg and the Vulture again, to be honest.
Well, we're going to see that in a matter of seconds. But anyways, John Deere's and the runner perk's going to be chosen, of course. Let's see if there's going to be any kind of similar rope. Under pressure, of course. And John Deere's, more of them coming in. Deutschfahr for Martin. And then we have the last ones, Archimedes. And let's see. Yeah, Valtra and Massey Ferguson.
Yeah, my mistake. I should have said the John Deere, because the John Deere has 450 horsepower, not the Deutz-Fahr. So I misread that. And yeah, I am not surprised by any of Trelleborg's picks based on what they did last time. 450 horsepower, 65 kilometer an hour top speed. It is only marginally down from the Fent. That will be their backup tractor if the Fent gets banned. So yeah. No surprises with how Trelleborg are playing. And once again, they're going for those high-powered tractors rather than actually getting a team perk. And this is a strategy we have seen nobody go for so far. And it's just reinforcing the whole thing that, as somebody said, team perks aren't necessary to win this game.
Yeah, we saw also Charlie running to the pad, so he was like about the same speed as the tractor. That is a very fast farmer. But yeah, there was some slight challenges going on. Nothing that major. I think Team Charlie won actually one of those. Martin's gonna be the one who's gonna go for the first bale, and it's not gonna be many seconds. It's gonna be happening right now, and it's 20 seconds remaining. So this is actually looking to be a pretty good first bale if he gets the swing inside. This is going to be actually huge. So we'll see. It's going to be coming out of the baler. It's going to go, and it's going to be 149. Oh my God. That is a bale that we were looking for.
I said 2 games ago I would scream if there was a 149. That is a 149. That's insane. That is
I think, Alex, we have plenty of time. You can scream 2 minutes in a row.
And that's immediately over 20 points down that Team Charlie are, even scoring a 127. That's nuts.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you see when they are, when you go for that first bale, of course you want to have your equipment like very close to the bridges. So when you have that bale done, you can just go there as fast as possible. And they were so close, and you see that when they detach kind of like behind the harvester around like when there's like a 14-20 remaining, it's gonna be fast. If they can make their 10 plus seconds and they don't miss the swing. That's huge. I mean, that's the highest bale we have seen this season, right?
I think it is. I don't think you can get higher than a 150. So that is absolutely insane. That is about as quick as you can get a bale in. And Trelleborg today are smashing everything that I've said about FSL for years. Their game here is about being as undisruptive to their opponents as they can. It is all about maximizing how many points they can score without worrying about what the other team is doing at all.
Yeah,
and it is just zero disruption to their opponents.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion.
They're trying to win this.
I'm not sure was it the last tournament or the tournament before, but we had a discussion about the first bales and about the records and everything. And so 149 definitely a record for FSL. But then I think was it you, Alex, or Kermit, who said that on the scrims? Somebody has done like 151 bale, if I do remember. So we know that there's going to be still room for improvement on the first bale. So I'm just going to be waiting when the 150 mark is going to be broken, to be honest. But we'll see. Definitely a nice touch. We have the jobs coming in, by the way, silo closed and direct delivery. And the grain game is going on. So silo close can do something definitely at this stage. But as we have seen on the past, it kind of like, they lose some time as they're going here and noticing if that's going to be picked. But we can see Trelleborg immediately just going in and starting to unload the grain already. So I don't know. What do you think about the drops, Alex?
If I was Beatmaster, I would jump out of my tractor, run over there, close the silo, and go. I didn't realize Team Charlie have grabbed Unstoppable, so they are stopping Trelleborg's belt on a fairly regular basis, and they have a fast belt. So everything Team Charlie is set up to do at the moment is to score points quicker than Trelleborg. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually convert that, because if they can, they are going to be really well off. But they do just need to make those bales and get them in and get them loaded constantly, because as we saw last game, Trelleborg are just so able with these 2 big tractors to create bales and get them in quickly.
Yeah, interesting stuff. One thing that we have been coming with a lot of like improvement ideas or perks or everything, but I was just wondering because now when we have this first bale and it's a record, so we should have something like a first bale Hall of Fame, on the website for each season, like who on during the whole season made like the biggest bale and maybe who like got the best combo and kind of like get some kind of like a memoriam. Go Okay, memoriam might not be the right word for it, but it was like a
Hall
wall
of
of
Fame.
fame kind of thing for each season, and then that people would with their individual tricks or with the team performances kind of like write their name on the history.
The game I think I would look forward to if Trelleborg make it out of this. And make it through to the final, and the other team makes it through to the final. Vermeers, who are playing massively disruptively, and Trelleborg, who seem to have abandoned all disruption of their opponents completely, would just be the most insane match right now, and I'm secretly hoping to see that. I think it's Yeah, I can't believe Trelleborg are basically playing the anti-disruption game and owning it so well.
Yeah, about that wall of fame, what I mentioned. So I'm not gonna hide. I mean, I'm a new caster. I haven't done any of the previous seasons, and there's a lot of like history that I don't know. So that's sometimes I'm asking about some things, but I'm also quite convinced that some of the questions that I'm asking are the same which some of the viewers are asking as well. So yeah, the Wall of Fame kind of like would definitely help me out, and if it would help me out, it would definitely help the viewers as well to know the history and kind of like have some kind of understanding how the current reflects to the past as well. But yeah, that's a completely different discussion. I'm just bringing all these different ideas on the table. I don't know why I'm doing it on the broadcast. We can do it elsewhere as well. Grain multiplier and bale drop gonna be selected, and the grain multiplier, that's gonna be the one, right?
Yeah, and they are in position already to make the most of it. They have taken it up to 3 times. So Team Charlie now with a massive advantage, and they've got 300 left, and they're sitting there nicely. They probably don't need to leave there. If Trelleborg are doing the same, delivering all their grain with this grain multiplier, trying to even things out, then they want to be dumping the rest of it. And in fact, they have now dumped the rest of it to even things up a bit. But is it going to be enough? No. Trelleborg are at a 1.9 to 2.1 disadvantage at this point. Team Charlie just need to deliver bales. The thing we've been saying the whole way through is get those bales in, Team Charlie. Ale that straw!
There is, currently, Trelleborg is leading, and Team Charlie, they have a slight advantage on the multiplier. Well, when you look at the bale situation, I mean, Trelleborg, they have 16 and Charlie just 6. So even with that multiplier, I mean, just getting 19 points from each bale, it shouldn't be a huge problem if the logistics and kind of like the handling just holds. So definitely, I think Trelleborg, they have what it takes, even with that multiplier. It's going to be just 1 point per bale, so it's not going to be like a huge amount of points. But now, because the Team Charlie actually going for the lead with 2 points, as they will get 1 bale inside, and they will just pass the Trelleborg as we speak.
But a perfect example a moment ago of Charlie not taking every advantage that's in front of them. They grabbed that baler and didn't immediately go and bale the straw in front of them. They should grab that, taken that down to their barn, because there's no point in going back up that far up to the field to grab that straw again, and they'll get at least 2 bales out of it, as Trelleborg showed. And it just means that they do a whole load of driving down the field without any bales, and without having used what's there in front of them. it's a small thing, but all those small things add up. And you can already see that Trelleborg have gone straight back up into the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, they just started to do the work at the belt because also Team Charlie actually getting a lot of bales here. So they do have 10 bales now, but they are now 100 points behind. But of course, Trelleborg has been stacking those bales on the belt. They do have what's there about 10, 9 still remaining. So that's going to be not 60 points, but 57 points on the belt and waiting on the ground. That's going to be, almost add additional 200 points, 170 or something. So yeah, it's looking good. 4.5 minutes to go. We still have the super drop coming in, and there's going to be Martin just giving another quick delivery of bales, just nicely stacking them there. So it's going to be easy for Wöhler to just put them on the front and put them like two stacks on the belt. That's going to be easy when you do it like that. But how Charlie's operating here, that's not looking bad either currently. They just have Charlie there. We can see a lot of more action on the Trelleborg side, as we can see from the X-ray vision. But I mean, Charlie, he has been just stacking nicely. Haven't done much of a mistakes. I think there was one bale which didn't go in on the last game. But other than that, he has been definitely being up for the job. And the drop is there, bale withering.
And that is the most disruptive thing I've seen Trelleborg do all game. Team Charlie at the moment, their biggest problem is they can't get the bales in. And I don't quite know why they're going round the land bridge.
I think the situation is the same, exactly what we had on the last game. It's 3.5 minutes remaining. And now Trelleborg, they have been able to get that 200-point lead. And they are leading on the bale. So once again, Team Charlie, the bale withering was used, but there's nothing else coming from the sky, no more drops, nothing like that. So once again, I'm wondering that what there is that Team Charlie can do. We are once again in the same situation that if Trelleborg doesn't do like a huge mistake, and if they operate just normally, I don't once again see how Team Charlie can come back from this situation, because there's no tricks on their sleeves anymore. It's just hard grind, and that hard grind is still giving them 6 bales and okay some more, but I just don't know how they can make up the points which they are missing.
This is the thing. They by getting rid of Bottleneck and going for Unstoppable instead, they've given Trelleborg free access to get bales in. All that's actually meant is Trelleborg are getting more bales in quicker, and it's making it so much more difficult for Team Charlie to respond. Charlie, just with the tractors they've got, just aren't able to press bales and get them back as quickly as Trelleborg are. And as a result, Trelleborg are just using this case baler, which is requires less bales per...
Oops.
He didn't quite land that right. But yeah, it requires less straw per bale to create bales. With those bigger tractors, which means they'll run faster, and it's just causing Trelleborg to produce bales way quicker than Team Charlie can, and then score them. And it's showing. Look at that points difference. Over 240 points in it now. In fact, now we've got 250 points in it for Trelleborg.
Yeah.
That is just huge.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes to go, 250 points. And like I said, I mean, Trelleborg, they are just... they seem like unstoppable. I mean, I don't mean the perk, but they just seem unstoppable otherwise. That they, the machine is well oiled. It's going to do their function, and as long as they continue like this without any mistakes, they will be getting more than 1,000 points on this game. They still have 6 bales actually. They should be getting on 4 digits on the numbers, and there's no way that Team Charlie can, catch up on that. Already those 3 bales on the belt, that's going to be 57 points. That's going to be, 76 already, and that's going to be more than 1,000, and they have plenty of time. So the belt is going to take all those points in. There's no way that they can lose this one. Team Charlie definitely putting a great effort, but I don't know, I somehow just feel that Charlie here himself, he's just a bit alone. I mean, we find those moments when he has nothing to do anymore, but the bales, like you said, Alex, they are just not coming fast as they should, and kind of like the stacker just doesn't have the job. doesn't have the means to do the job because he's missing the bales.
And look at that, 1,002 points from Trelleborg. And they're just trying to stick those last bales in the bottom at the end.
Yeah, and there we go.
There we go. 1,042 to 744. It's going to change slightly, 754. But yeah, victory goes to Trelleborg in a masterful display over 2 games.
Yeah.
There's only one team I've seen who's had this kind of bale deficit and won, and that's Fermi's Flamboyant. 50 bales Trelleborg have created.
Yeah, that's a lot of bales, and they also managed to get them inside. And undelivered bales is 0. So they got all of them inside. So they got the first bale, they got some points from there. Then they managed to, they didn't care if they have the 1.9 multiplier. They were just, continuing to do their job. And even with that multiplier, they still managed to get almost like 1,100. So definitely a great gameplay. This just shows how stable Trelleborg is all the time. They're just always, they don't mind what the opponent's doing. They will just get the job done, and they have been very, very successful on it. And like I said, they are currently going undefeated still. There was somebody mentioning on the chat that they lost 1 game on the best of 3 series, so they still won it 2-1. So yeah, they have lost like a 1 game in one of the series, but they haven't lost a single series during the whole season.
But Trelleborg just showing that team perks are unnecessary, which is just goes against everything we've talked about, and just not disrupting. They did one thing to disrupt their opponents, and it was a luck of the draw thing. They would have won easily even if they hadn't done that. 19 bales, incredible. All right, we are going to take a short break. We will be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the final match of the quarterfinals for Tournament 3 of Farming Simulator League Season 4. I have Mr. Kerminator Live back with me. How you doing, Kermit?
Oh, I'm doing great.
What do you think to that last game?
It was funny to not be casting that one and just like see all the speculation and in chat and on the cast, and like Trelleborg threw everyone for a loop. But this isn't the first time they've done that. And like I said in chat, I'm going to reserve judgment on criticizing them for anything, because they don't just choose to do something on a whim. They've been practicing that. They saved their points by not picking Bottleneck and instead spent it on a couple of big tractors. They used all of their points. They didn't leave any on the board. But man, I tell you what, like Trelleborg just continues to find a way to switch things up and innovate. And I feel like I would qualify that as a bit of disruption in its own right.
Yes. Being completely disruptive by not being disruptive at all is probably a way of playing. I do wonder if it opens them up, though, to a team who are really disruptive, causing them problems. That is the only thing I would say about that tactic.
I'll wait to see it before I believe it on that one. I mean, using those big tractors, it's important to remember that they're, other than the telehandlers, they're faster than all the other equipment in the game. They had the Valtra picked in both games. They had the John Deere 8400 in one. They had the Fendt Vario in the first one. That one is the fastest of the big tractors alongside the Deutsch Fahr, and the most powerful one as far as horsepower goes. So definitely interesting. We're going to see the replays here in a bit. But yeah, will they continue to do it throughout the rest of today? I guess we'll see as we see the action at the pods here.
The speed of that tractor, just the way he was going ahead. 135 the first game, and just not indicative of what they were going to do the second game at all. And so many little mistakes early on here. And I think Team Charlie had the right choice in the first game to go with Bottleneck. It definitely reduced how many bales Trelleborg were able to deliver, even though they still gave a huge number of bales.
And 50 in the second game, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
So, man.
And
there's
was
some
more
uncharacteristic stacking by Wooler.
But you can see here, there was just no way that Team Charlie could get bales in quick enough. Charlie was sitting there a lot, and actually that might have been another reason why they didn't have enough bales in. When Charlie was in there and didn't have any bales, he was just sitting there waiting for his teammates to bring bales in, instead of going out to get 149.
A new FSL record for first bale set by Trelleborg, 149. That was impressive to see.
And you can see that Wooler coming in with bales. And I saw Trelleborg actually dropping bales along the road for Wooler to pick up before they then went baling again. And you can see just how tight Trelleborg's gameplay is, that they do not waste a second doing anything.
And you're right. Timing, going across the bridge at the same time together as well. Just top level coordination. And it's interesting because Trelleborg are, like I said in the Twitch chat, I feel like they're even better this season because they've added Martin. Yeah. We've now seen Wooler set out the first tournament, I think, because he was busy. Now JK is not playing in those two matches so far for Trelleborg today. So, but any of them can interchange, and you don't even realize that like anything has changed. They don't drop in quality at all, and they're a really strong team and continuing to show that they're the team to beat in the Farming Simulator League for sure.
And you're right. I should have known that first, that them not picking a team perk wasn't a mistake.
Right. Well,
And
it's so
as
easy to
as
sit
the
there in the moment and be like, "This is new. What the heck is going on?" Remember when Lindner, who is one of the teams in our next
oh,
matchup, unveiled the Lindner load up for the first time in last season, and they were dumping
yeah,
all of the grain on the ground. And I think it was you and I and Lars actually on that broadcast, and the three of us were like, "What the heck are they doing?" But then they showed us at the end, and it paid off, of course. So yeah, this next match is an interesting one for me, Alex, because and Sim Game Alliance is making their debut on the broadcast for the first time. A new team playing this season in season 4 with all of the tournaments taking place online. And these 3 players are all located in the U.S. They do have a player in Canada as well. So we have a team from North America representing here against Lindner in the form of Sim Game Alliance. And I know all of their fans in chat are excited because since they started playing this season, every Saturday they're coming in. Are we seeing SGA on the broadcast today? And you're finally getting to see them. And to top it all off, it's not even the play-ins. Here they are in the quarterfinal, playing on the broadcast for the first time. Yesterday, their opponent forfeit, so they didn't have to play to get here, but that was through no fault of their own. So let's see what they've got now against Lindner.
I am now asking questions. Why are Lindner banning equipment that nobody uses that this time does cost points to do?
Right. Yeah,
That
that's interesting. Unless they know something we don't about SGA. I don't
who
know if
uses the
SGA's been using
Maxi
that
and who
equipment.
uses the Crone?
Right. Yeah, you hardly ever see that picked. They've gone with the New Holland. I think that it's a very interesting choice for sure by Lindner. So another talking point that I find intriguing with this matchup, this is the first time, like I said, we're seeing SGA on the broadcast. So last year, as my role as a community coordinator, of course, I'm always going out to people's streams, watching YouTube videos and such. So I've got to know these guys from Sim Game Alliance. All 3 guys playing for their team today are streamers on Twitch. Big Daddy is actually a Twitch partner. As of recently, like after the launch of FS22, so the last 7-8 months or so, he's been partnered on Twitch. But I got to know these guys. Dajnet, the maker of the popular PV maps, County and Uncharted and such, is kind of the head honcho of the stream team, if you will, for them. And I went into their streams and I'm like, hey, do you guys know about the FSL? And they said, not really. But they showed up to the first scrims. They fell in love with it. And here they are now, just about a year later, on the broadcast for the first time. So let's see what they've got. It's interesting that they've gone with Easy Stack for NBC Master Dad, which I know he likes that perk, but it's not one you see used often anymore, especially with Transport Company out of the mix now.
And they seem to have chosen that at the expense of Archimedes ++. So their harvesters and their auger wagons are going to be slower to unload than Lindner's are.
It's interesting though, because if you play it right with that John Deere and do some double stacking, it's going to give NBC a little bit more extra freedom to not have to be 100% precise at stacking. So it could be a good move. We'll see. Lindner, though, are a great test for SGA to be on the broadcast for the first time. And when these guys, SGA, got into playing the FSL through the scrims, it wasn't long after that Lindner unveiled that crazy combo bonus strategy that we called the Lindner load up, where they dumped all of their grain. They used Transport Company to bring in a bunch of stacks of bales as they get 140 here on the first bale Lindner. And then SGA sort of took that strategy in the scrims and in their own practices and kind of developed their own strategy with it, kind of leading up to hopefully playing in season 4. And then they came to find out, as Lindner did, that Transport Company was gone. So they've had to go back to the drawing board, both these teams really, and they can't unveil this strategy anymore. Big Daddy 116 on the first bale. I have to say, not his best performance. I know he's gotten some really high numbers in practice before. So
And that is a That is a difference of 24 points. So yeah, again,
Yeah.
they are over a bale down on that first bale. It's really interesting. I'm trying to work out where Lintner saved 2 points in order to ban stuff that cost points to ban. Oh, hello. What are Lintner up to?
Oh, wait. They do know.
Oh,
I'll be interested
no,
to see how this plays out.
don't do this to me again, Lintner. What are you doing? Have they found a way to do the the stuff they did before without transport company? If they start stacking bales sideways towards that towards the bottom, I'm calling foul.
Oh man.
Oh, what are they up to? Oh, teams are trying to break me today, chat. The teams are trying to break me. It's official. Ah.
Look, I want to say that, of course, like as a caster, I don't play favorites when it comes to the teams in the FSL. But for me, being one of the 2 employees for the U.S. office for Giant Software, I am like absolutely thrilled to see SGA playing in the FSL and also being on the broadcast. And no matter what they do today, they're going to get circuit points as well, which puts them onto the leaderboard after the 3rd tournament and their first season. So they have to be pretty happy with that. And I want to continue to see the FSL grow worldwide, and we're seeing it played in more and more countries. Yesterday, we saw the Danish team taking on an Argentinian team. It wasn't on the broadcast, but it did take place yesterday. And they had actually played within their own unsanctioned, unofficial leagues and won them in their respective countries. So that's just proof, as is SGA playing this season, that the FSL is continuing to grow, as is Farming Simulator as a game as well, all across the world. Farming Simulator 22 was released in more countries than ever before, and it just continues to become more and more of a worldwide exposed game. And I think that is, a good sign for the future, Alex, of the game. And I know it's a game that you've loved for many years and continue to love so much. And I'm excited for the future.
Absolutely, I'm always happy to see more teams getting on that leaderboard, especially because the grand finals at the end of the season is the top 16 teams, and it's always brilliant to see people jostling and trying to work themselves to get into that top 16 at the end. So the more teams that get through to these finals, the better, because it is just going to make the season as it goes along more and more interesting. And yeah, you're right. I have loved this since day one. Since this was the Farming Simulator Championship way back at FarmCon 18, and I got to cast there the first time. It is just, yeah. So it's been wonderful seeing the development of this esport, and just seeing how teams have got better and better, and more teams have joined. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, well, and I haven't done the FSL scrim so much here recently on Friday nights because I've been busy with other things. I'm getting ready to move. I've been traveling for work. I've had other tasks to get done as well with all of the DLCs we're rolling out for 22 and such, but definitely want to get back to those again here in the near future, because it's always a good way to get new players involved in a stress-free environment. Teams that play in the tournaments are there willing to help each other out, which is great. And it's, open to everybody. And that's where these guys started, SGA. And when they came in and tried it, I had no idea that they would love it as much as they do. So anyone out there that has been kind of on the fence about trying the Farming Simulator League, maybe because you're like previously the events when they were offline or taking place with European teams only for the most part. But you should see these guys as kind of an inspiration to maybe give it a try yourself, because now here they are a year later after putting in the work, getting to the quarterfinals. And so no matter what they do, that's a good sign of improvement for them. I know coming in, that was the one goal they had for this season is they wanted to make a Sunday event. And here they are in the third tournament of their first season, making that dream a reality.
So at this point, Kermit, I call foul. Look at what Lindner are doing.
So they're gonna do a modified linear load up, are they?
They are.
Interesting. I would do it now with Bale Multiplier. Throw him in, grab it, do it.
Oh.
They want the
Well,
combo points though,
it does
don't they?
multiply the bottom, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I am impressed. This is insane.
Will it
But yeah,
work though?
they've got
So
Xerxes.
SGA needs to be ready to counter this.
God.
Because here goes 9 right away. This is gonna be. Oh, he's not scoring them yet.
No,
so they are gonna wait.
He's getting them. So the difference here is Xerxes has that telehandler, is able to stack them really well, is stacking them 3 high so they don't have to protrude so far from the barn, and therefore will go in quicker. And it looks like SGA are running. They're not going to make it.
Oh,
No.
Yosho.
And
He had the runner perk too, but just left it too late. So, yeah, not a good moment for SGA there for sure. But they're still in this. And so here's the thing with this strategy. It works amazingly when it does. And it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out without Transport Company to bring them in. But they're having to spend a lot of time to stack these up too. And you've got to get it perfect because any slight deviation from the path is going to cause you problems.
I
But
will
SGA
point out,
just has to be ready to counter, and it's going to backfire. Linder are banking a lot on getting a lot of combos here.
I will point out that Lindner have 28 bales to SGA's 8. So they have 20 more bales at the moment.
Yeah, that's not great for sure.
And it's just because Lindner have at the start just did not worry about the grain at all. They were bailing from the moment they got out there. And we're going to see Xerxes now stacking more bales into this lot. And yeah. Ooh, that was close. This is very dangerous territory for SGA.
Yeah, they need to. Someone said, "Can we get some NOS in their tractors?" They're definitely lagging behind a bit now. But here's the thing: Lindner have the bales right now. But they're not scoring any of them, and they are still. They're going to score 10 points per bale into the bottom, no matter what.
Yeah.
But they have to get the combos to really maximize how many they're going to score. So, if SGA can time their counters right and get some counter points instead, maybe it'll backfire. I don't really know. This is very weird to see this strategy being used without Transport Company in play, but it looks like it might work at this point.
SGA also need to be scoring bales now, and they need to be scoring bales now, and they need to be trying to get their own bonuses. Now, it looks like they've just been countered by Lindner. I think Lindner have dropped a bale in just to make sure that they can't get that boost.
I would maybe like reserve some bales to counter Lindner with here, but also like be trying to build your own combo as much as possible, because that could be in its own way a disruption to what Lindner are trying to do, making them take the time to just go put one bale in. Maybe they knock over a stack that they're loading up or something. The super drops have spawned. It looks like it's bale points. And it looks like Lindner are going to get to it first.
And Lindner get that. That's going to be 78 bale points. That is awful for SGA, because look at this.
That's a benefit to having the multiplier against you, as well as the drops are weighted. So 78 bale points is huge. That's almost 4 bales into the top at a regular 2-time multiplier. That would be like 8 bales scored into the bottom for Lindner. So
100.
definitely not a great moment for SGA, and they are just severely behind in the bale
I
count. And as time starts to get running down here with the speed of the belt as well, they're going to struggle to get all of their bales in.
It's just that sinking feeling I have at the moment, just watching Lindner put all those bales together, get themselves in a position where
Xerxes looks ready.
they're setting up for this. Xerxes is absolutely
Yep,
ready.
here it
Here they
goes.
go.
Bale-tastic, bale-pressing, bailing
spree. We
spree.
have not seen
And there's a
that.
counter.
And a
That was
counter. But
So
it's
that
not
was-
enough.
That was a impossible counter. So that was 120 counter points for SGA, whereas what was it? Quite a bit of points, 150, 250, 300 points for Lindner in that moment, and
Now,
120.
Lindner are in danger, actually. Because of the 3 times multiplier, there is plenty of time and plenty of bales for SGA to close this gap now. And Lindner have no way of answering it.
Yeah, it's a risky strategy without transport company because they got a lot of bales in there, but SGA did really well to counter it, and they waited to counter until the 3rd attempt, so they maximized the counter points they got too, which was interesting. But they still can win this. The thing is NBC has to get all of these into the top. It's 132 points difference at the moment. There's a bit of the gap closed now, and the bale count is evening out.
Points.
It looks like Lindner is going to try to load up for at least one more combo. So if SGA can be ready to counter this as well, they got to make sure they don't let Lindner get this combo.
The easiest
now a
way for
12-point
SGA to counter this is just to load up their belt. So here we go.
Their belt is
pushing
going
it
so
in.
slow though that I would be worried of trying
But
to
that's
do
the
it
thing.
that way.
They can put bales on every part of the belt if they load it up right. I mean, they haven't got enough bales to do it, unfortunately. It is 8:36 to 8:38. This is absolutely now down to whether Lindner can score
Oh, here
all
we
of
go.
these.
They've got a counter.
They got.
Oh, he's missed. That's opened a window.
Yeah, it's been
It's
countered.
been reset. It
It's
wasn't a
failed.
counter, but they reset it. But Lindner's still in the lead, and SGA does not have the bales at the barn, and they're going to have to start putting some into the bottom. So I don't think it's going to be enough for them.
Oh no!
One
bale
falls
fell
off as well.
That is not it.
Even with
And
easy
now
stack, one falls off. Will that one even
No.
make it?
They've got to get those 3 in, and any more they've got into the bottom. They haven't got any more. Oh, this might be enough. Is it enough? Yes, it's enough. SGA
They got it.
take it.
Right at the end. Wow.
Right in the final second.
I can't wait for the chat to catch up and go crazy for that one. 956 to 948. Look at the difference in bales, but all of them were into the bottom. And even so, if you take away the bale points, especially for Lindner, SGA are looking like a comfortable winner, really. But the bale points definitely helped Lindner make it close at the end. But I have to say, SGA did not crack under the pressure there, their first time ever on the broadcast, and played it well at the end.
I don't know if that's that successful for Lindner, to be honest. That was a lot of effort. It didn't win them it.
Yeah. I mean, those 120 counterpoints for SGA were crucial as well. I mean, they played it right. They countered the first giant push, and then they reset at the right time the final push for another combo. That would have, probably changed things in the outcome. But yeah, that was
about to catch up.
It's an interesting choice by Lindner to unveil this strategy without transport company, and I'm not sure it's. I mean, if you look at what Trelleborg just did without any team perk, they got 50 bales in a game, which what did Lindner just have 41 into the bottom?
Yeah.
We're talking about Trelleborg getting 50 with the majority of them going into the top. So I'm not sure that it's the best strategy anymore.
It's not a strategy that would beat Trelleborg. Trelleborg would kill it. It would be.
They did last year, didn't
massive,
they?
Yeah.
Linder unveiled it, and then they came up against Trelleborg in the final, and Trelleborg just handled it really well.
Yeah, just went, okay, here's a counter, and oh look, we've scored lots and lots of points, and now you can't answer it. Yeah. I commend Lindler for trying it. I think it's had its day, unfortunately.
Honestly, kudos to Lindner for unveiling it without Transport Company. It took a lot of guts for sure. But man, good job by SGA. So they're now 1 win away from making it into the semifinal against Trelleborg, which would be a huge test for them. But will Lindner do the same thing again? Or will they go back to a more standard strategy with their backs against the wall now? It's a best of 3, so Lindner has to win this one coming up to force the third. It's going to be interesting. I don't know what to expect now, Alex. We've been thrown really for a loop today in the last couple of matchups.
I still don't understand why they banned what they banned. I'll be honest on that.
Yeah, that was the first weird part, wasn't it?
That is the weirdest part of it. And you can see actually Lindner coming out and banning the Vultra here at this point. If I was Lindner, I would try that strategy again, but I'd go with the big tractor strategy that Trelleborg had. You know, if you're using those 2 big tractors to press as many bales as you can, and you've got just the telehandler back at the barn, stacking as much as possible, that actually you could create a ridiculous amount of bales to push in.
So Lindner this time banning 2 big tractors, and SGA banning 2 tractors with care wheels on them. So a little bit more standard with the bans this time.
So where you see those other 2 points Lindner now put into picking a bigger tractor. And that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, even last season with Transport Company, the Lindner's load up strategy of dumping grain and loading up bales was high risk, high reward, but high risk too, because when your opponents counter it at the right times, it backfires. You are banking on pretty much getting every single combo to be able to win. And if a team is just ready to even reset you, let alone counter it, it'll backfire. And we saw SGA, as a matter of fact, like, even though they weren't technically countering it early on when Lindner were starting to stack them up, there was a moment where Lindner could have pushed 10 across, but they wanted to get, the maximum combos. But SGA they got close to a combo themselves, so they forced Lindner to put a single bale into the bottom as well. So this time, SGA has gone. Yosho does not have a player perk. They've run out of points with the equipment they've picked.
But I think that's the point of picking that Fent, is that, press more bales, get more points.
Yeah, it's so nice.
It is. And
here we
Lindner
go.
Definitely not doing the standard setup. Just Ursula's going for the ideal. Or NBC Master just behind on getting that John Deere.
Yeah, Lindner doing a bit of disruption, grabbing 2 combines, and they didn't even need one of them. So Yosho's gone and got the New Holland. He's had to waste some time to do it. So this is going to be a nice little significant lead in first bale again for Lindner. But last time, it didn't work out for them, even though they had that nice little lead at the beginning. Let's see what we're going to get this time. It's going to be 130s or higher. He's running out of time now to get 140 plus. But if he times this right, going to be close to that mark. Actually, right at 140. And Big Daddy with the Corona Baylor is trailing behind by a bit. So this might be an even bigger gap. Ooh, careful. The safer route. It's always a bit sketchy. Big Daddy not going to do the flick here.
The whole setup Big Daddy has gone for here is absolutely... Ooh, No, he's missed!
No, Big Daddy.
It's all about getting more bails. He can't afford to miss like that.
And now he has to be careful to not get stuck. Yeah, so doing the flick with this equipment would have been really hard to do. So I understand why he took his time with the big tractor and the big baler. But yeah, 36 points. An even bigger gap this time around for SGA.
I think he can press bales quicker than his opponent. It is that Crone Big Pack can costs less fill volume, has a wider pickup width, so he'll miss less straw with it, and just is a great thing to do if he is for that bigger number of bales and trying to do that.
As much as I love the Onlinen and Vicon fast bale in Farming Simulator, I think that Corona Big Pack in Farming Simulator, when it was added in as a free content update by us for FS22, it's my favorite baler now in the game. I just love it. It can do so much, different sizes of square bales, and you can just keep on moving with them, and it's just outputting bales like crazy. So we don't see it used often in the Farming Simulator League, especially this season. We've seen people kind of favoring that case baler, but SGA have been reserving the New Holland baler. They seem to prefer that one.
It's interesting. The case baler and the Crone baler are virtually identical, except for that wider width pickup. So while in fact, it even costs as much to pick it.
Yeah, it's the same.
The trouble is you need the higher horsepower tractors in order to run it properly, and that's where the problem within it lies. I think mostly people tend to favor these front loader tractors. But having said that, I think Trelleborg have displayed today that picking the front loader track actually is not the advantage most people think it is.
Right. Yeah, if you have balers that can bring 3 in at a time on the back, and you can do it quickly, it's a decent strategy depending on how solid your driving skills are. Yeah. So this time Lindner are delivering grain, as we're seeing them do now. So they've gone away from this strategy, and we're back even at 2 times a piece. And now if I were SGA, I would be a little bit more concerned that you're going to have to match Lindner like for like. But the thing is this at this point last game, Lindner had already been significantly ahead in the bale count too, and it's only 2-1 at this point. So SGA needs to get back, and they need to get baling.
I think SGA's biggest problem right now is SGA has 10,000 less grain than Lindner does. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to have their harvest strap slightly longer. They're going to try and catch up that way and get Big Daddy out there with that large chrome baler and fast tractor, and get baling and get as many bales out with this single setup they've got for tractor as they can. Because this is where it's going to make the difference. They can catch up with that grain. They can't catch up with the number of bales that baler and that tractor will output together.
Good morning over to DJ Goham on the YouTube stream. What's up, DJ? A week from now, myself, you and I, Alex, Virtual Farmer, and DJ Goham, we might be causing some trouble in Amsterdam at TwitchCon, so watch out for us.
That sounds so much worse than it should be.
Yeah, no. Not that kind of trouble, but An Englishman and 2 Americans walk into TwitchCon. That's the beginning of the joke. It's gonna be a fun time. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone in person for the first time, and also seeing some faces from within the company that I have had the pleasure of meeting already. But yeah, I've not really. I think I've met Clutch Simulations in person, and that's really the only. The squad as well, of course. When we did the Laura Farms squad
Yes.
promo for FS22, but yeah, I've not met a lot of the community in person either, so I'm looking forward to it.
I think FarmCon is going to be great this year because I know of so many creators who are going along to FarmCon. And some old friends and things I'll get to meet up with. So some creators I have met in person, lots of creators I haven't. Looking forward to seeing everyone from Giants again because of course it's been 2.5 years since I've seen anybody
The
from
company's
Giants in
changed a
person.
lot in that short amount of time too. So there's going to be even more faces from the company that you've not seen before.
Yeah.
Always growing really and moving forward. All right, Lindner have delivered some more grain. SGA picked silo close right at the right moment. It is 2.2 to 1.8 at the moment. Lindner in the lead, but that's a good bit of disruption by SGA because that's going to allow them some time to catch back up in the grain total. They have 30,000, so they can bring in a bit now in the horse and kind of get this in their favor. The bale count is close to even, 2 extra bales for Lindner. So SGA needs to find a way to get some extra bales here. It looks like Bull is going to likely go for silo close as well. Just
leave
waiting.
it as long as he can.
Yep.
Give Lindner that advantage as long as they can. Yeah, there we go. And that is going to harm SGA because SGA did not take the opportunity to even up that multiplier while their silo was open. And it's going to hurt.
They were on the way. As you can see,
there we
Yosho
are.
now has to leave. So, yeah, good play by Lindner. Not a good moment for SGA for sure. They're trailing on the score. They're trailing in the multiplier. And Lindner has a chance to bring some bales in here and score 22 points apiece for them into the top. The score is now completely even in the meantime. But it's with 6 minutes and 20 to go, anything can happen. Lots can change. But now SGA are trailing by 7 bales as well.
I'm not sure I would be putting bales on that belt if I was SGA at the moment.
They are close to a combo, but they're not going to have enough to do it. But yeah, they are missing out on some points. But maybe they're concerned of a combo from Lindner.
Lindner are about to score a lot of points because when these bales
their
go
silos
in,
opened as well.
That combo is going to kick and it's going to hit at the... Oh, no!
Yosho is there. He needs to get hooked up and start... He's going to be a little bit too late. He's got to start delivering it now. So
where's the counter? Here comes the counter. Bam!
Oh, and counterpoints for Lindner. Yeah, another good moment in this second of the best of 3 by Lindner. They are looking a lot better now. SGA still delivering grain that might get... Oh, but now Lindner are delivering more grain. And so they're still going to get some bonus points for those bales. And I don't think SGA have enough to get it back to 2 times apiece. In fact, they don't.
No.
And Lindner are looking really good now with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, 2.3 to 1.7, a 6-point deficit per bale. And means that, yeah, Lindner are looking very, very strong. They even have more bales at the moment. So the whole strategy of using that big tractor with that big baler is not paying off for SGA either. It's not looking good for them at the moment.
Yeah, I think they've been disrupted several times, haven't they? They've been forced to go out of their way to do things. They missed the drop early in the round. They've had to leave their grain cart at the silo for a while and then got back there too late. They've not matched Lindner in bales or grain. And with 4 minutes to go, they could really use the super drop here. But Lindner are lurking and ready to grab it. Here comes SGA. They need this desperately. Both Big Daddy is going for it. He's faster in the track.
He's got
Yosho's wasted some time running to it, but that was crucial. And this time it's 78 points for SGA. 78 points weren't enough for Lindner. Will it be enough for SGA at the end?
The interesting thing is that two of them running for it shows a little bit the desperation that SGA had to get those bail points and not let Lindner get them, because it would have been really bad if Lindner had picked that up. It gives SGA a fighting chance. They are 50 points ahead at this point, but they do need to keep getting bails in on a regular basis and scoring them now. They need to score as much as they can, even at this 6-point disadvantage, in the next 3 minutes.
I just don't think it's going to be enough unless Lindner start having bails drop off the belt. Look at the bails that Lindner have here. He pushes that one up, and it looks like it's going to go. Bit unorthodox, but a nice bit of play by Zerzeris. And this is going to be a huge portion of this gap coming up. Big Daddy getting stuck on the advertising boards, but able to wriggle free from it. 30-point lead for SGA, 2.5 to go. I just don't know if it's going to be enough now with the amount of points, extra points that Lindner are scoring per bail. In fact, there's going to be a 1-point lead for SGA in a moment. They just scored a bail right when Lindner did, though, so it's gone back up again. 2 minutes to go, Alex. I think Lindner have this one unless they make some mistakes, but you never know in the FSL.
There's an awful lot of bails that Lindner have that aren't back at the barn. And here they come.
Yeah, here comes some of them, but you're right. Like, it's all good to have 16 bails, but with 1:45 to go and they're not at the barn, are you going to score those?
Yeah.
But SGA in the same right have 6 bails, and they are having to bring them in with 1.5 to go, and they can't afford for any of these to go into the bottom this time around.
And you look at this. This is why having the more powerful tractor on the baler is more useful, because Yoshu has not had enough time to drop bales out of the back and get them picked up.
Yeah.
So he's still only bringing 3 in, but he's bringing them in slower.
Big Daddy was, quite a bit behind Yosho, but then passed him at the end. So with a minute to go,
and a little bit of a messy unloading there as well.
In the lead by 80 points with 50 seconds to go, and I think Lindner are going to take this one. They're bringing more bails in.
Yeah.
They've got 2 on the belt now. That's going to extend the lead even more. It's now almost 150-point lead.
There's not enough time for those bails to go on the belt for SGA, I don't think. Oh, that's looking a little bit rickety. Is it going to make it in? I think it is. Yep. And, wow, they have managed to get them in there, but I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be enough points to make up the difference. That 6-point disadvantage they're at is just killing them right now.
Yeah, and
look at that.
Lindner extending the lead. Meanwhile, and we're going to the third of the best of 3 here. And Lindner scrapping the load-up strategy to go with something a little bit safer and more standard. And I think maybe they've proven to themselves today that they just need to scrap that strategy. They had 6 less bails than last time, but they got the majority of them in the top. And not only that, they were getting extra points for each one, too. Without the bail points for SGA, that would have been an absolute landslide victory for Lindner. So for SGA, I would be worried now going into the third of the best of 3 about how low their bail counts have been so far. They've got to find a way to press more bails.
Yeah, they definitely need to get more bails in. They need to be at least 35 or higher in order to do this, and they probably need to be doing more disruption of Lintner as well, because Lintner disrupted them multiple times and caused them multiple issues. So yeah, it's not good for them. I will say welcome into the chat, Gamer Dragon. I hope you're having a nice afternoon. Same for everybody else. Well over 250 people in here today, and good to see you all enjoying the FSL finals. We're having some cracking games this afternoon.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining, as a matter of fact. And I mean, Sundays are usually the best, right? Like the best teams are making it here, and we're seeing like really high level play. But this one especially, we've seen some really good contests so far. Like Cortiva and Fermir's Flamboyant started us off, and that one was just a great way to kick off today. My Insanity playing really strong against Diaka Ehrenfeld, but those two teams looked pretty closely matched, in my opinion, despite the sweep by My Insanity. And then, of course, Trelleborg was Trelleborg at the end of the day, although they did come in and do something a little bit different by not selecting a team perk and instead spending their points on the big tractor. And now we've got Sim Game Alliance, the newcomers in comparison to Lindner, who are, of course, a manufacturer-sponsored team. But they've been holding their own, especially that first game. I don't know, though, in all fairness, if that was really SGA's doing. They played a solid game, don't get me wrong, but Lindner doing the high-risk strategy definitely shot themselves in the foot in the first game, and moving away from that in the second game proved to be the right decision. So let's see what these two teams can do here with everything on the line. What's at stake? Oh, just a semifinal berth against Trelleborg. No big deal.
Yeah. I mean, that is, I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. I suppose it's a blessing that you make it through to the semifinals. Probably a curse that you end up against Trelleborg. Especially the way Trelleborg are playing today is just, yeah.
Mortessa in Twitch chat, good to have you back watching it live again. You said you're usually catching the VOD after the fact. Well, glad you could catch it live. We're not even through the quarterfinals today, so if you and everyone else can stick around for a couple more hours following the conclusion of this matchup, whoever wins will move on to the semifinal. We've got Fermir's Flamboyance against My Insanity. You got a crop duster flying by outside or something there, Alex?
I think I probably have. Sorry, I've had to. I turned my fan on a moment ago, which was a very bad idea because all of my FSL data sheets started blowing off across my desk. So I thought, all right, I'll open the window a bit more. And of course, at that point, the plane flies. That was either a plane or what we get a lot here is motorbikes going way too fast along the road outside my house. So apologies for the outside noise if it happens.
It's all good.
I am going
too bad
to
it wasn't like a combine.
I don't allow some fresh air in.
Too bad it wasn't a combine or a tractor. You could have just given us a bit of atmosphere for the Farming Simulator League.
They've started harvesting out round me. None of the fields around me are quite ripe yet, though, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
Oh, right, what are we having here for SGA versus Lindner? We have some very similar picks from before. 4 points left for Yoshio. He's got Runner and he's got the Massey, so they've gone for Bottleneck this time. Where have they saved the points?
That's a good question. Oh, they've not used Easy Stack this time. NBC's gone with Archimedes instead.
Gone with Archimedes.
And Archimedes is only 1 point. Easy Stacker is 2. So making it up there with that selection. And I think that's probably a good call because NBC was doing okay stacking, really. I don't think that Easy Stack really saved him in any moments. We saw some fall off, but it wasn't due really to Easy Stack. It was just bales that were never going to make it no matter what. We've got a battle here for the case. Baylor and Lindner are going to win it on that
and
occasion.
They needed that. They needed to stop that being got by SGA because that big...
Oh, and they're going to beat him to the John Deere. And that's the same player. They're just grabbing balers from SGA at this point.
Oh, and he's not even using the case baler. That is just...
Yeah, that's not a
just
good start.
horrible.
Big Daddy's been beaten to 2 balers, and this is going to be probably the biggest gap of all 3 games now for the first bale for SGA. This is not a good start for them.
Yeah, because that's the thing. They had that 36-point difference in the last game, which definitely factored in to the problems they had. And that's a 138 from Lintner.
Big Daddy
and Big
is just
he's
now
not even
starting to press.
yet.
Yeah, this is not boding well. Not a good start for SGA, especially when you look back on the first 2 games and realize how far behind they've been in the bale count. And now, like, falling this far behind.
And Lintner now seeing their overloader. Definitely not dropping the grain on the ground this time.
No, I think they've learned their lesson. Here comes Big Daddy now, and this is going to be a significant gap. He needs to make sure he doesn't miss this time as well. Can't afford any seconds lost here. And at 92.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
That's
a 46-point
nearly...
disadvantage. Yeah.
That's harsh. That is going to be difficult to come back from, especially if they're unable to up the number of bales that they were pressing from last game.
Yeah, he needs to get to bailing. He's going to go for the grain cart, though. He doesn't have a choice. It's interesting that NBC, who has been stacking for them, is the one that went with Archimedes, because he is in the combine, so he'll be able to unload this combine pretty quickly. But I'm not sure that he'll be able to utilize that much for the rest of the match. I almost wonder if it would have been better to have Yosho go with Archimedes and have NBC go with Runner this time.
Yeah, you kind of want the person with Archimedes actually to be on this overloader trailer. They're a little bit
dumping some grain
misassigned.
there. Dumping some grain. NBC missing out of the back of the Horse Titan. And every little bit is counting against them. There's Yosho right ahead, ready to unload as well. He misses a little bit.
And here's the difference that first bale has also made. Lintner ready to tip. Bridges lowered and Crazy Tool. Neither of those are useful for either team at this point. So I expect those to be fully ignored as both teams go and dump their first loads of grain into the silo.
Yeah, Crazy Tool in the 12th minute is not as much fun as it is in the 8th minute on most occasions because, as you said it, teams aren't really focused on bailing yet at this point of a round. Here goes Lindner now dumping their grain at the silo, getting the multiplier in their favor. But they don't have any bales ready to score, so they're not going to be able to take advantage of that this time. Meanwhile, SGA on the other side of the map are delivering their grain. This should be evened up at 2 times apiece here in a moment. And Big Daddy needs to get back out bailing as soon as possible.
I fully expect Lintner to be 2 or 3 bales ahead by the time Big Daddy actually gets out there and starts bailing. That delay to getting that first bale in is just having so many ramifications at the moment.
It looks like Yosho might be getting ready to start bailing as well, because he is in a tractor at this point and not a combine. So I'd imagine that he's seeking out a baler at this point.
That is not going to be good. I know he is back in the combine.
Interesting. Not sure. I know it looks like Big Daddy's going to hook up the tractor Yosho was into the horse, and so this is time lost again. But yeah, Lindner is still not bailing either. They're going to deliver some more grain first and get this multiplier in their favor. So, and it's a significant lead in grain at the moment for them.
I think they're getting the combine's empty, so the combine's put more grain into the grain cart and can keep going for longer. Otherwise they're in a position where they don't have as much grain. They want to get this full, want to get as much grain in, and try and get that multiplier in their favor. I think SGA are going to answer it. I think it's still going to be number of bales produced that is.
There's the first bale
make
now
the difference
for,
here.
I guess technically the second bale, but the first one pressed since the beginning of the round, and now it's 2-0 by the time Big Daddy gets going, and SGA can't afford to miss any more time pressing bales here.
And there we go, 3 bales for the first bale gets pressed for SGA.
Five to 1. Yeah, it's not looking good at the moment, but there's so much time left. Here comes Lindner now. This is the moment SGA need to be really careful, because Lindner are going to have the multiplier advantage, and they have several bales that they can bring in. Oh, as a matter of fact, they might be bringing a combine in. He's dropped it. This is going to be massive. This is going to be huge. 42,000 liters of grain they have
at the moment.
Yeah. So SGA need to be careful here. The problem is Big Daddy can't afford to leave the field, and Yosho is emptying grain now, and he's had to stop to do it. Bale drop and grain multiplier are the drops as well, and that is not good news for SGA. Even though they're right there and can pick it up themselves, they're not ready to use grain multiplier, and they do have. I guess I would choose Bale drop at this point. But what do you do?
Lindner are just going to, the last second, you can see he's sitting there waiting for his team to pick it up. SGA have gone for Bale drop. They are not in a position for grain multiplier. And here comes the killing blow.
Yeah, this could be bad news bears here.
There is no way SGA can reply to this.
I don't know. I maybe would have gone with grain multiplier because they're on their way to deliver it now. But yeah, and if Lindner are ready to deliver some bales now, that lead is going to be extended significantly. And
that grain multiplier still has how long to run? Is that still another 55 seconds?
And so SGA are going to come in and deliver 30,000. It'll even it back up, but as soon as they are empty, they have no more grain, and Lindner have enough time with 12,000 multiplied to get a significant advantage here. Here they go now.
Emptying their grain while Lindner still had grain multiplier was a mistake, because it allowed Lindner to respond while they still had the grain multiplier. That is just...
Oof. Is that 2.7 to 1.3? Looks like that is just not good news. Already trailing after the first bale, and then more bales are being put in as well already by Lindner. And that is just going to be hard to come back from with 6 minutes to go for SGA.
I am willing to predict. I think that is game over for SGA. SGA cannot press enough bales to make up that difference.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard to come back from. I'm not sure even a super drop could save them at this point. Although bale points could be a significant drop again if that's what it is. But what are the odds we'll see it 3 games in a row?
Even if they got multiplier switch, it never lasts long enough for you to score significant points like that.
Yeah, you've almost got to have a bunch of bales already in the belt and hope that you can grab that, or you don't really get to utilize it much. There's 50 seconds to go until the super drop, and SGA just now. Oh, they've countered meanwhile, which is a good bit of move by them, because they've picked up the counterpoints that kind of make up for the points they're losing per bale, but not sure that'll even be enough. They do have a bale advantage now, but that's just because Linder's been scoring a lot already.
And over 200 points in it. When you are scoring, 14 points less for every bale. That is... in fact, they're scoring less points per bale than Lintner than they score per bale. Because they only score 13 points for every bale. So, yeah.
Lord Baylor for
it's
3
a
bales.
Lord Baylor.
And Lintner are going to get to it as well. So that's 2 bales scored without any effort, really, other than driving over to get it. And I think that's probably the killing blow for SGA, their first time on the broadcast here, even though there's 3.5 minutes left and anything really can happen. It would take an absolute catastrophe for Lindner right now to not come out victorious. Going to see this highlight. So he grabbed that without really, and then right back into the tractor as it was still moving. That was great. Good bit of play there by Sinfree. Yeah, to be like 300 points behind with 3 minutes to go, not a good spot to be in. And I'm not sure that this is going to help either. Like, Yosho's had to spend time not bringing bales in to go even this multiplier up. And he's not using the grain cart, and so it's not going to be that it's not even that useful without the grain cart.
Creeping up.
Yeah, it's not like that wasn't worth the time at all.
At this point, it doesn't matter. There are not enough bales on the field. If Lintner scored no more points at all now, there are not enough bales on this field for SGA to win this match.
Yeah, and that one falls off for NBC, so it's going from bad to worse for them. But yeah, I'm not sure why they decided to deliver grain without the grain cart, because you do not get the multiplier going up as fast.
Yeah.
It increased it by 0.1. That's all it did. Now 0.2.
But
look how slow it's going up. It was not worth it, really.
And that's
spending the time to do that.
Yeah, there are. There's just not enough.
Yeah, this is going to end up looking pretty ugly by the end, to be honest, in the scoreline. I think it's going to be a pretty significant gap.
There's only 165 points there that SGA can score now in bales that they have on the field.
$45 seconds to go. Afternoon to UCGD Simulations on Twitch. Everyone else watching with us. So this is the last quarterfinal of the day. Lindner is going to move on to play Trelleborg. That'll be the second semifinal. Before that, we'll have Firmier's Flamboyance against My Insanity. So the top 2 teams in the league standings are into the semifinal this weekend. And we're going to also have Lindner, who coming into this weekend were the 5th place team, and they have a huge opportunity to jump up into 3rd place. If with this result here, they are going to be sitting good for that result. And then we've got My Insanity, who coming into the weekend were 7th place as well in that matchup. So lots at stake for these teams as Lindner wins the 3rd of the best of 3 and will move on to the semifinal. And look at that, 22 bales. That's the lowest amount SGA had the entire 3 rounds, Alex, and just not a good start. They got beat to the bail. They had a significant gap in first bail. Linder were just disrupting them pretty much every couple of minutes. They were finding a way to disrupt SGA, and it really caused them problems.
I think those 2 games, Lindner disrupted them really nicely. They caused them all sorts of trouble, and as a result, you can see that just purely in the number of bails delivered. It really messed with them fairly badly, unfortunately. But otherwise, that first game, SGA did a good showing. They got a good number of bails in there. They were very solid. I think more of that from SGA, and we will see them in more finals.
I feel like that was more Lindner shooting them in the foot. No disrespect to SGA, but they shot themselves in the foot by trying to use that high risk, high reward strategy. It almost paid off, but like all 3 of those rounds, Lindner were outperforming SGA in bail count. So as soon as Lindner started going to a more standard strategy, it kind of backfired. Well, we're gonna go to a break here in a moment. We're gonna be back with the semifinals. And we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun time. We've got Firmir's Flamboyance against My Insanity coming up next. See you in a moment. Hey, we're back. Kermit here, and I am joined this time by Maddie and Copter. that was an interesting matchup. We saw some crazy things, and then we saw Lindner just kind of come out on top with a little bit superior gameplay there against the newcomers, SGA.
Yeah, I noticed that the chat was going absolutely wild about SGA being there. A lot of support coming from there. And when the SGA kind of like won the first game of the series, I was like quite excited that this actually will be a battle. But then, of course, Linder came back and they took the victory. But yeah, definitely a nice matchup, and always nice to see new teams on the final day as well.
Yeah, and the important thing for SGA is that they're now on the leaderboard. And if they can stay within that top 16 throughout the rest of the season, they'll have a spot at the grand finals as well. So, getting points is important. Last season, in fact, the 16th place team was decided in a play-in. So whether or not we'll have 16 teams on the board at the end of the regular season this year or not, I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. But just getting on the board early in a season, and especially your first season, is important. And I know the guys from SGA well. They're humble guys, and this was a goal of theirs to make it to a Sunday. They've done it in the third tournament, and they can use this now as a learning experience going forward to find a way to practice and improve. They definitely need to find a way to increase their bail count, because that's what ended up, kind of being their undoing in the end, is just the lack of bails that they were able to get pressed in comparison to Lindner. So Lindner moves on to face Trelleborg. That's going to be a huge test for Lindner as well. And we'll have Vermeer's Flamboyance versus My Insanity coming up in our next semifinal. But before that, Copter, we're going to see some highlights from our last matchup that we've been talking about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, interesting series, definitely. And we do have a lot of highlights, because it went all the way to the third game on the series as well. We can see Linder kind of like getting that utility. Big Daddy showing some pace on the safer route. No mistakes there. Just happily getting on the other side. That's first bail being delivered, and that's about it.
I think this is the first game we're seeing, and this is I'm pretty sure this is the smallest gap in first bail that we saw throughout the 3 rounds. But SGA lost out on the first bail every single round, as we see Yosho was too late to get to the drop there in the first game, and it ended up not costing them. But yeah, I was surprised, to be honest, because Big Daddy practices first bail a lot. And I was expecting some higher numbers from him, but maybe it's a change in strategy of using the bigger equipment. Here we see the push by Lindner, and they did get all the way up to a bailing spree, and then SGA countered the impossible. So it was about 300 points for Lindner there in combo points, and 120 in counter points for SGA. And with 30 seconds to go, you look at the score here, and you think, Lindner have got this, but then through the bottom, Big Daddy and Yosho coming in with bails at the end and just grabbing the victory at the last second, and the SGA fans went wild in chat when that happened.
Yeah, that was a very impressive move in general, definitely. I mean, you don't see those bails being pushed like that many times as well, which we saw on the previous previous picture as well. So definitely, it's always nice to see something new.
There was some counterpoints that Lindner picked up, and yeah, I'm interested, like that strategy that Lindner used. I know that you weren't around last season, but you've heard us talk about it as we see Big Daddy going for a ride there on the safer route. But Lindner unveiled this strategy last season with Transport Company in play. That was with the Anderson loader, where you could bring in 14 bales at a time. But it's even more of a higher risk without the loader to bring them in. So once they went back to a standard strategy, they looked very comfortable and really easily won the next 2 rounds. So I doubt we see them unveil that anymore. I'm not sure whether they just thought, let's give it a try against the newcomers and see what happens. And it almost paid off for them. But yeah, I think they learned their lesson. Let's just stick to some more standard tactics here.
Okay. Well, anyways, but yeah, still nice to see. I mean, every time when you see a lot of points coming at the same time, when those numbers are just popping out of the bales.
Yeah. I do miss the combos in some ways, Maddie, because like they were fun to see last season, but at the same time, the it comes down more to individual skill more often than not when you're talking about stacking them up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean SGA they didn't proceed on the semifinals, but like I said, like getting their name on the leaderboard, getting some points, and maybe having a shot to be on the grand final as well. That is definitely something, and I'm pretty sure that when they now finally made it this far, they're gonna be definitely practicing because they know that there's room for improvement. They can analyze the game as well, maybe a little bit differently because they can now see it on the broadcast as well, see what the others were doing, and also get maybe some hints from the commentary that didn't go so well. So I think it's
Right.
definitely in a way like a great experience for them.
These guys are always practicing. I mean, even when I do the scrim streams on Friday nights, they play it on their own and do their own versions of scrims, like twice a week minimum. So, considering they started a year ago in the scrimmages, just trying it out, seeing what they thought about it, falling in love with the game mode, and then this season deciding to give it a proper go with the tournament being online. I think they have to be pretty happy with what they've achieved.
Mm.
But they don't, up until this point, I mean, they were able to make it here today because their opponents yesterday forfeit. So maybe they would have won anyways. We don't know. It's through no fault of their own. But I think now for a goal for them is, of course, to make another Sunday event. That's an important thing. But to get a big win over a team that has, like Linder, for example, kind of been one of those teams, middle of the pack, getting some impressive wins here and there and getting some circuit points. They need to beat one of these teams to really show that they've arrived, I think, going forward.
Yeah, well, we do have the next game, and this is definitely interesting series to see how will my insanity, how they will, of course, perform, and then we have the Vermeer's flamboyance as well. So I think this was the lineup which I think we had a short discussion about this one when the My Insanity won the series as well. That this is definitely will be an interesting match.
Yeah, Vermeers have been really. I think they've been my surprise team of the season because they've kind of gone back to the drawing board, practice a lot. They're giving the FSL more of a serious like full-time go this season, and the practice that they've put in has shown it's paying off. My Insanity, meanwhile, is a team that we always like expect to kind of make it into these events. They've only made it to a quarterfinal. In one of the two tournaments so far. This is a huge moment, really, for My Insanity to show they have what it takes to compete with some of the teams higher up in the leaderboard so far. But I don't really know what to expect. We see both telehandlers banned, two of the bigger tractors out. Yeah, I mean, My Insanity got beat by Trelleborg in the quarterfinals, 2-1 in the first tournament. And then last tournament, they didn't make it to the finals because they lost to Vultra in round 2 of the play-ins at 2-1. So I mean, they've gone out really to two of the teams in the top 3, right? So My Insanity are a good team, and they very well could win this. But Vermeers, yeah, they've been impressive this season too. So hard to predict, and I think this one will be close.
Yeah, it's definitely both teams have both have shown on the previous tournaments that they definitely have what it takes. So I don't know if we see, maybe we'll see some kind of I don't know, the strategies. That's gonna be interesting to see. Nothing that strange about the picks and the bans, so we don't see any Trelleborg influence here happening that they wouldn't be picking anything up or anything that strange, to be honest. So it's business as usual. So maybe we'll see something on the game, and then of course we have the drops and everything. So we'll see what kind of a disruptive gameplay we might be having. But the time will tell, of course. But yeah, definitely interesting match. And the My Insanity versus DJK, which we had earlier on the stream. My Insanity, they showed there definitely that they're back on the game. Kind of like having the yesterday, which wasn't like the usual performance. If you ask for me, they won the series, yes, but and made it all the way here. But I don't think that they kind of like did their best game yesterday. But there we go. So we teams are starting to kind of like build the first bale, and we actually saw one tractor flipping there as they went to get the harvester from the platform. Yeah, Fermius Flamboyance, they seem to be in a pretty good pace. My Insanity seems to be a little bit maybe late with the bale, not completely sure. They're going to be disengaging actually exactly at the same time. So they're both actually very close. They're going to go for the same bridge. Of course, they don't see each other as they're driving. But yeah, this is going to be about 140 for each of them, depending how the swings are going to go. Oh, that's going to be Elroad is missing the swing, and 137 at the same time coming for in My Insanity, as we can see that Jan is dropping it inside, and that's fine. But yeah, there we go, 133 as well. So the gap is a pretty small one, just 4 points, so pretty equal.
I've got a bone to pick with L Rhodes because yesterday Fermiers off the stream scored 148 on the first bale twice, and we didn't get to see it. And now that we've seen them in a couple of games already today, they've not gotten really anywhere close to that. So where are you at, L Rhodes? Come on, we want to see these high numbers. Of course, Trelleborg broke that record a day later with 149 earlier today against Team Charlie. So now there's a new standard set. Trelleborg are never satisfied with just winning tournaments. They like to have those records too. They are the back-to-back champions for a reason. And as of yet this season, we've not had any other winner of a tournament after the first two. So there is a chance for one of these teams to make it to the final and be 2 wins away from winning a tournament this season. A lot at stake here. A lot of circuit points at stake still as well.
So what do you think about talking about Trelleborg and the performance? We had a chat with Alex about the Wall of Fame. Do you have any thoughts about it?
The Wall of Fame. I missed that discussion. I must have been eating some breakfast when you guys were talking about that. What were you talking about? I want to know.
No, we just thought that because there's like so many things that, has happened on the past. So we do have, of course, Trelleborg, getting some great results. We do have like these first bale records and stuff like that. So maybe we should have like this Wall of Fame where we put like, the best performances of each of the seasons. Like this guy made the best first bale, or this team, this was the best combo and stuff like that. Kind of like gather the history of the different seasons in one place.
I like that. It's important to remember like where the FSL has been, because then you see how far it's come. Like, and there's still a lot of room for it to grow as well. I mean, if you put it up against the major esports, it's never going to pull in those kind of viewerships, I would imagine, just due to the nature of the game. But at the same time, like some of those esports have been around for a lot longer too. So only 4 seasons of the FSL, and as Alex has mentioned before, that first season with the Farming Simulator Championship, it looked a lot different than it does now. So going forward in the future, we don't know. There's always questions asked to us like, is it ever going to be on FS22? That would be really cool, and we would love to achieve that. But that, of course, comes down to, do we have time? Do we have resources? It's important to remember that at the end of the day, even though Giant Software has a successful series in Farming Simulator and a rather successful, rather new esport in the Farming Simulator League, that we're not a very big company. Still probably under 100 employees across 4 offices, 3 in Europe, 1 in North America. So we still have room to grow as a company as well. But, I mean, we've got so much work to do just on Farming Simulator 22, and there may or may not be another mobile version of Farming Simulator in the near future too, and more DLC for FS22 coming out. So hopefully we'll find the resources and the time to devote to the FSL development in the future as well. But if you guys just keep supporting it and telling your friends about it, and the more people that we get involved, the more teams, the more sponsors, the more viewership that we see for it. Of course, just like it has been with Farming Simulator, because of the community getting so into it and telling their friends, and content creators kind of exposing it worldwide to people that had never really experienced the game before, we need that same kind of emphasis put onto the Farming Simulator League to help it grow too.
Well, definitely, yeah, lot of things that can be done, and of course the resources are always kind of like a thing that has to be taken into account. But meanwhile, the time is running on the clock. It's 9.5 minutes. We had the first drops. We're gonna be having the 8-minute drops, not so far away, just 1 minute and more. We can see grain is gonna be tossed away to the silos, so we can see definitely Fermier is gonna be. They were unloading some, now they're going to be collecting some more as well. The multiplier is currently working towards Fermiers, but I mean, my insanity, they have the grain, so they will definitely go and kind of try to balance that out. There's going to be 1 minute when we see the drop, so if there's going to be anything regarding these grain or multiplier ratios in general, that is, of course, that we always want to see the silo closed or the grain multiplier. Those are the ones that we always love to see in this kind of a situation when the grain has been already used or somebody's waiting just to unload it. But other than that, the bales, yeah, Fermiers have been producing some at the same time. None for my insanity yet, but yeah, that's going to be probably happening after the 8-minute mark when they have kind of like finished with all the gameplay with the grain.
Yeah, it's interesting. If Fermiers get the right drop and if they're ready to start bringing some bales in, like this could be a good moment for them. But PB is now bringing the John Deere in, and they're going to do a little bit of a grain chain here. So My Insanity have prioritized grain early on, whereas Fermiers have gone with bale pressing. And My Insanity might be able to... Oh, and grain multiplier, if they go grab that and deliver this grain now, they are going to have a nice little lead.
They are
the
close.
Multiplier.
Yeah, luckily
Surprised
there
he's
is
not
no
gone for it
silo
already.
closed.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, if there would be a silo closed as well, then I mean, my incentive going for the grain multiplier and then Fermius going for silo closed, that would be definitely a interesting combination. They still have 30 seconds to pick that up, so we see no activities around the drops for now, but for sure somebody's gonna go there at some point. 51,000 grain from my insanity, so with that multiplier, it's gonna be a pretty good one. We can see El Rhodes gonna go and pick something. He's gonna go for the grain multiplier as well. At least he's like hinting a little bit towards that. And yeah, he's gonna go for it. Yeah, both teams will just pick that up at the same time. And then I guess we should be having the unloading operation. Hannes starting the operation, and there we go. That's gonna be a plenty.
Well, he hopped out and then it stopped again, but he did get a little bit out, so he can kind of start to unload again. This is going to, I think, be a bigger moment for My Insanity, or Fermiers. Yeah, My Insanity. I got it right the first time. It's going to be a bigger moment for them than Fermiers because they have way more grain here.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to end up with an advantage.
Yeah, definitely it should be like that because Fermiers, they only had less than 20k of grain, so that is less than half. So definitely, I mean, My Insanity, they gotta get the multiplier back, and they should have a smallish advantage definitely after all this grain has been unloaded. Now we can see that Fermiers, they're out of it already, but the My Insanity, they stopped delivering as well, and they haven't got it back. They're gonna be missing it out. And that's going to go all the way to the ground. So Hannes will try to still get the remains out. And there we go. Let's see how far it's going to take them. It's going to give like a slight advantage. 2.1 maybe? No, it's going to stop at 2.2. So they are completely equal for now.
Oh, he's gonna miss the opportunity, I think, to really maximize it because he's having to hop back in and out. He's having a hard... He can't get it to dump grain here. Was that it? So it ends up at 2 apiece. So actually, My Insanity did not execute that well. Hannes was just running out of time because he had to keep hopping out and switching to the combines. If he had had both of those combines parked up and already ready to dump into the grain cart when they picked up the grain multiplier, like they would have a multiplier advantage. So that was a bit of a lucky break, I think, for Fermiers that they didn't end up with a disadvantage, and now they can start scoring some points.
Yeah, it could have gone completely the other way around, But the situation is pretty even. I mean, the multipliers are the same, and when you look at the bales, so yes, my Insanity has been also starting to press those bales. They do have more than Firmir Flamboyance, but I guess Firmir's they already did put some in. But for now, my Insanity actually they don't have the lead on the points, but looking at the bales, and after PB has been putting all these in, they should be pretty much set with a tie situation. So for now, it really looks that this might be one of those series when it's going to come all the way down to the wire, when they will just, shelve them inside. And once again, we see the kind of like the water route used for the
Yeah.
tractors. So when the bridges are not in their favor, they have managed to find a way just to toss themselves to the water and move from there. And the super drop should be coming just any second now as well.
Bottom boost, and there is a fight for it. It looks like Firmir's is going to get to it. Indeed, they have. So now they can push these into the bottom and get 20 points apiece for them. So it's still like bottom boost when the multiplier is even isn't as effective as if you can score more points, I would say, quickly. But this is going to save Firmir's time later. It's going to save them a lot of time that now we see My Insanity are going to have to spend stacking. But My Insanity still could even this out. There's plenty of time to get them into the top. So, careful, Tita. He had to slow down. He's able to correct it in the end. L Rhodes had to wait on him to get across. And yeah, it's 102 points now, Copter, the difference, but plenty of time. It could go either way.
Yeah, and My Insanity, they have the bales as well. There's only 3 for Firmir's anymore, and My Insanity, they have 14. So as PB will just, well, he has already started the operations here. As we can see, there's about 10 bales. So that should be about 200 points then, lying there on the ground, and that's going to be double, so that's going to be 411. And these 2 other ones, which is just unloading right now, they should be kind of like evening the scoreline pretty much. And there's still plenty of time on the clock, so I guess Firmir's will just go back on the fields to press some more bales, and then they will start delivering them. But I would say that My Insanity, they still have the same option. They can still do more bales as well, at least a couple of them. So in a way, if they do the stacking right, they should be able to get more points than Firmir's. But you never know what's going to happen. This is Farming Simulator. We have seen some pretty crazy endings happening. But for now, at least to my eye, it looks like My Insanity, they do have the advantage.
It's going to be close, and like I figured that these teams were going to be close coming in, but it's going to be really close, as a matter of fact. And it might come down to a bale falling off the belt. We'll see. 1:50 to go, and too hard to call at this point. Oh, careful there, almost crashing into each other. That could have been a costly mistake, but they're able to avoid it. So apparently yesterday there was some sort of, I don't know if it was just due to like a technical issue or something from Firmir's, but they have come up with their own strategy of how to communicate using the horn and the tractor instead of using their voices.
Okay.
And they said they were able to use it to pretty good success. And I think, if I remember correctly, the story they told was they had pretty much done it on the fly, basically out of necessity. As this could be a costly mistake because that baler is going to end up in the moat, and that has a couple of bales on the back. That could be the game for My Insanity there. Firmir's a huge mistake with a minute to go. That's not retrievable. Like, there's no saving that. So a couple of bales left out in the moat, and that is just bad news for Firmir's. They had those bales would have gotten them right back pretty even to My Insanity, but now they're lost to the drink.
Yeah, we kind of see that the stacker has nothing to do for the moment. So there's only a couple bales which are actually on the front of L Rhodes, so they can get a 600 and 59. So there's no way that they can reach My Insanity, because 2 of those bales, they are in that baler, which we see on the board. So definitely My Insanity, they already have this under their name. as there's no way the Fermiers can anymore come back from that situation. A very costly mistake, but even if they would have been able to cross that bridge without any issues, I don't think that there would have been enough bales to counterfeit the my insanity. So definitely a costly mistake, but probably not the game breaker in this situation.
Yeah, not what they needed though, for sure. But 33 bales to 25, not really the highest bale counts. Like, especially if Trelleborg are to beat Lindner in the next semifinal. We saw Trelleborg get 50 bales earlier. So no matter who moves on from this one, both of these teams need to find a way to press more bales if they make it to the final.
Yeah. Well, definitely my insanity, they have shown that they kind of like, even without the mistake coming from the Fermier side, they can definitely win. So I guess that kind of like, builds the setup for the second game. Fermiers, they need to improve some small things there, to be more successful on the first bale as well. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, definitely, just like you said, Kermit, it's a tight series. It's a very even rosters on the both sides. So that of course means that we cannot know what's going to happen on the next game. But for now, it's looking good for my insanity. And is there something that you would, Kermit, do like differently on the Fermier side? Is there anything that's like sticking to your eye?
Nothing really jumps out, but they do need to press more bales. And I think they kind of lost out on the grain multiplier, didn't they, as well? It ended up not costing them, but I think it distracted them enough that it kind of threw them off. So yeah, you got to find a way to press more bales, and not only that, you got to get them in and score them, preferably through the top of the barn to maximize the points you're getting. It's too hard to predict though. Like, Vermeers are definitely a good team, and I could see them coming out and looking comfortable and forcing the third of the best of three without a doubt. But my insanity have looked pretty strong and smooth so far through all the games we've seen them in today.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing was the grain incident on the last game. I completely forgot it already, but definitely, I mean, there was a chance for my insanity to get the multiplier like working for them pretty nicely because they had so much grain and the multiplier as well. But then at least they got it back to even, if nothing else. But that is definitely something that they can still improve. And if they will improve, well, of course, we don't know what's going to be the drop on the next game. But there's definitely a chance that my insanity, they can also improve their game as well. So Fermiers, they really need to find the kind of like the answers to the problems they have.
Right. Yeah, I was excited when this was the matchup for the semifinal because I knew it would be good. I don't really know what to predict here. It looks like my insanity are not going to ban anything with their first selection. The narrow tire case Puma 240 has been banned by my insanity. So yeah, Fermier is not banning anything. The other, of course, I figured that's what they would go with. If you ban one of a type of item, you usually ban the other type. And it's the same thing when you see teams ban a telehandler. But this is interesting. Why would you ban this telehandler, but not the other one? Maybe Fermiers are going to use the other one. We'll see.
Yeah, that might be the cause, definitely. We'll see what's going to happen here. But the big phase is going to come right now, and but I would really love to see the telehandler being used. I mean, we don't see that
I love it
enough. If you ask from me, I think there would be definitely more. I would like to see it more on the screen, and of course, I would love to see those those tosses all the way to the to the second floor of the barn as well.
Fun.
Yeah, that is fun, definitely. Yeah.
Last tournament, we saw Wooler use a telehandler to jump over the drawbridge as it was raised up too. So is that what Fermiers are going to do? Have they been practicing that? I don't know. We'll see if they pick a telehandler. L. Rhodes has gone with the Deutz Fahr. Tita has gone with the John Deere 6120M. So this would be the moment for Loiku to go for the telehandler if they so choose. But no, it's the Massey 7726 instead.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, this is going to be interesting, but who knows what's going to happen in the end. But the telehandler is definitely something that I would love to see more, as I have now, well, said it multiple times already. But I mean, it is definitely I mean, we have seen the tricks happening this season already with the telehandler.
Right.
So I don't know
They're
if
fun
there's
to
anything
see.
else what you can do with it, but I guess they will find a way. But now we have the first bale. Once again, PB is gonna be running to the platforms.
Look
There's
at
gonna be
that, they're almost
also
neck and neck.
Vermeers there running at the same time. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be my insanity. He's gonna be pissed. I would say the player from Vermeers. Such a huge run. I mean, just at the same time. I did it for. I was looking at. There's a shadow, but no, it's not a shadow. It was the other player.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the ghost mode because it's good for moments like that when both teams are going like in the same area and you can kind of see what the other team's doing. And of course, like the beginning of the round and the end of the round is when the players are the most bunched up, right? They're like going to the starting pods at the beginning of a round, often fighting for equipment. And then at the end of the round, they're all trying to get their bales in and get the points scored. We got 14 minutes to go in this one, and Fermier's Flamboyance needs to win to force the third of the best of three. Otherwise, My Insanity will move on to the final here later today. This is the first of two semifinals. We'll have Trelleborg against Lindner coming up after the conclusion of this one. 138 for Jan. A good first bail by him. And here comes El Rhodes. This is not going to be 148 yet again. But shouldn't be too big of a gap. 122, so that's less than one bail. Not too much damage done there then.
Yeah, 16 points. So yeah, it's a good start for both of them. You know, not missing the bails, because sometimes we see that happening as well. I mean, sometimes we just had a slow bail, and that's okay. It's not fine, but you know that's not so big of an issue. But if you sometimes like you have a very great first bail, but then you miss the toss, and then you still get 122, let's say, for example. So I'm pretty sure that the teams will be more happier to get that 122 like without the mistake than get the 122 after a mistake. It's gonna be like more calm, and they can, you know, they're focused on their own game. So it's still fine. It's less than one bail, like you said, and the gaps we have seen today. I think that 16 points is not gonna be a breaker. Definitely, it's something. It's like a mental thing currently for My Insanity. Yes, we are on the lead, but in real life on the scoreboard, we haven't seen gaps that small that often, especially today. So we'll see.
Guys, if you're in chat, don't forget we're doing a giveaway for the Kubota pack. The link is in Twitch chat. It's pinned to the YouTube chat. Make sure you go enter that and have a chance to win the Kubota Pack DLC for Farming Simulator 22. 11 new machines and front loaders in that Kubota Pack for you to use if you like medium to small size equipment and do a lot of animal husbandry in the game as well and raise livestock. It's definitely a good pack for that sort of thing. So if you don't have it already, go enter the giveaway and you might just win it.
There we had the first drops. Nothing that special for this occasion, or do you have an opinion about those drops, Kermit? Do you see that there's anything like that could change the gameplay so hugely at this point?
Yeah, I didn't. I was looking at chat, so I didn't catch what they were. What are they at the moment?
There was direct delivery was the other one, and I kind of like forgot the other one already as well myself, but nothing that major. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I should fix my memory as well. Oh, there we go. Speed limit.
Speed limit. Okay, that's probably the one you want to pick, like in the 12th minute. The only problem here is like Vermeers can go grab it now themselves, and then kind of cancel out what My Insanity just did. But will they? I'm not sure. So the 12th minute, like, it's an interesting one. I like that people are more encouraged to get the drops in the 12th minute. There's a better like grouping of the drops in season 4 compared to season 3. Like last season, I maybe saw 1 or 2 times where a team picked up a 12th minute drop. They were almost always ignored because they were too far away and just not worth it. Vermeers has 30 seconds to go grab a drop themselves. They've, as of yet, have not done it. So if they don't pick it up, it could be a good moment for My Insanity where They are going 20% faster than Vermeers at the moment, and every little bit counts.
Yeah, but do they have the time anymore? That's the question. It's already 10 minutes on the clock, so I don't think that they have the time anymore. Well, we'll see. But yeah, probably not.
Yeah, you only have a minute to grab it, so they missed out.
Yeah, definitely. But okay. So getting to 10 minutes. So I guess they're gonna be building towards the 8-minute drops. The grain is gonna be collected. The multipliers are still the default, so nobody has been unloading any of that grain. But the both sides, they have pretty much the same amount. The bales, none from either side currently. So they have been just focusing on the grain game. We saw this happening on the previous match as well, that the grain was like playing a quite big part before My Insanity then started to press some bales, but Vermeers, they catch up later on. But yeah, definitely. Once again, we see the same setup that, yeah, it's going to be getting close to the 8-minute mark. And around that time, of course, when the drops are coming in. So they're like wondering, okay, we can see My Insanity actually unloading. And Vermeers already before that. So they're going to be, I'm not going to say afraid, but they're going to be worried that there might be like a silo close or something coming in. So they just want to make sure that they are doing something already before that. And Vermeers, they started earlier. So they do have the multiplier coming towards them currently. And My Insanity is actually not unloading currently at all. So they lost it 2.5 to 1.5. But of course, they of course do have a chance to come back.
Yeah, no bales yet for Vermeer, so not really a chance for them to score any points with the multiplier in their favor. And I think looking at the grain count for My Insanity, they're going to do something similar. They're probably about to pull their grain cart up if they haven't already, and they're going to bring a combine or two in as well to dump some grain, and are probably hoping again that grain multiplier will show up in the 8th-minute drops.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what they did on the last game as well. So the setup is actually pretty similar. There's going to be a 51k about they had on the last game when they were waiting for the drops. And of course, now if there's going to be that grain multiplier, then they have to be performing better. And breaches lowered and
silo closed. Vermeers needs to get that.
And yeah, I mean, Vermeers, they can actually make a huge dent here towards My Insanity if they will pick that up, because then My Insanity, they cannot unload it. So they will not be kind of like getting the multiplier back yet. They will have to wait.
This is My Insanity coming. No, it's actually Vermeers. Yeah, I keep getting my teams mixed up. Here's Loiku coming in and getting silo closed. So that is a huge moment for Vermeers. It's going to be closed now, My Insanity silo, for 90 seconds. They are bringing in 2 combines. They're going to have a lot of grain when this runs out. But Vermeers now has 6 bales pressed, and they have a 2.5 to 1.5 advantage. They need to get every single bale that they can into the top of the barn at this moment and score 25 points apiece for them. Give themselves a nice little cushion that may or may not hold for the rest of the round.
But there's nothing happening for now. We can see My Insanity just getting some bales here. But the Vermeers, they have no bales next to the belt at all. So I don't know how this is going to be working out for them. But they still have some time, because the silo close is going to be still lasting about 45 seconds.
Here comes 2 now. That's not enough, I don't think, but it's something. Oh, no.
Close, but no cigar.
Oh, here comes El Rhodes with 2 more on the front, and presumably at least 1 in the baler.
Yeah.
So they're running out of time, though. They've got 30 seconds. They need to get all of these in if they can. This is 100 points on the ones we can see if they get them in at 25 apiece. Yeah, there's 1 in the baler, so 125 points sitting here right now, but only 10 seconds left on silo closed, and presumably My Insanity ready to pounce with 52,000 liters of grain sitting at their silo ready to be delivered here. That's 1 in. So was that only 1 they scored? They still have time, because Hannes is just now getting here, but their belt is going really slow, and there now it goes.
Yeah.
So not as good of a moment as it could have been there for Vermeer's Flamboyance.
Yeah, I mean, there was a chance for them to catch up the kind of like the missing points which they lost on the first bale, because there was 16 points. So if they would have got 4 bales in with 25 points, then they would have gained that 20 points. The grain is going to come down for the both sides, so the multiplier is still holding for Vermeers. And that could actually be the difference that's going to bring them tied with the score situation more or less, like when you compare the first bale gap, because then they will get those remaining bales also with the 2.2, 2.4, what's there on the table. So they will get about the amount of points of that 16 points, you know, when you just compare the extra points, not the points as a whole.
We have that random funny guy in the Twitch chat asking, how do they win? How do they get points? Thank you, Felden, for kind of explaining it in chat. Yeah, if you're newer to the FSL, my colleague Jenny, as well, on the events team, part of the FSL staff as well, has shared the tutorial video that you can go watch on YouTube. But if you don't want to miss the action right now, it's basically as Felden explained it. In a nutshell, there is a pick and ban phase. It starts out with that 15-minute rounds, best of 3. You basically just harvest your grain, deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, and then you score points by delivering bales into the barn. And if you put them onto the belt, as Tita is doing at the moment, you'll get 10 points multiplied by what your current team's multiplier is. And all the information really that you need, if you go to the FSL website, is there, but the user interface for the FSL is pretty great as well. So you can see the team scores next to the time. The little yellow box under the scores is the team's current multiplier. The arrows are the speed that their conveyor belt is currently going. The red boxes above the score for both teams right now signify that all 3 of their drawbridges are up. If it starts flashing, that means it's coming down. Green means that it's down. The player pictures show what equipment they're using, and up the top left of each player's picture, or top right, depending on the side, shows what player perk they have. Underneath the captain is what the team perk is. Any sort of drops or super drops will show. As a matter of fact, My Insanity has picked up bottom boost and are going to utilize it here to score a few bales. That's a good moment for My Insanity.
It's a lot of bales, actually. They're not so far away from the combo as well. But yeah, that's going to be counterfeited by Fairmere, so they will reset the combo points so they don't get the combo down. But that's a lot of points on the first floor of the barn, so they definitely have taken the lead. And looking at the bale situation once again, so what is available? My Insanity with 5 and Fairmere's with 7. Okay, 8 now. But the difference on the bales is that small that the amount of points they're going to score is not going to be bringing down the gap. And at the same time, also the multiplier has been worked. It's exactly 2.0. So, and there's no grain anymore, so we don't see any changes on that one. So now it comes once again to the actual stacking and getting the bales inside of the barn. And for now, it definitely looks that My Insanity, they have a slight advantage once again.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. Like, there was 3 minutes to go there, and both teams had like under 5 bales apiece. I mean, they're scoring a lot already, but now with 2 minutes to go, each team only has 7 bales out there. So this isn't going to be like a super high scoring game, but that bottom boost for My Insanity gave them a chance to get a lot of theirs in, whereas Fermiers, who are trailing now, you see they've got these bales sitting out here that they've got to bring in and score all of them into the top with under 2 minutes to go. Tita can only grab 3 at a time. Here comes Loiku with 3 on the back of the case baler. So I'm not sure that Fermiers can even get all 10 of their bales in with 1:40 to go. Definitely not into the top, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be, okay, 10 bales. So that's going to be 200 points. Both have the same amount, actually, and 120 points about the gap. So it's going to be hard. So if My Insanity, if there's going to be a mistake or something like that, that's going to be, of course, helping out in the situation. So there needs to be something special happening. If both teams are just, you know, doing the work as usual, stacking the bales on the belt and getting the 20 points from each, then My Insanity, they have won it. So unless there's going to be something special happening, then the situation is going to be that. That's what I'm forecasting at this moment, as we do have 1 minute PB doing a great work, just getting the bales in the middle. That's going to be 2 on top of each other, which is completely fine. Hanna's going to be putting, I guess, a similar setup. So yeah, he's going to unload it 2+1. And yeah, no flaws, no mistakes, and My Insanity, they're looking pretty stable here. we don't see the Fermiers for now, but they're gonna be probably doing the similar kind of things because we can see that the points are coming in, and there we go. We have them on the pictures. There's couple bales. I guess it's 2 on top of each other, so they're gonna close the gap a little bit. But still the bale count is working towards my insanity. And for now it definitely looks, when you have these bales getting inside from my insanity as well, they are getting to a 700. There's just no bales for Fermiers anymore. The Cats reach even 700. So this is a done deal. And my insanity will take the second game as well, and they will win the series 2-0.
Wow. Great performance by My Insanity. And I think proof that really both of these teams are teams that you should expect to be at top 5. I would imagine. Like, there's still a long way to go this season, and anything can happen, of course. But Fermier is the second place team coming into the third tournament. My Insanity in a 4-way tie for 7th place coming in. And this is a huge moment for My Insanity, because this means for them quite a bit of circuit points, no matter what they do in the final. They're gonna, if they end up runners up and they lose in the final, they're getting 70 points. If they win it, they get 90. So say they get 70, that's 100 points. That's going to be enough, with Bednar and Vultra missing out on making it to the quarterfinals today. That's enough for My Insanity to go from a 4-way tie for 7th to a minimum a 3-way tie. Actually, I think they'll be 4th, because Lindner have made the semifinal and will go above Bednar and Vulture as well. But still, nonetheless, they're going into the top 5 no matter what they do. And you got to watch out for both these teams. And My Insanity showing that they deserve their place, and they're in the final, and we'll see who is going to be their opponent. After we come back from the break, we're going to have the highlights from this matchup, and then we'll have Lindner against Trelleborg to see who is going to be the other team in the final facing My Insanity.
Yeah. Well, that's the next game, and of course, as just Kermit said, we're gonna be going for that break. So we'll be back in about 3-4 minutes. So see you guys then. And welcome back. There we go. The last semi-final is in our hands. We had the first semi-final, and of course, as always, we do the nice caster rotation. So we do have Virtual Farmer. Welcome back, Alex.
Hello. That was some interesting games you had then. Mind Sanity playing really, really well today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when they played versus the DJK earlier, and I said something about DJK, I was really interested about and hyped about how the gameplay went, and then My Insanity won them. So, yeah, that, of course, was a good sign. But if I'm honest, I didn't expect that this is going to be 2-0, but it was. So, very well done from the My Insanity. And now we're going to be, of course, on the next match, seeing who's going to be actually getting to the final together with them. But of course, we're going to have the replay soon. We're going to have a look what actually happened on the last game. Was there anything, Alex, on the last game that kind of like caught your eye, something that you want to discuss about?
I think Linda and Mind Sanity and Fermius were playing very different strategies, and it was amazing to see between the two games where it went really badly and for Fermius in the first game and really well for Lindner with that grain multiplier at the 8-minute drop. And then the adverse happened in the second game when the silo closed hit, and that went Fermius' way and not my Insanity's way, and the different way in which the two teams capitalized on it. So My Insanity perfectly capitalized on that grain multiplier in the first game and just gave themselves an unassailable position from it. And then in the second game, Fermius didn't take as much advantage of that silos close to score as many points as they could, and as a result, put themselves in a worse position against Fermius. We do have a replay now, and of the last two games.
Yeah, I really want to see the when they were running. I mean, it wasn't on the first game, or it was on the second game, but we had the they got the running battle to the platforms to get the utilities from there. But we're still on the first game. We had the first bells coming in here, and I mean, nothing that special about them. So both teams, they managed to get it without any huge mistakes there, quite small with gap. We had this Hannes's grain accident when he had some trouble jumping from the harvester to another, and kind of like My Insanity wasn't able to capitalize the benefit which they had at the moment, but in the end, it worked just fine for them. We had the bottom boost coming in, Tita almost flipping the tractor on the safer route. But and for the second time as well, actually, I didn't catch that on the broadcast, so he needs to have some practice definitely on that one. But they still managed to do it just without any major issues, and just getting those bales in on the lower door to after they got the drop. Oh yeah, and then this one, yeah, almost forgot it. So this was it wasn't. Like I said, it wasn't the decider, but of course a huge mistake losing a harvester. There was 2 bales at least inside of that one, and which they of course were not able to recover at all. It just jumped back to the water. They lost the game, but even with those bales inside of that baler, they would have not been getting those points they needed for the victory. And this is a running battle, which we saw when the My Insanity on the second game won that running battle. There was just like a 1 meter of difference. And I said that almost I saw a shadow there, but it was actually another player. And once again, Tita having these small problems on the Bridge of Doom. So let's use that wording this time. But in general, I mean, it was a pretty tight series. But in the end, My Insanity, they just managed to kind of like even though they had some issues with the drops and the silo close not working towards their way, they still found a way to win the series. But there we go.
Yeah. So yeah, as said, that I completely forgot about that baler getting stuck on that bridge. That was really unfortunate, and you were right at the time. Those 2 bales would have put them ahead, but overall, it wouldn't have made a difference. They kind of not had enough bales at that point to win the game.
That is true. But the next match is definitely interesting. Of course, I guess we do have our favorite as we want to see if Trelleborg's going to be still victorious and not going to lose any best of 3 series on the Farming Simulator League this season. So what are your expectations? Like, what do you say, Alex? Like, is Trelleborg going to get it once again, or do we have a chance that something like maybe something even unexpected is going to happen? That Lindner, can they find a way around Trelleborg?
Lindner have disrupted Trelleborg. Trelleborg showed in their first match today that they are not interested in disrupting anybody. They are just interested in making as many bales and scoring them as they can. Lindner have to disrupt that. They have to do something that puts a stop to Trelleborg creating 50-odd bales. Because if they don't, they are just going to have such a problem. And I think it's unassailable.
Yeah, I want to see these bans and picks. I mean, Trelleborg, they didn't pick a team perk at all when they played the versus the team Charlie. So let's see if they're gonna be still doing the same, or what's the case. We can see Valtra being banned, we can see Manicho, telehandler being banned, and then let's see the 2 last remainings. I guess the other telehandler's gonna be banned as well. So we'll just wait for those. Yeah, it's gonna be Massive Ferguson taken out of the equation as well. And then the last ban coming from Trelleborg. They're going to be thinking about it, but what will they choose? Will there be anything that's special? They're going to be waiting for a long time. They're going to keep... Oh, Valtra. Another Valtra.
Ooh. Okay, so the reason why I'm surprised by that one is because that is a tractor Trelleborg have been using. As part of their current strategy. So that means that ruling out the Valtra means they are ruling out a 400 horsepower tractor. The next one available to them for a 3-point pick is the Deutz Fahr at only 336. So
none. They took away the bottleneck. They chose it, but no, they put it back. They're gonna keep us guessing.
They put it back. They have changed strategy.
Yeah, I mean, they chose the bottleneck, then they took it away, and then they put it right back. They're toying with us.
What are you doing to me, Trelleborg?
Yeah, but
so are they going for the 2 large tractor? I don't think they can go for the 2 large tractor strategy. They don't have enough points to pick it anymore.
Well, at least they will. They will they will choose the bottleneck, so they are not playing the no perks game anymore. So we are maybe seeing the usual Trelleborg, if you can say it like that. But runners under pressures, Archimedes, the usual things are going to be selected. Okay, we don't see Case that often because it's quite often banned, the narrow tire tractors. So that is definitely the utility they want to use for the first bale because it's fast. But we just have to wait and see, because just in a matter of seconds we're going to be starting the game, and then we have the huge battle of the first bale starting once again.
I'm a little bit confused as to why Trelleborg have gone with a different strategy. I mean, the strategy they used against Team Charlie was insanely overpowered. And I don't know if it was some mistake that Team Charlie made that made it that way. But yeah, this is a very normal strategy from Trelleborg right now, and I just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they want to play with the normal strategy, maybe because they haven't played Team Charlie, and maybe they were thinking that, let's try something else, because this, we might be facing a more stronger opponent in the future games. So maybe they wanted to try something, a little bit different to see how it works out in the end. And now they know that they have beaten Lindner with this kind of a strategy in the past, so they want to go back to the basics. Martin having some issues actually getting away from the harvester is going to be still close. I mean, he's not going to make the record, but it's going to be a good first bale. It should be close to 140, maybe 137.
No, he missed!
Oh, it's going to miss that. So that's going to be, not the start they were hoping for. It would have been about 137. And now Martin is going to come back and show it there, 130. So it's going to be still better than Lindner because they haven't delivered the first bale. Sinfrey still here, right here on the Bridge of Doom. Almost makes a small mistakes and touches the kind of like the fence next to it. But no, that's not going to happen. But this is going to be a less than 120, 115. So that is 15-point difference what we have here. And that is less than one bale. And there we can see the replay, what actually happened.
Yeah, I think Martin didn't quite have enough straw in that baler to finish off the bale. Pulled away slightly too early, and as a result, ended up needing to go back for just a little bit more straw.
Yeah, well, it happens. Still, they managed to get a better first bale. And of course, they still made a mistake with the swing by as well. So it would have been 137, 8 or something like that if that wouldn't happen. So not a huge mistake, especially when Linder didn't get that fast first bale. So now we're back on the grinding. The grain game is going on. And we can see both teams getting close to 30k of grain already. And then, of course, we want to see the strategies later on, how they will use that grain as well. And, of course, the 12-minute drops, they are not so far away either. So then we'll see. Is there going to be anything useful, anything that can be done to kind of like, make some small changes to the opponent's gameplay or something like that?
Just a quick welcome into the chat. Deuce MS, welcome on to you. And Vulcan95, thank you very much for your raid earlier. Bringing your community along to experience the FSL, which is cracking today. We've had some really, really good games, and this this is shaping up to be one of them. Herbicide and Bridges lowered our drops, and I don't think either team is going to go for those, to be honest. They're a little bit underpowered for where they are. Yeah,
it doesn't make so much of a difference with the current gameplay. Of course, Herbicide, we have seen that it doesn't really... It's not that important this season, so we haven't seen that being picked, and the bridges lowered. We saw the Trelleborg, they are able to use any of the bridges for fight, so it's completely fine. So the current action is not to go to the barn that heavily, so the bridges don't matter at the stage so much. We can see Beatmaster though going and unloading that grain, and at the same time we can see Lindner still collecting it, so they're gonna be harvesting more. So Beatmaster will just drop something there. They do have a 3.0 ratio, and now we can see Lindner actually coming back and counterfeiting that strategy. And they should have plenty of grain, so they should be able to put it back to 2.0, but maybe even further. Yeah, they can definitely put it further, and they can actually get the multiplier working for them.
That is good news for Lindner, but only if they can now deliver bales at this point. And only Trelleborg have bales pressed. In fact, Trelleborg have 10 bales pressed at this point, where Lindner have 0.
That's fast. I mean, how they do that?
I think that is down to the reason why Lindner have more grain than Trelleborg. I think Trelleborg have got pressing bales earlier than Lindner have, and as a result, they have got this 10 bale advantage at the moment.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that one. But the question, of course, is that when they will start actually, doing something with the bales, but they don't have to worry about it. They still have plenty of time. Meanwhile, we can see that the both teams are collecting more grain. The multiplier went back to 2.0, so Lindner, even though they had a chance, they didn't make it as their advantage, so they didn't put it on the negative side for Trelleborg. So now both teams are sitting exactly at 2.0, and the bales are just coming in. I mean, Trelleborg, they actually put one of the bales inside, and now they're going to be starting to deliver some more. It's going to be 1.5 minutes until we do have the 8-minute drops. And, when the both teams... Oh, there's going to be a smallish issue.
Willer's got stuck on the bridge.
Yeah, one of the bales going to be dropping from the fork, but he's going to be pushing it all the way, and he's going to make it all the way to the barn as well. So he's not going to waste his time by getting the bale back onto the fork. He'll just leave it there, and it's not so far away. So that's a nicely recovered situation. Sometimes we see that when you drop that one bale, and then the tractor like jumps a little bit from that bale, and then you run into trouble. But no, he's going to be just taking out all the speed, and very carefully proceeding and just pushing the bale away.
And Lindner now going to drop another 30,000 litres of grain. The 8-minute drop is about to hit. So they do have this pretty big grain advantage at the moment. An extra 8,000 litres might be enough to give them a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage, which would be very useful. They have a combine sitting up there ready as well, so there's 8,000 litres sitting there from that too. That is quite a strong position they're putting themselves in. Although Trelleborg are now quite a few bales ahead. In fact, they are waiting to put in and get the Bale-tastic bonus.
Yes. There we go. They get
well
it.
played by Trelleborg.
Yeah, I mean, usually you don't see. Okay, so we have Crazy Tool and Bridges raised. So nothing that disruptive. Of course, you can do something with the bridges raised, but that's not such a big of a problem. Crazy Tool is something that definitely they can use if they have the people on the right positions at the moment. And yeah, there's got to be something big by Lindner, so they will take the Crazy Tool. So they hopefully have something who can actually work with it. And meanwhile, because the Trelleborg just unloading the grain and trying to work with the multiplier, and they will go with the Crazy Tool as well. So Beatmaster will pick that up. We can see Bull just pressing the bales with the Crazy Tool in use, and they still have some seconds remaining. It's not going to be long, just couple seconds. And Trelleborg, they will do the same as well. They have more seconds remaining, so both teams are getting those. And by the way, at the same time, Lindner, they haven't put any bales inside. So we can see Trelleborg, they're trying to get the next combo. They have 12 out of 15 already, but no, now it's going to be counterfeited, so they will not get it. Lindner will react to the situation, but it was close that Trelleborg would have been able to gain even more points with the combo.
It would have been a dangerous situation, but Lindner could possibly have got the counter rather than just resetting things if they'd waited just a smidge longer. But I have a feeling that Trelleborg would have tried to guarantee that they were actually going to get those bonus points if they did that. Martin now heading over the safer route and getting a little bit of air as he does so, as he heads round the barn to get the straighter of the two bales on his forks into the barn.
Yeah, Trelleborg definitely, they want to get the bales here. The multiplier is now for Lindner, so it's 2.2 versus 1.8. So Lindner with that grain, they did manage to leave it as their advantage. There's no grain for either of the teams, 6 minutes remaining, so we can expect that this is going to be the multiplier that's going to stay all the way till the end of this round. And Trelleborg, they're very busy currently with getting the bales right next to the belt, because the Wooler operating there, getting them inside. Lindner at the same time, they have been pressing a lot of bales. They have 22 bales for now, so they have actually not a slight, actually quite huge advantage on the bales. But when you look at the points, there's a gap of 300 points already. So meanwhile, as Trelleborg, they got that combo, they did get the points from the bales as well. They managed to build a nice lead for themselves, and that small difference on the multiplier, it's not going to be enough to you know, kind of like to get that working for them if the bale counts would be the same. So I guess the key is still the count of the bales, and now Lindner, they have to do everything they can to get those bales exactly on there on the second floor of the barn, and you know, without mistakes. And then they have a small chance to catch up, but it's going to be still a lot of, I mean, it's more than 300, so it's very hard. The gap is only like 9 bales.
Trelleborg have been sort of slowly... Oh, flying bale!
Ooh. Not going inside, though.
What happened there? It's on the
gonna
roof. It is unrecoverable. Whose bale is that? That's Trelleborg's.
Yeah, it's Trelleborg's.
Trelleborg have been slowly trickling bales into their barn the whole way through this. So most of their bales have been scored at 1.9. Oh, it's flying off the front of Martin's. Off the barn, and wow.
That's a long
impressive.
Toss. Yeah, but it didn't go inside, unfortunately.
No,
so,
unfortunately. That would have been cool.
Yeah, that would have been definitely something. We can see the super drop coming in just in about 5 seconds. Lindner also getting back to the grind with the belt. Zerzerus getting 2 of them, those. Even though they're not completely straight or aligned, they will definitely go inside. Bale points will be available here.
35 bail points for Lintner, and they have grabbed them. It was only 20 for Trelleborg, but I don't think that's going to help. Trelleborg have just been continuously loading bales into the barn here, and as a result have this huge 250 point lead at the moment. That is going to be very difficult for Lintner to close in the next 3.5 minutes. It's not completely impossible to do it, but with Trelleborg constantly putting bales in and being fairly relentless at putting bales in, I think it's going to be very difficult for Lintner to actually close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, they have been closing it a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. And now we can see Trelleborg, they are coming with new bales as well. The difference on the bales have been also, the gap is not so big anymore. It's just 3 of them anymore. So, and we know how disciplined, for example, Wooler and Martin and Beatmaster are when they operate on the last minutes of the round. So we know that we can expect that there wouldn't be that much of a mistakes, to be honest. And if they will just, get all those bales on the belt, yes, they will get less points from each bale, but the multiplier isn't that hugely different. So they should be able to keep the lead. But yep, never say never. We'll just have to wait and see these 2.5 minutes remaining, how they will play it. But the both teams are definitely busy currently.
Bales continually coming in. And Zerserus getting the last of the bales that he's got there onto the belt. Again, about 250 points between the teams here.
Yeah, that's going to close the gap a little bit, but it's still going to be at least 150, and the bale count is equal. So the last 2 minutes of stacking will start. Wooler, no mistakes on the bridge. Martin's going to go on the other side at the same time, so they will not crash or collide on the bridge. And I mean, after these bales, what Wooler has to work with, there's going to be 3 of them plus there's like a add additional 7 on the ground, so that's 100 in total. So that's going to put them around 900 points, just a little bit less, like no, actually almost 1,000 points, to be honest. So it's gonna be very hard. Definitely Trelleborg, they have it, and there's a mistake as well, and this is gonna be costly. This might be the final nail in the coffin, as Sinfrey is gonna be having a mistake, and he does have some bales. He's gonna be trying to unload them, and he will eject the bales. He needs to leave the he needs to leave the baler there for now, and he's gonna be going to.
They
get
have
the other
another
one.
Baler sitting out here, thankfully.
Yeah, but still, it's gonna be costing some time.
That's gonna cost.
These guys, I mean, they're coming. That's what is that? Like 7 more bales or something like that. He's gonna make on the other side. So I mean, Trelleborg, they're just. I have said it multiple times, but they are just like a well-oiled machine. Once again, one of those teams.
Zerserus and they are just getting them
on his roof.
How are you gonna unload
pick that off the top of Zerserus's roof?
Yeah, please do. We want to see this happening.
There we go. Brilliant.
I have seen all kinds of different transport methods, but that's a new one.
996, over 1,000 points. Oh, and a miss from Lintner just at the end. But another 4-figure score from Trelleborg there. I'm intrigued to see how many bales they did. 50 bales! How?
Exactly the same, which they had on the previous series as well. When they played versus Team Charlie, they made 50 bales there as well. If my memory is not that bad.
I just the thing is, I put that down last time to having the more powerful tractor. It's not. It's just Trelleborg being damn good. They are on fire. I do not. In all honesty, I do not see how Lintner are gonna come back from this 2 games down. And win 2 games against them now. And I don't see how my Insanity are going to counter 50 bales.
Yeah,
50 bales is an insane amount.
They are doing just great work, to be honest. I completely agree with you on that matter. I don't know how they're going to counterfeit it, but you never know. So we just have to wait and see once again. But unless there's a mistake coming from Trelleborg or something like very unexpected, it's going to be hard. And Lindner knows that as well.
In all honesty, I think it's going to have to be a forced mistake. I think Lindner now need to look at this and go, right, how not just how do we play this, how do we disrupt Trelleborg? How do we take it and make it as hard as possible for Trelleborg to work here? Because if they don't do something that's massively disruptive to them, Trelleborg are just going to beat the pants off them in the next game. Basically, they need to do what Fermi's Flamboyance did to Cortiva. It doesn't matter if you're scoring so many extra bales if you have it at a massive disadvantage on the multiplier. So if any team can get it to a 2.5 to 1.5 setup on the multiplier, they have a chance. But I think that's the only way that somebody's going to beat Trelleborg like this at the moment.
I think what we need now is that pancake perk we were talking about earlier, that the Trelleborg guys, they should be having their pancake break, afternoon pancake break, for example, here in Europe, at least currently.
Resets a random player to the spawn point.
Oh, well, we don't have to wait for long because we do have the second game starting just in a matter of seconds. And then we'll see if there's going to be anything that Lindner can do on the ban phase, for example, if they can find something already straight from the start that they wouldn't be collecting that many points. But I mean, we could also name Unstoppable based on Trelleborg's performance currently. It's because they are just unstoppable, to be honest.
I honestly, I'm looking at every game they've played today, and I'm just going, they are. They are playing better than I have ever seen Trelleborg play, and that's saying something. They are normally an amazing team. Today, they are an astounding team. Nobody is coming close to them.
Yeah, I mean, the record is pretty good, definitely. I mean, they haven't lost a single series so far during the whole season. So, whoever's going to be at some time, that moment's going to come someday. I don't know which year or which month, or will it be this season or which season it will be. But the day will come that somebody will beat Trelleborg or something else will happen. So I just want to see when that happens, to be honest.
It's the trouble is that most strategies, you can work out a counter to. There is no obvious counter to a team creating lots and lots and lots of bales. I don't know how you turn around and stop a team from doing that. If somebody cracks how to make 50 bales in a game, how do you stop them making 50 bales in a game?
There needs to be something like a super speed limit.
Well, the only thing I can think that actually there is a strategy, and the trouble is it's a really, really difficult one. They are able to make so many bales because they have two balers. So if you were to get a baler rush on the opposing team, so if you were able to baler rush Trelleborg, then you would disrupt them enough to beat them with this strategy. But that is so hard to do. And if they get just one baler, that fails.
Well, this time there was no games played with the picks. So Captain Pickface, they just took the bottleneck. They didn't go with the no pick and back to the bottleneck. So they didn't toy with us anymore with that one. Nothing so strange about the player picks either. So we can see the usual lineup runner, Archimedes, and of course the under pressure.
Sorry, that got me.
No, I mean, I love the song. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge Keen fan. So it's such a great nostalgic song. But there we go. We don't have to worry about the music anymore because we're gonna be heading for the Bale Rush. And I really hope that there will be no DMCA claims from my singing of that song on the Twitch channel or on any of the platforms or the channels we're gonna be broadcasting. We do have Trelleborg getting the Harvester, so Lindner's not going to be getting that one. We can see Sinfrey just heading out.
Is he going to grab that? Oh, wow. Lindner are causing problems for Trelleborg here. The very strategy I mentioned, actually, Lindner have done a little bit. That Coon Baler is not as great as the Case Baler. I think the Case Baler is one factor in why Trelleborg are able to create so many, and Lindner denying it to them this time will play in their favor. As will Lindner getting a Baler for Trelleborg. So now Trelleborg will be behind on first bale as well.
Yeah, this is quite uncharacteristic for Trelleborg. They have been usually very fast with the first bales, but now both sides are actually pretty slow. So it's going to be 120-something points. Trelleborg still getting there. So it was taking some time for Lindner as well. Let's see the toss from Martin. That's going to go inside, 121. And it's going to be about 117, 16 for Sinfrey, 16, yes. So there we go. It's going to be 5 points. So I got to say, Alex, you know, that's like 1/4 of a bale.
I mean, that shows how fast Trelleborg are. In that they can be beaten to a baler, have to go halfway across the map to find one, start bailing after their opponents, and still score 5 more points.
And I always love when Kermit like appreciates my singing skills, because I was reading the chat.
I know the thing is I know that my singing is not accurate enough to hit a DMCA claim.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it anymore. Sorry, I'm truly sorry for everybody if I have like caused some kind of chaotic moments on your head. But okay, back to the game. 30 seconds for the first drops as well. And the gap is 5 points. I don't think it's gonna be much of a thing, those 5 points. So we have seen Trelleborg that Lindner's gonna need something else than just those 5 points to be able to catch on Trelleborg. There we go. So let's see. The first drops are coming in. Crazy Jewel and Bridges lowered. So I mean, Bridges lowered. I don't think that's gonna make much of a difference at this stage. Crazy Jewel, that's gonna definitely helping out a little bit. We can see actually Trelleborg going for it. So they had a man in the position more or less, so they can try to utilize that. Meanwhile, Lindner, they haven't picked anything.
Interesting thing is Trelleborg. And this is part of what factors into these 50 bales that they keep getting. They are bailing at the 12-minute mark. And this is why they have, why they keep getting all these bales and all these points. They are well ahead of their opponents. And they're delivering grain and they're making bales. And this is why they are so dominant. They seem to be everywhere at once.
Yeah, it's just 11 minutes on the clock, and the 10 bales, and they have been delivering the grain as well. Now we can see Lindner, of course, doing their loads as well. So they will just put the multiplier back to 2.0. Martin is already delivering the bales as well. So they are just, they have the workman strategy. They are just, getting the job done. 2.0, let's get some bales on the board. And this is actually something that we have seen from Trelleborg like multiple times, which I don't think that we see it from the other teams. There's quite oftenly all the teams, they take the bales there, but they don't put them on the belt. They are waiting. But Trelleborg always at the start of the game, they want to get couple bales in as well. Even if there's like no huge advantage or something, they just want to do it. They want to put couple there, and now they have 160. So I don't know if that's like a mindset thing or what's the reason for those. Are they worried that there's going to be something coming from the drops that's going to be kind of like, denying those points later on? But every time when you make some more points, the opponent's going to be thinking that, okay, we are way, behind them. So maybe that's also like a psychological thing as well.
I think it's an average scoring thing as well. If you are sitting there at the 12-minute mark and you are already putting bales in, then you manage to get a multiplier advantage at that point, you're going to score points. If you don't get a multiplier advantage, if you just end up being even at that point, you're still scoring points. And then when 8 minutes hit, if you then find yourself at a disadvantage, you've scored points already. And if you find yourself at an advantage, then you can score points at advantage. It's one of those things where it's averaging out your likelihood of winning and putting the opponents on the back foot. By putting themselves ahead like this, they've got the other team looking over their shoulder whether a bale pressive is going to happen. They've got them looking over their shoulders because points are that lead is being pulled out all the time. It just puts pressure on the other team the whole time doing it this way, and it works for them.
Yeah. Oh well, more bales are delivered. 12 for Trelleborg, and they are just getting them also right next to the belt as well, because see Lindner coming with the bales as well, so they're slowly starting to gather with the bales. Meanwhile, the grain game is going on. They are collecting it. We are just about to get our 8-minute drops. We haven't seen like a huge disruptive drops on the 8-minute mark for a while, so maybe now would be the time to actually see something over there. I would love to see silo close and grain multiplier, for example, being the drops, but of course I don't know what they're gonna be, but of course I can always hope, and just a couple seconds and they will know what's gonna happen. And I think both teams are waiting for that one, and it's going to be speed limit and speed up.
It's always interesting when you see Lindner went for the disruptive tactic, as did Trelleborg. And teams go for that. They always slow their opponents down rather than speed themselves up.
Well, there we go. So basically both teams take it the same. It's not going to kind of like change the balance at all at this stage. And Trelleborg, as they have been just putting a couple of those bales in, they're actually leading by 130 points already. And when we look at the bale situation, they have 12. So that's more, but now Lindner got to be unloading the grain, and this is Trelleborg not having any. They managed to get the multiplier to 2.5, and this is going to put it back to, I think, even. But they don't actually unload all of the grain, so they're going to leave it at 1.9 for them. Does this make sense for you, Alex?
I think they're trying to shift stuff from the harvester to the overloader. And unfortunately, jumping between the two takes time. And it's time that Trelleborg need to use in order to score. And here we go, going the other way. Yeah. It's a 2.1 to 1.9. But crucially, Trelleborg are already 230 points ahead of Lindner. And this is where this strategy of getting bales in constantly between the 12-minute and the 8-minute mark gives Trelleborg some cushion, so that when something like this happens, it is so much harder for Lindner to now come back and close this gap, because Trelleborg have already scored a big whack of points at the higher multiplier.
Yeah, that's true.
And in fact, they've put a little bit more in, and they've managed to get it to 2.2. I still don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah,
with the amount of bales Trelleborg's pressing, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, they don't care about the small differences, definitely. They will just let Lindner have that 2.2 for them, because they already have that 200 point of an advantage. And basically, I mean, that would require, what is it, like a 50 bales when you compare the amount of points, like 2 points per bale. Okay, 25 bales if you think about also the small amount of points from each bale for Trelleborg. So 25 bales would give them kind of like 200 points more than Trelleborg, and I don't think that they can make 25 bales anymore. So definitely that multiplier is not going to be enough. So instead of being too much focused on the grain game, they are just doing the work, and they are pressing the bales, and they are just focusing on other things meanwhile, and not minding about those. And there's a huge caravan of vehicles coming at the same time from the safer route. All of them, 3 players at the same time, but nobody makes a mistake.
The number of bales are even at the moment with 10 bales there for Lintner. I think, yeah, with 10 bales, a 4-point advantage, that's not enough to get anywhere near where Trelleborg have pulled out now. I hate to say it, I don't think Lintner can win this. Despite the fact that they have the multiplier in their favor.
That's close.
I don't think they can win this.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's 4 minutes still on the clock. Let's see, the super drop is going to be coming down in a couple of seconds. And then we'll see what's going to be available on that one. It will be Lord Baylor for 3 bales. And that's going to be Lindner going immediately for it. So they will pick that up. But at the same time, we can see Trelleborg, they are just, they're doing the work. And these bales on the ground, that is about 150 points lying there. So they can easily get them inside. 750, still 3.5 minutes remaining. They have more bales than Lindner available. So, yeah, I think you're completely right, Alex. I really don't know how Lindner can still win this one, even though they have the better multiplier.
It's just the speed at which they can create builds. Lindner are not capable of doing it, and especially at the speed at which Trelleborg are. I think the only way that you could make something like this work in your favor is if you were able to get this 2.2 to 1.8 at the 12-minute mark. If you could set it up to do that and get this advantage at that point, I think you'd have a chance, because I think Trelleborg would maybe be a little bit wary of delivering bales at a disadvantage like that at that point. The trouble is, again, it's like getting all the balers. It's a very hard thing to do, and as a result, it makes it very difficult to beat Trelleborg.
Yeah, I mean, the gap is 200 points. And somehow, even though it seems that, Trelleborg, they are keeping the lead, but in the last game, they still actually managed to increase the lead on the very last minutes. They made it almost to the 1,000 points, and they actually made it to the 1,000 points. Sorry, not almost. They made it all the way there. So I'm just wondering how much points they can still make out of these 9 bales. So, yeah, it's definitely doable. They still have plenty of time. Wooler just sending the stuff on the belt. We can see that Martin's going to be bringing something more. That's about 5 bales. So Wooler has something to work with. And that's those bales alone, they're going to guarantee that they're going to go above 900 points. And Lindner, with the remaining 8 bales, they can make, let's say that they can make 4 more. I don't think it's going to be enough points. There's no way. Once again, there's no way Trelleborg, even though, so they managed to just, at the end, show where the strengths are really lying for them every time.
Nearly 600 points for Lindner, but it's not enough. 834 for Trelleborg. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and Wooler is repositioning stuff on the belt because he has time to.
Yeah.
That's just
9 to 5
insane.
bales, so 6 bales now. But yeah, there's they can't even get 200 points more Lindner anymore. I don't think it's going to be possible. I don't know what happened with Zerserus, because those bales, they should be going on the belt. Maybe he's just waiting for something. Maybe he had the pancake break or had a nap or something like that. I don't know. But definitely those bales should be going in and not waiting on the tractor.
Oh, is he waiting for a combo? It's going to be waiting a while. It's very dangerous what he's doing.
They don't have the bales for the combo, to be honest. I mean, they have 6 bales, so how can they get a combo out of those? I don't know.
I meant Trelleborg getting a combo and countering it. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And bale flying off. 978, not quite a 1,000 point victory, but still. an impressive one. How many bales did they do? Did they hit 50? 47.
It's still a lot of bales. Yeah, they are very.
How does anybody defeat that? And three bales undelivered, so they hit 50 bales again.
Yeah, it's a very efficient how they are operating currently. So very impressive stuff. So I think my insanity will definitely have a huge. I'm not gonna say trouble, but they definitely have something that they need to solve in the final. Well done from Trelleborg. Exactly, I guess what the people were expecting as well. But the 2-0, that is what you expected as well, Alex. I think that's what you think that it's going to be 2-0. So that is the scoreline. And it's going to be Trelleborg versus my insanity in the final. So I don't know what to say about this series. Definitely always enjoyable to see how Trelleborg is playing and how they are always like managing to, show the dominance. And I think that this gameplay, which we saw, it was very good. It was not the same Trelleborg. It was like even better what we have seen on the past. So it's just and there's like they're just doing it on the shadows. I would say that you don't see them coming. They are just getting the points very steadily, and the opponent never has a chance to actually like close that gap.
Yeah, and I think this is the point at which we're saying goodbye to you for the day, Copter. So we'll catch you next time, and we'll see you in a moment, everybody else. also would help if I unmuted. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are. We have reached it. It is final time here for the third tournament of Farming Simulator League Season 4. I am once again joined by Kermit, as Copter has left us for the day. Welcome back, Kermit.
Yeah, Copter's got to drive back. He's got like a 3 or 4 hour drive, he said, back home. To show the dedication to Copter, by the way, this is only his third tournament with FSL. He's joined us for this season. But he was actually doing these streams from like the back of a van, basically, with his equipment and his setup. You couldn't have even told that. It sounded like he was, right in the same situation he's normally been in. But he took a little vacation with his family and some friends this weekend and still took the time out the last 2 days to join us for the commentary. And he's been a great addition to the team for sure. It's been nice to have him around. But I was kind of watching the Trelleborg and Linder matches, of course, and Alex, I would say that's about what we would have expected from Trelleborg.
Yeah, I really cannot explain it how they are able to, whatever they pick, press 50 bales. Both those matches, they produced 50 bales. They may not have delivered 50 bales both matches, but they pressed 50 bales both matches. And how does anybody respond to that?
I'm kind of, and honestly, like my insanity have been, really strong today, but I have like very real concerns that like this weekend they have had several matches where they've scored under 800 points. The best they've done was earlier today in the quarterfinals. They had 986 and 969 against Diotka Ehrenfeld. We're seeing the highlights now. Lindner getting beat to the baler early on, and yeah, the bale count by Trelleborg has been nothing short of impressive this weekend. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's not, Trelleborg have made mistakes. I mean, we saw a mistake from Martin there with the first bale not picking up enough straw, missing the flip, and still managing to win that with 1,000 points. Here, Wooler uncharacteristically dropping a bale as he went across the bridge. There are unforced errors happening with Trelleborg here, but it just doesn't seem to matter. They just seem to be absolutely focused and just incredible at pressing bales. And
Yeah,
as I was saying the last couple of games. Sorry, I said the last couple of games. How do you counter that? Flying bale.
I mean, that hit one roof and then landed on another. That was amazing. Definitely gonna have to put that one on TikTok if I have some time coming up this week. Copter said it earlier when you guys were doing the commentary for this matchup. He likened Trelleborg to a well-oiled machine, and they definitely are, because even when they make mistakes, the rest of their game is so strong that when some teams make mistakes, it's the difference between winning and losing. And when Trelleborg makes mistakes, it's more often than not just like a blip on the radar for them. They know how to like bounce back from them, and consistently scoring over 1,000 points this season without Transport Company in play, like that's impressive. It's more like Trelleborg are even scarier and even more impressive this season. They've added Martin. Their depth has gotten stronger. Martin, of course, was on Team Vulture last season, who were competing at a very high level in Season 3. And even without JK participating today, like if you didn't see the names on the screen, you would think nothing changes with this team this season. They just continue to roll right along. So if Mind Sanity want to win, they're going to have to play a flawless game, and they're going to have to find ways to disrupt Trelleborg, and that's easier said than done.
Trelleborg, I was just having a quick look at the scores for this weekend. Trelleborg have not scored below a 978 all weekend.
That's crazy.
How is that possible?
They're just good. I mean, There's a reason that they're the only team to win the tournament so far this season. That could change here if My Insanity brings their A game, but like, yeah, you can't show the tiniest bit of weakness against Trelleborg, or they're gonna just absolutely take advantage of it. So I have no idea what to expect. No matter what, this has been a good day for Trelleborg, even if they were to drop the final here, because they've extended their lead over Vermeer's Flamboyance in second place. My Insanity are going to be in the top 5. So they have had a nice move, just, no matter what happens in the final as well this weekend. And then for Lindner, they're going to be in third place, sole possession of it, even though they just went out. So yeah, lots, still happening from 2 all the way down. We have new teams that'll join the standings. But Trelleborg are just going to continue to extend that lead at the top unless someone can start winning some tournaments this season.
But as an example of how much of an uphill battle My Insanity have in this final, My Insanity this whole weekend have only had one game where their score is higher than Trelleborg's lowest score for the weekend.
Yeah. And they've only scored over like 900 twice. That was earlier today. So like, yeah, if you want to compete against Trelleborg right now, you got to be getting close to 1,000. And I mean, when you look at some of the other bail counts that we've seen today from other teams that have made it to the quarterfinal stage and beyond, there have been some counts in the 20s and 30s. And that's not getting anywhere close to the 50 that Trelleborg are able to produce. The Vultra T234 is out. The Deutschfahrer and the Vultra have been banned by My Insanity. So it's a pretty decent move, but Trelleborg probably won't be too bothered. They didn't go for the big tractor strategy in that last game against Lindner.
I mean, Trelleborg showed in the game against Lindner that it wasn't the big tractor strategy that got them 50 bales. And that's the ridiculous thing.
Are they actually going with... They keep faking us out, too. I feel like they're doing that just to wind us up, personally. Just not the people watching, just me and you, Alex. I'm taking it personal.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Just trying to freak us out and make us go, what are they doing? I still don't
Wooler
quite
has the
understand
telehandler. Watch out. He's jumping the bridge, y'all.
Except he's got bottleneck, so we can't.
Well, he jumped. Remember last tournament, he jumped when the bridge was up. He jumped over the moat.
Did.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He doesn't even need the bridge to be down, and he can jump over. That's what he was doing last month. I would expect him to do it at least once or twice here to bring some bales in. But it may not be necessary either. Is it going to be worth it? We'll see, but I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls it out. PB 400 for My Insanity has also gone with the telehandler and the runner perk. So pretty similar setup. In fact, it looks like the only difference is 2 different telehandlers between the teams.
I don't understand why Wooler has gone for the Manitou. I mean, the Manitou is the one that we've seen banned all day. When one has been banned and the other hasn't, it's the Manitou that's been banned. But yeah. Oh, Wooler beaten just to that New Holland.
Good first moment for My Insanity. Oh, it's so peaceful at the moment. You hear the birds chirping, the sounds of Farming Simulator, and then it's about to be absolute chaos for the next 14 minutes, especially when we get down to the end of the round. Wooler's had to spend a lot of time here.
That is a very long way Wooler had to run to do that.
Definitely.
And I
would imagine
we're anywhere near first bale.
Here goes Jan for My Insanity across the bridge. That'll raise it on the side of Trelleborg. We have no idea where Martin is at the moment. So 137 for My Insanity. Here comes Martin now. And can he get it on the flick to minimize the impact here? He's starting to unload it now, and nicely done. So 11 points, a good start for My Insanity, but you just need one bale press to make that up. And as we've been talking it up about like Trelleborg and their bale count, we know they're going to end up getting a lot of bales at the end. So that may not end up being much of an impact when it's all said and done.
I mean, it's just over half a bale. We know that that Trelleborg just produced a ridiculous number of bales, and they're producing so many bales, an imbalance of grain at the 8th minute making no difference. You know, normally we talk up the whole thing about having how big a deal it is having a 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier difference. And Trelleborg have been consistently winning today with around 1,000 points when the other team has a 2.2 multiplier against them. That's mad. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like there's so many different strategies, of course, that you can employ in the Farming Simulator League. But when you make a decision, and sometimes it's a decision that you've planned, other times it's a split-second decision that you're making based off of what your opponents are doing or what the drops are, you have to weigh the pros and cons of that decision. Are you wasting time, or are you using your time wisely? Is it worth the time spent to go to the silo and increase your multiplier to give yourself 4 extra points per bale? Or is it more worth it to just press as many bales as possible because you can easily make up 4 points per bale by just pressing a sheer amount more of bales than your opponent? So I think that Trelleborg are starting to show that a high bale count is what you need to be successful in Season 4. You can't rely on the combo points much anymore. We saw Lindner try to do it earlier today, but you really just have to be out there pressing bales as much as possible. And in fact, having said that, at the moment, My Insanity are already pressing bales, I would imagine, in anticipation of that, and they are 5 bales ahead of Trelleborg at the moment, who have yet to start pressing. Speed limit picked up by Wooler and by My Insanity in the meantime.
I would also say that the important thing is to be consistently scoring points with bales as well. What we've seen Trelleborg do today is once the 12 minutes hits, once they've cleared out their grain and everything, then they start pressing bales and immediately putting them onto that conveyor. They don't hold bales back in case something might happen at the 8th minute. And as a result, when they do get that, when they do get into the negative in the multiplier, so when they are at that disadvantage, they already have this big cushion of points that they can rely on to allow them to go bale for bale against their opponents, even at that kind of disadvantage. And that's what's really helping them at the moment. 2.0 to 2.0. And yeah, both teams, I know, in fact, My Insanity have pressed 10 more bales than
they're getting a head
Trelleborg
start.
I am intrigued to see what happens at the end.
They're sacrificing grain for bales at the moment. Like, that's clearly what Trelleborg are focusing on. And they're loading some up now, but here, My Insanity are going to go ahead and score some, and why not? Because you know you're behind in grain. You know Trelleborg are about to go deliver it. And this is what I want to see teams doing more. Having this situational awareness to know when you need to be scoring your bales and when you need to be holding off. You were just kind of talking about it. You got to be consistently scoring bales almost throughout the entire round now, especially once you get under 10 minutes. You got to be bringing a few in. You no longer have the bale loader to bring 14 in at a time. So you've got to take every opportunity to get them in, because if you leave them out on the field, they're not going to do you any good.
It's really interesting. My Insanity almost seem to be doing Trelleborg's tactic? Well, Trelleborg have abandoned it. Trelleborg are going for the extra grain this time. I don't know. What the heck? It's as if these two teams have switched. Trelleborg definitely like to keep us on our toes. Definitely like to keep us guessing. Because right now, if I was to blank out the tops of these screens and the names, and somebody was to turn around to me and go, all right, which team is which? I would say that my insanity was Trelleborg, and Trelleborg was my insanity.
Yeah, I think, so earlier, the first matchup, the quarterfinal that Trelleborg win, and all of a sudden they weren't picking a team perk, and people were like, what the heck's going on? And I made the comment, I'm reserving my judgment to criticize anything Trelleborg does because they usually, more often than not, have a plan. And I almost wonder if this case they know that my insanity had almost a slight advantage, you could argue, because they got to sit and wait and watch the Trelleborg versus Lindner matchup and kind of start to get a feel visually of like what to expect from Trelleborg. So Trelleborg now have switched it up on them. So in a way, it may or may not work out, but it's kind of a disruption in its own right, isn't it?
But how is Grain Multiplier turned up? This is nuts. How did Trelleborg know that Grain Multiplier was going to be the thing that happened in this game? And therefore have switched their strategy up
right
to take advantage of the Grain Multiplier.
It's a risk. Like,
it is.
Grain Multiplier shows up quite a bit in the 8th minute, but it isn't guaranteed. But this could work out really well in their favor.
This has been the risk. All day, this has been the risk. Grain Multiplier turns up at the 8th minute, and that Trelleborg get caught up in it because the other team has a whole load of grain waiting for them. Now it's switched round. Trelleborg's held on to all their grain until the 8th minute, and my insanity has dumped there. Has not got as much. Have gone hard on bales, and Grain Multiplier turns up.
I think the only thing that could potentially save my insanity is that moment where they went ahead and scored some bales that they already had pressed because they kind of anticipated, I think, that at some point the multiplier was going to be against them, but I'm not sure if they anticipated it was going to be this bad. They still can go. The good news is they've waited. Oh, here comes the toss.
The toss!
And both go in. Nice.
60 points.
You love to see it. So my insanity are being smart here, though, because they've waited to start delivering their grain until the grain multiplier is about to run out for Trelleborg. So if Trelleborg goes back over and flips it, they're still going to have an advantage, but they've kind of minimized the impacts that it could have had. But yeah, it still may end up being pretty bad here.
Still, oh man,
is that 2.5 to 1.5?
1.5 to 2.5.
Yeah, and it's going up again. Trelleborg has more over there at the silo. It's now 2.6 to 1.4.
But this is Trelleborg showing people how to counter the tactics they've been using all day.
Right, but if grain multiplier doesn't come up, then it's not as effective,
but
right?
It's still, but even if it doesn't come up, they had so much extra grain. It wouldn't be 2.8 to 1.2. It would be a 2.2 to 1.8, which is still a massive advantage.
That lead is being cut into now. We're 30 seconds away from the super drop now. And even though my insanity are currently in the lead, they do have double the amount of bales, but they're getting 16 points less per bale now.
Yeah.
That is significant. I mean,
and Trelleborg are in the lead. It's at this point, I go. At this point, there's no way back. for my insanity.
Oh, well, that could help a little bit, but it lasts 15 seconds. So, and Wooler steals it anyways. So, another bit of disruption by Trelleborg
and nobody's there anyway. So,
yeah, it would have been kind of pointless if they had gotten it. You've almost, I would like to see that increased in the future, to be honest, because it really doesn't have much of an impact. Unless you already have a lot of bales stacked up on the belt, there's really no point in it.
I think it needs increasing for the team who is lower down. So
yeah, the amount of time it lasts should be increased for sure.
Yeah. I think a 30-second multiplayer switch, would be good.
Balancing is like important, obviously, because especially we see in season 4, the move has been made to like have individual skill shine through more, or team skill, rather than just like combo points or maybe a little bit of luck going your way. So with drops and super drops, you have to take the kind of balance things in mind. But I would like to see it be at least thought about, like tweaking it a little bit, making it a little bit more effective for the team that's trailing, because that could have given My Insanity a lifeline with the amount of bales they had sitting nearby. If they had 30 seconds with the speed of their belt, they could have got 8 or 10 of them in if they stacked them well enough, and that could have given them some hope here. But I think even though it's under 100 points now, it's higher than 100 that they're trailing. I don't think they're going to be able to get back into this.
I think the way I would do that then for the multiplier switch is for the team who has fewer points, I'd probably make it about 30 seconds long. I think for the team who has more points, I would make it almost instantly disappear. So maybe only 1 or 2 seconds. So if the other team was lucky and they had a bale going in at the top at that moment, then they'd get that multiplier switch. But otherwise, it would allow the team that's in the lead to clear it off quickly. And then that is strategy. You still have to be out there. You still have to pick it up before the other team. But for a team who is well behind and at a disadvantage like this, it does give them a lifeline to get back in the dying moments and give them and give it the chance for it to be a closer match in that kind of situation. But yeah,
Wooler and Martin stacking some bales up, and the score just continues to go up. A minute to go. I'm not sure we're going to see 1,000 points or more here. It's probably still, here comes some more in, so we're going to get close to it. We got 2 stackers for Trelleborg at the barn, and Wooler can get those so far up. Yeah, they're going to get it with 28 points per bale, aren't they? They've got just under 200 to go. And Wooler with that telehand there, like, you can get those bales already like halfway or further up the belt, and that one he's going to stack on top. They got enough time. They're gonna break 1,000. He's going straight into the top of this one.
Really, there's no way he could get that all the way in there. Surely.
He's waiting for it. He's done it.
My Lord.
And here goes Martin up the belt to get him over 1,000. So there it is.
Points.
Wow. Something Trelleborg. I've said that a few times this week.
500 only 500 for my insanity. That is horrible.
And they had 2 more bales.
But then that's
2 more bales delivered
to 1.2 multiplier. That's the difference it makes. And had my insanity had 5 bales, they may have been able to counter this.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Is there any way that anyone can beat Trelleborg? Because that is just, they sacrificed bales for grain and still scores over 1,000 points. I just see
I'm blown away.
How anybody's beating them.
Yeah, like I wonder what other teams are thinking, to be honest, coming into this season. And like coming in, it was kind of an unknown because Transport Company was removed. A few other things were tweaked. And you honestly, like, I thought coming into it, okay, no Transport Company means less bales. And it has for some teams, I think, that kind of relied on that. But Trelleborg,
Yeah.
I mean, that time they had only 33 bales, but it didn't matter. You just have to know how to play it at the end of the day, and you have to know how to employ and use effectively multiple strategies. And I think what Trelleborg does better than anyone else is they come in with a solid plan, but then when a team tries to throw them for a loop, they know exactly how to slightly tweak that plan to still be as effective as what they wanted out of it initially. So for my insanity now, like you just saw Trelleborg getting 50 bales and 1,000 points, and you coming in, I think my insanity, they showed they wanted to get as many bales early as possible. So they were like, and they beat Trelleborg in the bale count, but because of the grain multiplier, and the grain delivered, just the sheer amount of extra grain for Trelleborg, it just was too hard for them to get anywhere close. So I think that's the lowest score that my insanity has had all weekend, and not the best time to have your lowest score of the weekend.
What I don't understand is that as I said at the beginning, that my insanity were using Trelleborg's tactic. They were doing bales early. They were trying to get as many bales in as possible. They still had 15 bales less at the end than Trelleborg have when they're doing that strategy. How is it that Trelleborg are able to press half as many bales again? That is
Tony Miff in chat, break up big Trelleborg. I mean, at this point,
I am stunned.
I'm sure that people, if you're fans of other teams, you may get sick of us sitting here just like talking about how good Trelleborg are all the time. But last season, we did see Trelleborg drop some tournaments, right? They didn't win every single tournament, but they are now one game away. If they win this next round, they've won all 3 tournaments so far this season. And I honestly don't see anyone stopping them at this point. Teams are going to have to practice hard and improve their strategies and clean up their game to be able to challenge Trelleborg for a tournament win. My insanity are up against it here and cannot afford to score under 600 points again. No. That's for sure. You got to get close to 1,000
under 1,000
to beat Trelleborg. Yeah, and they haven't done that yet this weekend. So we talk about how good Trelleborg are all the time, and it's because they put in the work and they just absolutely outshine the competition, even in this season with all the changes that we've had. It's very impressive what they've been able to do.
My insanity have to play the 2 best games they've played all weekend to be in with any chance at all.
Yeah, and there's still a telehandler at play here, and so Woolers picked it again. Trelleborg are actually the ones who banned the other telehandler. My insanity banned the narrow tire attractors. I don't think that's going to impact Trelleborg at all, really. So
I wonder if that's why Trelleborg went for the Valtra, to be honest. Spent the 3 points on the Valtra rather than the 3 points on the Puma. Because they couldn't.
Right. Here we go.
Martin
it doesn't look like we have any battles. Ooh, PB got stuck in the back of the New Holland and missed out on it as well. So early moment for Trelleborg there, grabbing the New Holland Combine.
And Martin is in with the baler. I do think that case baler is one key to getting lots and lots of bales. It's just so fast, and it's and it takes less stuff to press, and it's less power hungry than the crone, and can carry 3 bales, unlike the coons. So it is just a good baler.
133, 134 for Trelleborg, and Jan is a few seconds behind here. 126, so not bad. But last
Only
time,
9
My
point
Insanity
difference.
had the advantage in the first bale, and then lost by 400 points or so.
Unfortunately, Spartan, Kermit, Copter, and I are bound by the Farming Simulator League Prime Directive. We cannot interfere. We can only observe.
Yeah, that's our excuse, and we're sticking to it. Like, I mean, how many noble chairs does Trelleborg have now? Oh,
It's a very
man,
good fight.
Yeah, it's one of the extra prizes you get on top of the prize money for getting first place.
I would fully expect to go round one of their houses and find their dining room table with noble chairs around it.
Oh man. If they keep winning tournaments, like, they can host FarmCon one day because they'll have enough seating for all of the people that'll show up with the amount of chairs they're winning. It's crazy, and they have to have Nitrado servers for life at this point too.
Yeah,
man.
Maybe.
By the way,
maybe that's why they are able to practice so well, because they have the continual free Nitrado server to practice on.
What's at stake here, by the way, if you don't know, or maybe you're newer to the FSL, of course, there's the prize money. So the winner of this final will walk away with 4,000 euros for the team, and the second place team will get 2,000. The teams that made it to the semifinal and didn't advance each got 1,000, and the teams that made it to the quarterfinals got 500. And then circuit points are, the money is the flashy prize, but the circuit points are arguably more important because they get you into the higher places for the grand final, where most of the prize money is at stake, and the World Championship is as well. So the winner will walk away with 90 circuit points. The runner-up will get 70. The two semifinalists that went out will get 50, and then the other 3 teams or other 4 teams rather, that made it into the quarterfinals will get 30 circuit points. So if Trelleborg win this here, they are going to be on 270 points, and Vermeer's Flamboyance will be on 150, I believe. So a 120 point lead. Actually, Vermeer's made it to the semifinal, so my mistake on that. So they actually got 50 points. So that'll put them on 170. So it'll be a 100 point lead for Trelleborg.
So that's more than Trelleborg dropping out of a tournament and Vermeer's winning said tournament. That's pretty big.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement, like in the mid-table especially, like third place and further down this weekend. But the top 2 are going to stay the same. But yeah, it was a 60-point lead for Trelleborg at the top coming into this weekend. And then that's going to be stretched out to a 100-point lead. So they are giving themselves a lot of distance to potentially maybe slip up further down the line and still hold on to that top spot later on in the season. That's where you want to be. It all comes down to what you place. If you get in the top 16, that decides your seeding for the grand finals. So the team that's in 16th place will play the first place team, and more often than not, that works out in the favor of the first place team. Hana's having a bit of trouble getting the John Deere Combine through here. Precious seconds wasted there by my insanity. They're not making the same mistake on the grain again, though, this time, are they, Alex?
They are very much making sure that they have it here. Although they still have a lot less grain than Trelleborg do.
Tony says, how soon until Trelleborg marches to the Giants headquarters and takes it over? And Ginny responded and said, never bite the feeding hand. Yeah. Here's the thing. I always say it too. You know, my role as community coordinator, I sometimes get comments, and it actually happened the last live podcast we had, and Lars addressed it. Someone came in and was like, why are you guys streaming? Go fix the game. Like, we all have our role to play, and we're all experts at what we do. So just like you don't want me to work on developing Farming Simulator because my area of expertise is doing casting and you know, social media and connecting with the community. Yeah, I think Trelleborg might want to just, they would probably be the first ones to say, we'll just stick to what we're good at, right? Why risk ruining our reputation?
It is, yeah. There are certain comments that I see around the internet from time to time, and I look at it and go, oh, you have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Yeah, it's easy. Just fix it. Yeah. That's my favorite one. Okay. Get right on that.
I think it was Lars who once said to me, you really, really don't want me fixing the game.
Yeah, I say the same thing all the time. Trust me, like my experience is in broadcasting mainly, and I've had to learn like the social media stuff. Of course, I've been using social media for several years, and I used it for my own content creation and such. But like, yeah, I have not spent like a single moment of my life coding a game or like working in QA, so it would be disastrous if that was what I was tasked with doing. Trust me.
Considering professionally I'm a programmer, I probably have more experience.
Right.
And I officially don't work for Giants, so.
So bridges lowered was the drop picked up by both teams in the 8th minute. So with bottleneck in play for both teams, that means that they have a chance for about 2 minutes where they can come across any of the bridges. And it's a slight lead for My Insanity at the moment. They do have 6 extra bales compared to Trelleborg as well, but are they going to be able to keep that up? Because it's at this point where Trelleborg are just bringing them in at an alarming rate. Jenny says, let's try to develop the game and all the players won't complain anymore when the original developers come back. Martin losing a bale there off of the front, and he's kind of dragging it along with him. Here's Jan now for My Insanity bringing some in.
And My Insanity now delivering grain, but it doesn't look like it's much. No, it's not enough to make a difference. Wow. That's it.
I mean, I'm just like if Trelleborg goes on to win this again, and they do have another, it's not as quite as high. It was 0.3 higher last time because they did get grain multiplier. But like if they go on to win this, like they have come out today, and through the quarterfinal and semifinal, they played one strategy, and then they got to the final. As we see another Trelleborg toss into the top. They come to the final and they say, deal with this, My Insanity. We're going to now switch our tactic we've been using all day. And we're going to employ a different one. We're not going to focus on the amount of bales. Instead, we're going to focus on the amount of points per bale we're scoring. Is Wooler going to do it again? I think he is, especially with bridges lowered in play. Here it comes. Ready yourselves. It's the Trelleborg toss.
Whoosh.
Ooh,
55
one miss, but went in
points
after.
for a bale. It's a bale combo counted.
Yeah, and it countered a combo as well.
Oh my
He
Lord.
probably planned that. Like, it may have seemed like it was like a stroke of luck, and maybe it was, but Trelleborg probably have the awareness that they knew, all right, let's toss these in. We might be able to get a combo here. So, I mean, not only 50 points per bale there, but getting the counter is another 30 points. So that Trelleborg toss just scored 80 points with 2 bales.
Bale Withering and My Insanity are going to get it. So that's a bale down for... in fact, was that 2 bales? I think that was 2 bales that My Insanity managed to get with it there. The scores are even at the moment, but every bale that
look at the bale count
puts
now.
in... Yeah, My Insanity has to put in 2 bales for every bale that Trelleborg does in order to keep up. And
there for a while, like My Insanity were ahead in the score and ahead on the bale count. And that was with 5 minutes to go. And now 2 minutes later, it's only a slight lead for Trelleborg, but they have more bales now. And they're scoring more points, as you said, per bale. So it's not looking good for My Insanity with 3 minutes to go.
I think this is all over. With Bailing and delivery, the only thing to do, bales are even and My Insanity are a massive disadvantage. I've never seen... I mean, I've seen Trelleborg dominant, but this is just another level.
They're even more dominant this season. I don't know if it's because they've, increased the depth of their team. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that combo points aren't much of a thing anymore, and it does come down to how well you play throughout the entire 15 minutes and not just like, a stroke of luck here or there, maybe giving you a lifeline. I mean, we've seen Trelleborg lose games this season, like just one game of a best of 3, but they have not yet lost a single matchup they've had, and they are 2 minutes away now from winning 3 tournaments in a row on their quest to win 3 world championships in a row. And it's just the team didn't really change much this season because all they did was add Martin, really, and that made them better. But you're talking about like season 2 going into season 3, there were a lot of question marks about Trelleborg because the team, looked a little bit different. But they've just proved time and time again that they can adapt. No matter who is playing, they've got some of the best players, if not the best, out there.
The amazing thing is today, the 3 matches they've played to go from the quarters to the semis to this final, they have not played same strategy in any of them. That first game today, they used big tractors, they ignored the team perk, and they scored over 1,000 or near to 1,000 in every game. Semi-finals today, they switched it up. They're back to using bottleneck. They're no longer using the powerful tractors, and score over 1,000 pound every game, 1,000 points every game. And now in the final, they've switched it up again. They're now doing grain over bales and trying to get the multiplier in their favor. And they've scored 1,000 points in the first game. They're on course to score 1,000 points in the second. There is no team in the FSL that could switch up their tactics this much and score this many points.
Oh, a bit early on that one.
It's fiddling.
And it's not going to be 1,000 this time.
It's not going to be enough.
The thing is they only needed to score like 700-800 in these 2 games in the final to win, and
that's
actually got
their
close to 1,000
score today.
Wow. I mean, so there you have it. Trelleborg winning 3 tournaments in a row.
My Insanity losing with 42 bales created.
Wow. Yeah, and 37 into the top, but just, I mean, they just keep changing their strategy, and no matter what, they get close to or over 1,000 points. And if you do that, you're gonna win every time in season 4. I mean, I'm just kind of blown away
I'm
I mean, predictions for season 4 or tournament 4 next month, Alex. 2 early predictions. Trelleborg wins it. I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but
if Trelleborg play like this, they're going to win the whole season. Unless somebody can come up with a tactic that disrupts Trelleborg hitting 1,000 points or nearly 1,000 points every game, they are going to take the entire season.
Yeah, I don't see them being stopped.
Yeah,
no
one is close.
It's kind of fitting that they're one of the top tire brands because they just keep on rolling over the competition too, and it's really hard to see anyone getting close to them. We're going to see the replays in a bit, but I mean, credit to My Insanity. This was a huge weekend for them. I mean, they made it to the final. They're getting 70 circuit points because of that. They are going to move into what I believe is going to be like a tie for 4th place now, because Lindner's going to be in 3rd. It's going to be Trelleborg, Vermeer's Flamboyance, Lindner, and then I believe it'll be My Insanity, Bednar, and Vultra. I could be wrong about that with the math. But, I mean, we have 3 new teams, Cortiva, Team Charlie, and Sim Game Alliance, that will be into the leaderboard now after making it to the quarterfinals this weekend. But, yeah, it's pretty much Trelleborg and then everyone else at this point.
Yeah. It's just nuts. So we're going to have a quick replay of those last 2 matches. See if we can pick apart here exactly how it was that Trelleborg did what they did.
I mean, it's things like this too. Like, they have the flair, they have the creativity that other teams don't seem to have. Like, most teams wouldn't attempt to toss those into the top like that because it's a high risk situation, and if you're not comfortable with doing it, you might end up costing yourself time and points instead of earning them. But, like, we saw Wooler, getting counter points by tossing them in that second game. And it's just, My Insanity didn't really put a foot wrong. I mean, that first game was their worst performance of the day, which is not a good time to pick it. But, like, there weren't a lot of, like, big-time mistakes made other than the fact that they just had the multiplier against them in each of the 2 games. There was a mistake, though. PB getting caught on the New Holland, and he was beaten to it.
I don't think My Insanity's first game, though, was a particularly bad game. That's the trouble. It was...
And they played really strong today, but then they come up against Trelleborg, and it's a different level.
I mean, there are little mistakes like this, trouble with them getting through gaps and things when they need to not lose time and things, but that isn't the kind of stuff that costs them the game. It's just purely Trelleborg being amazing and just doing this again and again and again. Look at that. That is just, as you said, with flair. They don't just win and they don't just play well. They do it with flair. And when you're good enough to be able to do it that way, that then makes the difference.
It's also flair with effect, isn't it? Like, it's not just flair for the sake of, like, exciting the fans watching. We saw them earlier as well. Like, earlier today, they got 149 on a first bail, and so they hold the record now for first bail. And that was an exciting bit of flair as well, to be able to pull that off and execute it. Like, and there are other teams that can do things like that. Vermeer's yesterday got 2 148s. I still wish that L Rhodes would have saved that for the broadcast. We didn't get to see it, and I'm upset about it. But yeah, I mean, people might be getting sick of us talking about it, but Trelleborg have earned it. I mean, it's not like we're just sitting here talking them up for no reason. They have earned it time and time again, and they continue to prove that they are the upper echelon. They're the standard bearers and the team to beat. And at this rate, I don't see anyone being able to do it.
So there we go. There is the current standings. Trelleborg high right at the top, 270 points. Fermier's Flamboyance at 170 with a 100-point gap between them. Lindner moving up to third, and then you got Bednar Mind Sanity joining Bednar and Vultra in fourth, and Cortiva joining the table, and SGA joining the table further down. So yeah,
I mean, you want to be in that table. I mean, there's still a lot at stake throughout the rest of this season, but if you're a team with like desire to challenge Trelleborg for the championship this season, I don't care who it is. Like even Fermier's in second place. They've got to find ways to win tournaments. You know, making it to the quarterfinals at this rate, or even the semifinals, is not going to be enough if Trelleborg keeps winning tournaments to be able to catch them. So Trelleborg can be beaten in games. We've seen it already this season, but it's almost like poking the bear when you do that as well. And they always come back stronger this season and win 2 straight. So crazy. Well, we've got about a minute, and then we're going to wrap things up. So first of all, Copter is not joining us because he's heading home. So shout out to him. Thanks to him for being a part of the broadcast again as well. We will be back with the tournament number 4 on August 13th and 14th. But don't forget about streaming from TwitchCon next weekend. Virtual Farmer will be one of those people streaming. I'll be there as well. Then we have FarmCon the following weekend. So a lot still to come from us at Giants. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys all next month. And keep being awesome. We'll see you then. I'll let Alex say goodbye to you all now.
Yeah, it's going to be a brilliant weekend next weekend. I'm so looking forward to both TwitchCon and FarmCon over the next 2 weeks. And yes, as Kermit said, we'll be back here for the 13th and 14th of August. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. I hope you've enjoyed this today, and we will see you next time.